Everywhere you look, there's proof that semiconductors are changing the world. They're enabling new technologies that help save lives, enhance access to education, and shape the future of business and computing. But as semiconductors become increasingly critical to our world, demands continue to grow for them to become smaller, more efficient, and more sophisticated. At Lam Research, we're innovating to meet this demand every day. We create machines that enable modern chip production and push the boundaries of what's possible. We partner with customers to boldly take on the world's biggest challenges while supporting communities and driving greater sustainability. From enabling atomic-level precision to breaking down barriers to collaboration, we're transforming our industry and creating the breakthroughs that make so many other innovations possible. Because at Lam Research, we know semiconductor innovation will change the world in ways we can only imagine. Now, let's prove it.
As an epicenter for sustainability initiatives, Singapore carries the torch to inspire youth from around the world. STEM innovation, international collaboration, and a shared global purpose unite student athletes, changemakers, and future leaders from more than 190 countries to compete, collaborate, and cooperate in the most exciting robotics competition in the world. With a firm commitment to create more sustainable ways to power our planet, the first global challenge is convening the next generation to transform the world through science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and innovate solutions that enable us and our planet to thrive. Let's reimagine the future of energy. It's time to empower our planet. Join us from the 7th to 10th of October 2023 at the Singapore Expo in Singapore.
Hello and welcome back to Singapore Expo for this final day of competition at the 2023 First Global Challenge in Singapore. After an intense second day of matches, our athletes are back for the final showdown. My name is Tim Dodds, and I'm glad to be with you again for today's events.
And I'm Marlene Papadopoulos. I'm very excited to be here with you all. Yesterday we saw over 230 ranking matches. We had matches with scores over 140 points. We had teams talking to judges. And you know, we were actually able to get our final rankings. We have teams Kazakhstan, Venezuela, and Indonesia at the top. We're going to see how that changes today. Yesterday we saw teams making a name for themselves as they cranked through their ranking matches. But we have yet to see alliances achieve that cooperation bonus multiplier.
And that bonus could really elevate some teams to the top through that cooperation, which is just as crucial for tackling the issue of climate change. We'll have to see if any alliances are able to make it happen. Several months of preparation have all led up to this final day. We'll be keeping an eye on the teams that will leave Singapore Expo this afternoon with the top prizes. But first, here's a look back at the highlights from yesterday. Good morning and welcome back to Singapore Expo for this third day of the 2023 First Global Challenge. In 3, 2, 1, let's start it today.
We are very happy. We have so many friends here, and this is our safe and happy place. Yeah.
And some other teams showing their team flags. This is what unites everybody here.
day two of First Globals here in Singapore was definitely one for the books. But during the opening ceremony, we got the chance to hear First Global founder Dean Cayman speak to how First Global is the world's response to urgent challenges that require a global solution. And its newly created Declaration of Interdependence and the accompanying Bill of Responsibilities represent a foundational credo to live by. This year, teams combined their voices to share this important message in one inspiring video. Let's take a look.
But united in purpose.
Because we understand
the world's problems cannot be solved alone.
We believe
that all people have special gifts
that make them innovators, colaboradores, and change makers.
Every person has a role to play.
It all starts with you
And me. The time has come
To declare our interdependence.
We are committed to a greater purpose.
And when we work together,
There is nothing we cannot accomplish.
The greatest challenges we face
do not stop at arbitrary borders.
Global challenges require global solutions.
In order to build a more peaceful world,
We must embrace our interdependence.
declare following principles to be true.
throughout history.
Innovators have risen from adversity.
We see past perceived limitations.
We realize the strength of unfamiliar ideas.
Our role is built.
on the shoulders of these visionaries.
We must continue.
Through science and technology,
We can find unity.
Our unity is a powerful tool
To combat poverty
Disease, hunger,
and inequality
without conflict or division.
And now, more than ever before,
We must promote opportunity for all.
y elevar cada mente from a citizen into a leader.
Our shared goal
Is a sustainable, peaceful world.
Build on mutual understanding.
To live this principle.
And as good as possible.
To ourselves, our planet.
And to one another.
So we commit.
to the following responsibilities.
1. We foster peace.
by working in collaboration.
We display unqualified kindness to one another.
And always work hard. 3.
نحمد مساهمات الآخرين.
And learn from each other.
We celebrate each person's success.
Because the world does not need losers.
To have winners.
5.
We promote learning and creativity
In our communities.
Our nations.
In our world.
6. We ensure our progress does not inhibit the progress of others. 7.
We love what we do.
And we share that love.
With the whole world.
We are First Global.
Our principles guide us.
Our responsibilities bind us.
And together,
And together, we can build a better world.
That focus on the collective togetherness and our unity is also seen in the power of this type of event and how we're able to convene the world. Some of the notes that you saw are things like innovators have risen from adversity. We've seen that with every single one of the 191 teams here in attendance, Marlene.
Of course, and I'd like to point out, the meaning of the word interdependence means a group of people or things that all depend on each other. And we see that as an example here during our matches played in Alliance, during the participation of the overall competition. But we also see that outside in the world, and it's just a reflection, the competition of what we have to do on the outside, because we keep telling everybody, climate change really doesn't see any borders, so why should we?
Another central theme to both of those documents, which we'd highly encourage you to check out on the First Global website, is how unity is a powerful tool. And make no mistake, everyone at home who's watching, one of those great unifiers is the man himself joining us in this booth. He's our next speaker. Dean Cayman is an entrepreneur who has been paving the way for future generations to rise to the challenges of today. With the life-changing impact he's made with his various inventions, from medical devices to mobility aids to life-saving clinical therapies and diagnostics, Dean Cayman created both First and First Global to share his passion for technology by making it as exciting as any other sport, yet providing the opportunity for every student to go pro. Dean, we're now 6 years into this competition, 5 in-person events, 2 virtual events. We've basically been all around the globe to this point, and there are even more people to reach. But we're exceptionally proud of the work that you have done. And at this point, can you really tell us your original intention for First Global?
So First Global is a result of the fact that we started first over 30 years ago. And I have to admit, like any new thing you start, it might not work. So you want to start small, and you want to be careful, and you want to be flexible, and you want to evolve it until you know it's going to be scalable and worthwhile and grow. And it took us a few years to do that with First. But once First started growing in a fantastic way. I mean, we have tens of thousands of first teams. And once we saw that almost without exception, every school, particularly around the United States where its headquarters is, every school was being positively impacted by it. Every kid, every teacher, every mentor. We started to realize it's just not right that it stays focused in the U.S. This has got to be global. Kids all over the world need the same opportunities to participate in the kind of things FIRST had created, and it would take too long to hope it just spread from the bottom up. So I asked a few very, very influential visionary leaders from around the world to get together with me, and we said, let's form a sister organization to FIRST Inspires. We'll call it FIRST Global, but since we don't have enough reach to organize massive quantities of teams in all these different countries, let's do it like the Olympics did it. Let's tell every country in the world, we'll start small. You just have to bring us one team. But that one team from each country will give us nearly 200 teams. That will be a big, loud presence, an exciting group, and we'll bring them together every year in a different place in the world so that we can more quickly expose every country to FIRST. And the goal of FIRST Global was that we planted a seed with one team in every country, and then those teams will go back to their own environment, their own culture, and they'll figure out how to spread the word in the same way that the first 23 teams in year one in a high school gym in Manchester now became 10,000 teams around the U.S. What I'm hoping is now there's nearly 200 countries, each of which is using this seed we planted here over the last 5 years to grow FIRST as a major piece of their culture, their education system, and most importantly, perhaps, FIRST Global can prove that if you can get people from around the world that come from different backgrounds to start at an early age to know how to communicate with each other, cooperate with each other, trust each other, share with each other, maybe FIRST Global will not only give each individual kid and team a way to have an exciting career develop, but maybe FIRST Global will help lower the barriers that have kept countries from not being able to work well together, because by the time these kids, and it's not going to be that far away, become leaders in their country, they'll know that while they have separate languages and separate cultures and separate lots of things, which is great, diversity is wonderful, they'll also know who they can pick up the phone and call or who they can text with in another country when there's an issue, and maybe they can avoid issues becoming bigger. They can work together, solve their problems, and FIRST Global will become actually a tool of international diplomacy.
So, Dean, now that you talk about international reach, I am a personal alumni of FIRST Mexico in particular, and I've been able to see the effect that it's had in our country. So the fact that we're being able to reach 191 countries to inspire, future scientists, engineers, innovators in corners of the world that we couldn't have had reach with in other programs. I'm curious to see, how do you envision these inspired young minds from 191 countries across the world shaping their future and just the future of the planet as one?
So I think what all these kids are learning is that technology is an incredibly powerful tool. And what I think they're also learning is that almost all the major problems that this world is facing aren't local. Global warming is global. And pollution doesn't stop. Wherever you started it, wherever you made it, it drifts. And pandemics and disease and all sorts of issues that are faced by everybody can't be solved by a small group of people in one place. So I think what these kids are learning is, hey, the laws of physics and the engineering principles are the same everywhere. Again, keep your different cultures and languages and all that other stuff, but when it comes to dealing with critical global issues, let's work together. And if these kids coming off these different fields where really the playing pieces are mostly symbolic, they all know those big blue balls aren't really oxygen and those little orange balls aren't really hydrogen. But the idea that we've got to take things that are, there's lots of water out there, but it doesn't help us in that state. But if you can separate it into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you store that energy in that hydrogen. And then if you figure out how to move that energy, and then you figure out how to recombine it where and when you need that energy to be used, I think in the process of making a fun sport here, we're also exposing kids to, oh, I get it. We've got to create the energy, we've got to store the energy, we've got to move the energy, and then, oh, look, it all turns back into water again at the end. In other words, let's do it without an unintended consequence, more carbon in the atmosphere. So each year, the game, we've tried to make a very exciting, technical game, but we've also tried to make it the basis of having kids think about how a complex world needs to deploy technology as a tool to solve the world's problems, not as a weapon to make things worse. And I think this game is a great example of that.
Now, Dean, as you're referencing that sense of togetherness, right, and as we're expanding to this competition, which now has 191 teams, the word that I have put in my back pocket as an educator myself is the hallmark of this competition, and you refer to it as coopertition. Can you share a little bit more about that term?
So when I set this thing up as a sport, I told everybody, we're going to make it a sport because sports energize kids to work extra hard. They want to be number one. That's why we called it first. They don't want to take math. You know, they'll take that one pass-fail. And physics, maybe not at all. But when they get on that sports field, they want to be number one. They want to be first. So I wanted all kids to want to be first at developing that muscle hanging between their ears. But I also realized there's some baggage that comes along with sports. That baggage is win at any cost, defeat the other team. I said, no. We're really going to be doing two things simultaneously. It's subtle, it's sophisticated, but these kids can handle it. The robots are going to compete to show all the different ideas, all the innovations that these kids have come up with. Most of the robots are not going to win. Let the robots compete. Let the kids cooperate. So I said, we're really going to have a competition because competition is exciting. It raises the bar and gets kids to work hard to share their ideas. But we're also really going to create a coopertition so that at the end of the event, most of the robots lost, all of the kids won. What they walk away with is friendships, understanding, ability to communicate around the world with people that they realize share the same concerns and the same aspirations as they do. So I thought it was so important to embed in the culture of this organization that it's really about cooperating, not winning at any expense. We actually trademarked the word coopertition. So really first robotics and first global are places where coopertition is the most important thing, but to make it exciting, it's a competition. So you put it all together, and this is a coopertition.
And it's certainly evidenced it down here, Dean. We'd love it if you stuck with us in the booth because we certainly have more questions, but we got to get you down to the action. Our first match of the day on Field 5 starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew!
So for the first match of our last day of ranking matches, we're going to have Team Cameroon, Team Iraq, Team Trinidad and Tobago playing against Team Brunei Darussalam, Team Kiribati, and Team Cote d'Ivoire.
Dean, I was going to say among my other questions, I leave this kind of event, right, and people are asking how my voice is because I'm talking for 3 days straight. Believe it or not, my face hurts more from all the smiling. My hands hurt more from all the handshaking, right, and all those greetings. Tell us what your emotional level on a personal level and validation is like being at an event like this and yet you being the nexus point that galvanized it all to make it possible.
So I think I agree with everything you just said. At the end of the event, I think back to the fact I spent most of my time shaking hands, thanking people, being thanked by people, and just sharing the energy and the positive. The fact that, particularly these days, you look at the news around the world and you leave almost any news show depressed. And you leave any interaction with anybody at the first global event inspired and energized and enthusiastic and optimistic. And I leave here, yeah, you're right, with just a permanent smile on my face. And it gives me the energy to keep going in a complex world where the issues keep getting more and more daunting all the time.
So you talk about leaving the event with a very big smile, but as an experience, I always leave hungry for more. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what's next for First Global.
So I think, as always, we'll come up with a theme for next year's game that is a relevant global issue that is going to need to be solved by innovative technologies. And we will symbolically build a field and playing pieces that will make it clear to all these kids and hopefully all the people that watch our events that there are always new and better innovative ways to deal with whatever our issues are. We have a number of ideas for what next year's theme is, but I will not share them with you or anybody else until the right time.
I was going to say you got to keep it close to the pocket and the chest. I totally understand that, particularly because of how organically this has grown over time. We certainly want to make sure that that continues to hold shape. So as that first game finishes up, Dean, I actually have one last question for you. There are thousands of youth, mentors, volunteers, and others that are in attendance today, and certainly even more that are tuning in on the stream. What message do you have for the world's youth today?
So I think my message has now been almost formalized in two big documents that you see as you come in here. One is the Declaration of Interdependence that every single country that's here has signed on to. Go look at those signatures under that paragraph of what it means to be interdependent. And the second, hanging right next to it, also signed by every single team here, is the Bill of Responsibilities. Everybody, particularly these days, is running around the world demanding their rights. And everybody wants to be independent. Well, we don't really want to be too independent if we're all going to deal with COVID. We don't really want to be independent if the country next door to us is building a lot of systems that are polluting the air that we're going to breathe. We all want to share the great successes. If you found a way to cure cancer in your country and I found a better way to make an engine that doesn't pollute, wouldn't you want to share with me something that could save the lives of all of my people? And wouldn't I want to share with you a better way to make energy available without hurting the environment? So the Declaration of Interdependence is a way to remind all of them that there's a much bigger picture here than their little robots. But separately, everybody around the world now is talking about all of their rights. Well, it's time to also talk about all our responsibilities to ourselves and to each other. Because for one thing, if we're not responsible to respect each other and support each other and protect each other, we're not going to have any rights. So I thought, since it's implicit and it's kind of why we started this whole thing, why don't we formalize it with two documents and get every country, every team to sign on to it? And we put them out there for the first time this year, and it is our Declaration of Global Interdependence. That's not instead of your independence, it's in addition. And we have out there the Bill of Responsibilities, which isn't instead of your rights. It's a bill that will ensure that we all can move forward with the appropriate amount of responsibility to each other, which will ensure our rights. And I was really excited that they not only have all signed it, but I think with a little help from you and the rest of the First Global community, those documents will become more available to the rest of the world, and maybe they'll lead the rest of the world to deal differently and in a better, more productive way with each other globally. And now is a pretty good time to make that happen.
And now is a pretty good time, Dean, for us to send it down to the field for an interview. Let's take it away. We can bring it back up to the booth, no problem at all. Dean, I was going to say, in that document, a couple of the words that stuck out to me, and there are plenty that resonate. There are plenty that give me goosebumps. The one that, or the ones, plural, that I want to focus on are, quote, unqualified dignity and respect. Our obligation, in my opinion, as human beings, to treat one another with that unqualified dignity and respect, regardless of where you come from, regardless of your culture. You have value. And I believe that the living embodiment of that is this competition, but it is in those two documents. You walk by it, you see all those signatures. They are all colors and shades. It covers every single part of the spectrum. And the same goes for the teams that are in attendance. Truly, I mean that. In terms of the challenges that you faced in trying to get those two documents more formalized, what did you meet in terms of obstacles or hurdles?
The knee-jerk reaction of everybody when I said, we need two new documents we need a Declaration of Interdependence, and we need a Bill of Responsibilities. Almost without exception, people thought I was attacking or criticizing or undermining two documents that I think helped create a great country, the one I live in, America. I love the Declaration of Independence, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. I love our Constitution. I love our Declaration of Independence. They represent what people believe in. And I love in the United States, we have a Bill of Rights that assures every citizen is treated in a way that we, I think, all believe is critical and important. So I said, these two documents aren't alternatives to or criticisms of those. If anything, I think as the world progresses and improves and advances, we should do the same. For instance, our Bill of Rights was 10. Now there are what? There are, many more addendums we've made. We amend our Constitution. We add new rights all the time. We improve these things. So I said to people, look, I don't think any country should ever give up its independence. I don't think any country should ever, or its people should give up their rights. But to ensure that the global community can keep going and improving for now 8 billion people, let's get a little more systematic about ensuring that the world is all moving up together. So let's add to those critical rights we have and then the independence that we cherish, let's add something that reminds us that we're all interdependent, sharing this little neighborhood called Earth. And I said, let's make sure everybody continues to have their rights, but the best way to make sure you have your rights is you're responsible. You're responsible to yourselves and to each other. And one of those responsibilities, by treating everybody with respect, is you're ensuring their rights in doing so. So the initial, when I put it out, I think people were afraid I was undermining some great history in one country. I now believe that they all believe, no, we're just now recognizing that each country needs to do the best for its own people, but for the whole global community to rise together, there ought to be a way that everybody is reminded in a set of documents that we are interdependent and we can't avoid it, so let's take advantage of it. And we all want to be responsible to ourselves and to each other while we maintain the great diversity we have of all being independent.
I can see the twinkle in your eye personally, Dean. I've seen it for years, and it's something that inspires others. I love as well how you use the mantra of this little neighborhood called Earth. That's the first time I've ever heard that. And coaches take from other coaches. I'm going to put that one in my back pocket as well. But to make this little neighborhood called Earth something that's going to be propelled into the future, and positively so, it requires big hearts, and you very much have that. So along with the unqualified dignity and respect, we have a profound amount of respect to you for everything you've done for us at First Global. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you very much for your continuing support.
I was going to say, we've had a couple of matches today already in the background while Dean has been up with us in the booth. We're going to be taking you back down to that action in a few minutes. There are 5 fields of play, ladies and gentlemen, that are behind us in Singapore Expo. We got scores for that most recent match.
Yes, we had Team Comoros, Team Gabon, and Team Morocco for the Blue Alliance. They got the win with 32 points. And just as a reminder to everyone, we're going to be playing a little bit over 315 matches today before we move along to some of those qualitative awards, quantitative awards, because we know we recognize everything came in first. And why don't we go down to the pits to recognize some of those teams that are here with us in First Global.
With Team Bermuda. Traveled a long way to be here. A little tired when they got here, but they still have their energy up. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good, yeah.
All right, this is the end of the competition. How are you feeling?
Still excited about everything. Not really tired, just can't wait to have the rest of our games.
Pumped. First Global, you are a veteran. You've been to other ones. How do you compare this one to the previous ones?
I feel like the atmosphere is still really pretty similar. Everyone still wants to meet you. Collaboration still such a big thing. Differences, the temperature. But in terms of the game and everything, it still feels really similar to me in a good way.
And this is your first time at a First Global. What's your impression?
It's really cool just meeting all of the countries and just knowing all of the cultures and seeing how everybody approached building their robot.
Yeah. And these teams travel with mentors, but they also sometimes travel with team moms. who's the paparazzi, who's making sure that everything happens good for her son right here. The only mom. Traveled halfway around the world, can't get rid of his mom. Okay, we're going to send it back to the booth. Have a great day.
Thank you, Blair, for that shout-out of Team Bermuda, and also for that shout-out to moms. Especially, I want to give one to Mime as well.
There we go.
We have all families here just following us and trying to support the 191 countries that we have here in First Global. But I want us to focus on Team Latvia for a bit, which is excited to solve the complex tasks and build innovative robots while serving as ambassadors of innovation from Latvia to the world stage. Here's a closer look.
Programmā. Pēc vēl esmu palīdzēt.
Nīgi nedara. Šitais nedara, un arī šitais nedara. Tie grafiki, deadline, nekas nedara.
Var palīdzēt plānošanu?
Jā, protams.
Es atvainoju. Jā? Jūs zini kaut ko no mehānikas? Es varu palīdzēt. Jā. Sveiki. Man jums pāris jautājumu. Kā jums šķiet, kas būtu?
Man šķiet, ka izteikti problēma nākamajos 50 gados būs pārapdzīvotība. Šo problēmu varēs izsināt liederīgāk izmantojot zemi.
Komandā mēs sadarbojamies, katru izvēli apspriežot komandā, plānojam laiku un rakstam scenārijus.
Es vēlos piedzīvot to tehnoloģisko sasniegumu, kad cilvēki pirk sev jaunas raķetes, nevis jaunus automobīļus.
Marlene, thank you for giving that shout out to your mom. I also know that you're endearingly referred to as Tia Loca. So Kramer, Tammy, I got to give you your shout outs as well. But right now we're going down to match 240. We started in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew.
We're going to be playing for the Red Alliance, Team Thailand, Team Latvia, Team Equatorial Guinea, and we're going to be playing for the Blue Alliance, Team Sudan, Team Mauritania, and Team Mexico, which is actually where my family is back at. So hello to everyone back home, and hello to everyone who's watching us on the stream. We're down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds on our match.
Now we got Team Latvia and that Red Regional Alliance. Believe it or not, Wilhelm Altsvald is the only Latvian to ever win a Nobel Prize. I would venture to guess that that is not going to be the case in the near future, particularly with how well they've been performing in this competition.
Yes, you know, I have a feeling, Tim, that for today, we're going to be seeing some changing strategies. We're going to be seeing higher scores, more efficient robots as they might have visited the robot hospital back on the pits. And we're also starting to see, as we saw yesterday, the electrolyzer being pushed through.
We're already a minute into this match, folks. In the foreground, you can see Mexico as a team with that intake system working feverishly, trying to accrue as many of those oxygen particles as possible. Blue Alliance getting to that electrolyzer. We'll see if they can dump it in the top.
I also want to start talking about, which we haven't mentioned since yesterday, the different awards that we're going to be introducing today. So we've been focusing mostly, you know, on the spirit of First Global, on the attitudes of the teams, and on the field. But for awards, we're going to be having some qualitative awards, which of course are going to be based on the game, but also some, quantitative awards, but also some qualitative awards on regards to the team's journey and how they've done all season from different aspects.
Now, hopefully we can get this back for you on the instant replay on our telestrator in a little bit. Latvia, that team featured in that video, you see that retracting basket at the tippy top. They just dumped all that hydrogen and deposited it into the tank. That's a point of pop. But then they also used that basket to actually drag that oxygen tank, I should say push that hydrogen tank, rather, underneath that oxygen accumulator for alignment.
Yes, we're down to those last 30 seconds where our two regional alliances combine into a single global alliance. Yep, you could hear the horn right behind me, and we were seeing a ton of movement from Team Latvia and Team Thailand on that hydrogen and oxygen part of it, but it looks like both alliances are going to be focusing on going back to the hydrogen hub and getting those proficiency points for all 6 teams.
Only 10 seconds remaining. Those scores are going to live update on the bottom, but they are by no means final. These referees need to make their way onto the field. That's where their job doesn't just begin, it continues to go on throughout this day.
I'm excited to see, it looks like the Red Alliance was able to locate that hydrogen tank under the oxygen accumulator. And even though it might only be a 1.3 conversion multiplier, we've already seen the rankings of how every single point for your average score counts.
Now we're ready to rock on our telestrator here. Hopefully we can showcase again Team Latvia's skill from that Red Alliance in particular, doing an exceptional job, not just depositing those hydrogen particles, but then using that basket, as you're seeing in the foreground, to latch onto the inside of that hydrogen tank. Once they end up doing that, once more they're going to try to drag that hydrogen tank, or push it rather, all the way to the corner of the field. So it's basically a 1-2 punch there from that squad. They're going to go from where they're currently located, where you see that piece of the game pitch, going all the way to that corner for what we refer to as alignment.
I also want to point out that maybe if we can go back and take a look at that mechanism where they deposited the hydrogen balls, it looks like their basket is actually curved. Do you see that curve on there? Maybe we can draw it here with our telestrator. That's going to help the hydrogen atoms. Thank you, Tim. This curve right here, the fact that it's not just a straight platform, is going to help the hydrogen balls fall directly, and it's not going to get them stuck within the basket system.
We're talking about efficient energy solutions, and that sure as heck was an efficient way to try to make sure that as many of those hydrogen particles made it into that tank as possible. Improvements are seen every single which way in the field of play, and we just focused on Team Latvia, but there are 190 other teams that we could have very well focused on.
Yeah, and we're going to see improvement in various aspects of the competition. We've seen improvements on robots, we've seen improvements on strategy, we're going to see improvements on how the teams are driving the robots as well. And now we have our final scores for match 240, 82 points for Team Thailand, Team Latvia, and Team Equatorial Guinea, who are going to be chiming in to that team's overall average for the rankings later today.
That's ranking match 240, folks. In the meantime, it is with the support of foundations, corporations, governments, and even families back home that this event is even remotely possible. We'd like to express our gratitude to all of our supporters who help us to keep doing the work that we do.
First Global is almost entirely driven by passionate volunteers. Those volunteers come from government, industry, academia, parents, interested technology people, because we believe showing kids all over the world the power of science and technology. It's all about connecting a global network of kids in a cooperation. They all learn how to communicate, they can work with each other, and they can create some new, really important solutions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has helped us create First Global and is helping us to make it available to kids all over the world.
Lam Research is proud to be the title sponsor for the 2023 First Global Challenge for the first time in Asia. Around the world, we share your passion for problem solving and your drive to test the limits of what's possible. We wish you all the best of luck.
The Bezos of the Fund is so proud to be supporting First Global because it is dedicating itself to the greatest challenge of our time, climate change, putting the future change agents of the world, you all, to be able to help solve it.
What especially resonates with me about First Global is their commitment that every child, regardless of their background, deserves a chance to dream and achieve. First Global isn't just a competition. It's a catalyst for change, a platform for innovation, and an opportunity to shape the future of these brilliant young minds.
And the challenges we're working so hard to overcome won't be solved right away, so we will need to have the best team we can muster, and not just this year or next year, but for the next 10, 20, or 30 years. So it's never too early and never too late to focus on STEM education and to inspire young people to use those tools to help us win this long game.
We're going to need a really substantial army of passionate supporters if First Global is going to reach its goal. The impact of First Global as it goes and grows will prove to be worth your commitment to helping us succeed.
One thing about all the volunteers and supporters who make this possible, it's not a choice, it's a moral imperative, and we hope you at home feel the same way. But our next match is starting up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew.
We're down to match 243. For the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Australia, Team Canada, and Team St. Kitts and Nevis. One of the most creative ones that we've seen in the competition. I'm going to come back to that. And as for the Red Alliance, it's going to be played by Team Barbados, Team Togo, and Team Cabo Verde.
Now you get that bird's eye view at the very beginning when that clock starts to operate. I was going to say those robots start operating instantaneously as well. You saw Australia come out of the starting pits like a shot.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, a very creative but also well-oiled machine down on the field. It looks like they haven't had many hiccups, and that's going to help them as we go over. But I want to go back and focus on Team St. Kitts and Nevis. I know we talked about this previously. Their team members are one of the most creatives, and I'm going to tell you guys some of the names for the members. They have the Mechanical Maestros, the Robo Wizard, Aesthetic Ace, Code Commander, Imagination Maven, the Tech Luminary, the Artistic Innovator, Tech Enchantress, Inventor Extraordinaire, and last but not least, the Digital Dynamo.
I was going to say they are absolutely dynamite out here on this field as we speak. We're about halfway through this game. Meanwhile, the nation of Canada in our Blue Regional Alliance actually ranks in the top 10 of global hydrogen producers. They annually produce some 3 million tons of hydrogen for industrial use. Exceptional job by them as a nation, not just a team here.
We can see on the field, we have a close-up at Team St. Kitts and Nevis trying to deposit those hydrogen atoms into their alliance's hydrogen tank. It looks like they're having quite a rough time dropping them precisely where they should be, but nope, they're going to try to do their best to get them in.
I was going to say you need quite a brute and blunt amount of force to try to get those green hydrogen particles over that lip. We'll see if they can get some alignment here after getting those hydrogen particles in that tank as well. Remember, they're going to have to push that plastic tank to their respective corner of the field where those color-coded alliances indicate where alignment takes place.
We're here in the last 30 seconds of the match. The Red Alliance trying to focus on getting the tank aligned under the oxygen accumulator to hopefully get the fuel cell activated. But on the other side, we have what I believe is 2 robots already within the reservoir boundary, looking to get those 5 points for both alliances as we speak.
Pretty tight quarters inside of that central hydrogen hub that you see. There are vertical metal bars, there are horizontal metal bars, and it, again, in terms of panic and pandemonium in that last 10 seconds, holds for every single match.
And we have finished match number 243. I think it's going to be very interesting, to see how the teams that are actually doing very well on the rankings are going to be taking an eye on everyone around them for strategy for the playoffs later today. As a reminder, we're going to have 8 4-team alliances created from the top 24 team and from an extra 8 random teams that are going to be selected to play during playoffs.
We will get those rules about playoffs, selections, and seedings later today. We're still playing our qualifying matches. This is the 3rd official day of competition. 2 days ago, we played in the afternoon. Yesterday, we were going all day from 9 to 5. And today, we're bringing you action, again, with these qualifying matches for the first half of today.
Oh, and I owe you a piece of information from yesterday that I promised I was going to look up. So we were talking about how the rankings are going to be formed by an average of the points that each team has gained throughout the competition. And we saw, actually, I believe it was Team Kazakhstan and Team Venezuela that were tied at 118. There actually is one differentiator in case that their average score is tied for both teams. What's going to differentiate is the single highest scoring match for either one of those is going to be the team that's going to be going on top. So we just want to be very clear about how our rankings work, because as the competition is coming to an end, we're all going to be more excited to see who those 8 top alliance captains are going to be for later tonight.
That excitement is palpable. We had referenced it when Dean was in the booth with us. My face hurts after these events, ladies and gentlemen, from all of the smiling, frankly, that comes with something like this. And I know Kazakhstan feels the same way, being atop the leaderboard right now.
Yes, so the top 8 teams that we have here on the list, of course, that's going to be changing as we keep going with our ranking matches. They're actually going to be alliance captains during the tournament. The rest of those 24, it's going to be the other 16 teams that are on top of the ranking are going to be on those 8 alliances as well. And then we're also going to get 8 randomized teams that are going to be joining those top 8 alliances as a 4th team, and they're going to be playing during playoffs. We do that to give every team the opportunity to join us during those final matches and just amp up the excitement.
Now, even though you see those numbers next to those country and team names, we can by no means quantify the amount of excellence that exists within the four walls here at Singapore Expo. Again, every single story is exceptional. You just need to take the time to talk to these kids. Trust me, they want to share from their experience as well. We're going to be getting you the next nation in a second. We've got an 8-point delta in the meantime. Congratulations to both alliances, but in particular St. Kitts and Nevis, Australia, and Team Canada. In the meantime, a group of 15 passionate teenage students, most of this next team's members are coaches and assistants in the First Skills Club, where they share their knowledge with other youth. Here's Team Tunisia.
A country overflowing with talent, culture, and age-old traditions. We believe that technology and collaboration hold the power to transform the world we know today by bridging gaps and connections among all humanity. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. The national team is composed of 5 teams: programming team, building team, media design team, writing and research team, media team. Fueled by our passion for robotics, we fuse STEM disciplines to create such a sustainable tomorrow. Every team member is committed to showcasing Team Tunisia's true potential to the world. Team Tunisia is ready to make a mark, inspiring hope and unity along the way. See you in Singapore.
Team Tunisia talks about having an overflow of talent in their team, but we also have that common sense in all 191 teams. We're ready to go down to the field, and we're starting next match in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
In this match 246, you've got Team United Arab Emirates alongside Tunisia and Egypt, and they are opposite of, in the Blue Alliance, Georgia, Czechia, and Zambia.
We're starting to take a look at, I believe it is Team Egypt for the Red Alliance. They're trying to intake as many oxygens and hydrogen particles into the robot. And I want to, bring it back a little bit to what we were talking about with Dean earlier, about how the students here know. They know that those green and blue balls that we have down on the field are not really oxygen atoms or hydrogen atoms, but it's the fact that we're giving them an overall idea of what the whole solution and the whole problem is about, that is getting them to that strategical thinking that they're going to be needing when they become actual professionals in the future.
In talking about professionals in the future, we need to highlight the nation of Tunisia specifically. When we talk about the gender gap in STEM, this country is directly combating that. Around 50% of STEM graduates in that country are women. We hope to see that number not only increase, but increase around the globe as well. It's these types of competitions and organizations like First Global that allow that to potentially happen.
And I love to give a shout out, or to give special recognition to whoever team or country pushes the opportunities of women in STEM for gender equality. That's what we strive for here in First Global, just equal opportunities for you, no matter your gender, your race, your religion. It's just the same opportunities for all.
We need everybody at this table. Every single person has ideas to share, and we are only as strong as the sum of our collective parts. We've got 45 seconds left in this match, and in those waning seconds, that Blue Regional Alliance has achieved some semblance of alignment. That's why you saw on that split screen those applauses.
We were talking about the collective parts, and as we're reaching those last 30 seconds of the match, we're going to look into how these 6 teams decide to now work together to fit as many as possible within the hydrogen hub. Or maybe even, use a more individualistic strategy of pushing the hydrogen tank within the oxygen accumulator. You can do both.
I was going to say, and in terms of that hydrogen hub, you actually see a little bit of a plastic filament towards the tippy top of it. That's actually prevented some robots from getting underneath and inside in order to achieve some of those proficiency points.
So we've discussed about how it looks fairly easy for the robots to get in, but there's actually a couple of obstacles from the base of it, from the plastic or acrylic structure that is around. So the robots were going to have to compact back again to that 50 by 50 by 50 structures that they had at the beginning of the match in order to be able to fit. Not to mention that, they still have some hydrogen and oxygen atoms within the hydrogen hub that are going to act as an obstacle for them to ride all the way inside.
Talk about obstacles. We've got 216 of those particles, both blue and green, 216. Every single match, they are randomly pre-positioned inside of that reservoir as water molecules. Every single game, as a result, is going to look different with how they're strewn about the pitch and how the robots can go about collecting and accruing them.
It's also different because we have different robots, we have different drive teams, we have different strategies by every different alliance, and that's going to keep on changing, as we keep mentioning, as the day goes by. Teams are going to have to be a little bit more strategic on not necessarily focusing on winning, but focusing on getting as many points as they can.
Everyone's getting those social points as well. Arms are around one another, jumping in joviality, rightfully so, right? We've worked really hard to get to this stage. We're also in the ultimate day of this competition. So again, from volunteers, from the people who have sponsored us in order to be here, for the actual athletes that are down there on the pitch, everybody is sharing in that common joy today and excitement.
That's all we can see around. And we've been working here as volunteers, of course, for the last, 5 days maybe, but the teams have been working tirelessly for months, for weeks, and today is the culmination. I'm very excited to see some recognitions later on with the awards. As I've mentioned before, we're going to have, of course, some awards on the matches and how they play, but also on the team's overall performance.
And in terms of performance, that Red Alliance comes out on top. UAE, Tunisia, and Egypt by a delta of 15 points. Congratulations to them. I believe we have a field interview locked and loaded. Let's take it away to that winning team.
Hi, I'm Donna in the field here with Team Egypt. How are you feeling last day of First Global?
It actually feels pretty good. We're so excited, and we hope we can win any prize.
Awesome. And what's been your strategy with your robot and collaborating with the team so far?
We're working on collecting the balls and putting them in the equalizer so that the other teams have enough time to hang and push the tank over.
Okay, cool. And then what are you looking forward to on this last day of this First Global event for Team Egypt?
We actually worked on our hanging, and now it's working, so we're looking forward to trying the next match.
Awesome. Well, good luck to Team Egypt, and enjoy the rest of your First Global. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa, as well, for your hard work down there in the field. It's just a constant revolving door of activities, so we're going to be able to give you some of those interviews throughout the day, talking to those alliances after each one of those matches.
Yes, it's very interesting getting to see the excitement right after the match, right after the run. It's a very particular energy because, you're excited about what you just did, but you're also excited of just getting to work on your robot again, getting ready for that next match, and just getting ready for what's to come.
And for what's to come, I suspect that every single team is going to leave it all out there on the field in every which way, both in a literal and metaphorical sense. If you go back into the pits, and at some point we'll have some interviews there as well, it is just a haven of bustling activity. In the meantime, we've got some activity back there on Field 5. We start this next game up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
Match 249. I can't believe we're almost at the 250 mark. For the Red Alliance, we have Team Senegal, Team Honduras, and Ethiopia. They're going to be playing against and with the Blue Alliance, which is formed by Cayman Islands, Ireland, and Pakistan.
I was going to say the Emerald Isle of Ireland certainly has some sparkle and luster in their eyes as well. I'm sure that they're foaming at the mouth trying to get as many points and as many of those oxygen and hydrogen particles as possible in one of their final matches of competition here.
We're getting close to the end, but we're going to have a little bit over 315 ranking matches before we generate our alliances, but that's not going to be the end of the competition. We're going to move along to playoff matches with those finalists and alliances. We're going to have those 3 finale matches where we're going to get the champions of the overall competition of First Global, but champions don't just come out from the matches, they also come out from the overall experience here.
We are a family here at First Global. I mean that not just with the production team, but with all of the teams that are here in attendance physically competing. Honduras also understands what it means to be a family affair. I think we mentioned it in the Parade of Nations, but their mentors are, believe it or not, a husband and wife combo. They've been a team for the longest time, and they believe that the opportunities that exist here foster skills that children will need in their future. We're greatly appreciative to them.
I love when they mention family because I think that's a common topic that we've seen with most of the teams in their videos and in their interviews. You start out as a team of, how do I say this? Like you're students that study in the same school, maybe study in the same group, maybe in the same club. But by the end of this competition, they're friends, they're a family, they're here together working towards one single goal.
And speaking of that family right now, the Red Alliance did a great job at dumping some of those hydrogen particles into their hydrogen tank, but it also looks like we might have a penalty denoted by that yellow marker on that left side of the screen.
We're also seeing Team Cayman Islands that was focusing on trying to deposit some hydrogen atoms, but it looks like they're going to be pushing that hydrogen tank all the way to the oxygen accumulator instead. They had to change their strategy as they heard that last 30-second alarm come to mark.
And in terms of that strategy, hopefully we'll get it up to you on the telestrator, because we just saw with that Blue Alliance, they were actually using the friction from that wall on the side of the field to push that hydrogen tank forward. You notice that it's got wheels, and right now the Red Alliance is doing the same, but because they don't have the support of the wall, it's harder to get it to that corner.
They were so close to getting the hydrogen tank into the oxygen accumulator, but time just goes by so fast. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds of full-on excitement, full-on nerves. They're trying to perform their best after all the work that they put into it. It's just gonna be nerve-wracking trying to perform every match.
Now we are ready to roll on that telestrator, showing you again how some of the strategies have changed here over time, particularly as teams are approaching what is referred to as alignment. So as we press this button, take a look on the left side of your screen, and as opposed to trying to push that hydrogen tank in the open water, I would say, towards that actual oxygen accumulation zone, you see the Blue Alliance doing an incredible job using the actual physical wall space all the way down to try to propel that hydrogen tank towards the corner. Now, what teams need to be mindful of is one of those little metal protruding bars at the very end that proved to be a challenge to navigate around for teams yesterday, but not so in this particular game. So congratulations to Cayman Islands. They did a great job there.
They also need to be aware of those tiny, tiny, tiny hydrogen atoms that are going to be around the field that could pose an obstacle to get perfect alignment, because they're complicated, you know, to reach out, to get out of the way. It could be what could stop them from aligning perfectly under the oxygen accumulator and getting that 1.3 ranking multiplier.
And I was going to say that penalty sure as heck did not stop that Red Alliance, so congratulations to Senegal, Honduras, and Ethiopia. A delta of 18 points. In the meantime, we've got a pit interview ready to roll. Blair, take it away, my friend.
We are in the pits with Team Libya. Now, they're handing out these crowns. Can you tell me the history behind these crowns?
Okay, so these crowns are basically in autumn. They give it to princesses and prince because they were like unknown. So everyone who wears this crown is basically someone rich and the prince or a princess, like as you right now.
I am a prince now.
Whether you have it or not, you're still a prince.
Thank you. You're very kind. Not only are you giving out this, but you've got these awesome, awesome treats here. What are these?
Okay, now this is called magrood. It's basically given out as sweets in holidays and mostly like in weddings, stuff like that. And this is the same thing, though this is kind of salty and this is sweet.
Salty or sweet? You make the choice. Which one do I eat?
Whichever. Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, you sweet, I'm salty.
Best 2 out of 3.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah, I get to choose. Yeah. I'm going salty. Ooh, from Team Libya. Thank you so much. Have a great competition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jealous of you down there, Blair. In the meantime, this next team has certainly become more confident in their dreams as a result of being here. Let's take a look at Team Kyrgyzstan.
Hi, we are Demi Robot, a team from a very mountainous country of Kyrgyzstan. We have 5 people in our team, and everyone is really, they're unique and different, but there's one thing that unites us. It's our love for robotics.
Робот құрған процесс аялай жағат. Робототехника шығармашылық ой жүгіртуді өніктіреді. Біз командамен ғылым сайын жаңа идеяларды іске асырып жатып, бақыттан ғана өткенді қылыппыз.
Thanks to STEM, we create new technologies, solving global challenges, and explore space.
Right now, I can't improve the work with my current engineering skills. However, First Global provides an opportunity to develop my skills.
We are excited to be able to meet new friends from different countries, demonstrate our robot, represent our country, and see Singapore.
One theme in that video was talking about how time has flown, and even though some of these teams get their robot parts and pieces before others, I can tell you that competition flies by here. We start on this grind and then we blink and we're on day 3 already. So in 5 seconds, we're gonna get down to field 5. We get it going now in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
Talk about time flying by. We're already at match 252. It's going to be played on the Red Alliance by the U.S. Virgin Islands, Team Kyrgyzstan, and People's Republic of China. They're playing against the Blue Alliance that's going to be formed by Team Maldives, Team Grenada, and Team Jamaica.
One of the unique features, not just of Olympic-style competition, but certainly the first global challenge, is how all of these countries are coming from different parts of the globe, but are also different sizes and have different levels of experience in the world of STEM and robotics.
Yes, we're trying to give them, an equal or a level playing field for all of them. The teams each receive one kit from Rev Robotics, which are the components that they need to utilize to build their robot. Now, the differences that we see in between each robot or each team's the way that they're performing is coming from how they were able to interpret and just design their strategy and the robots on the game.
That hydrogen tank that you just saw, again, has some partitions and slits made of plastic in the midsection of it. The reason why is because it's going to be separating those oxygen particles from the hydrogen particles. The hydrogen stays in the tank. The oxygen, meanwhile, actually needs to be taken out by a human player. It cannot be thrown into those oxygen accumulators unless it's landed in those electrolyzers in the bottom corners that you see right now.
And we've seen plenty of that during the last few matches, where some of those oxygen atoms have sneaked their way onto the top of the hydrogen tank. And it affects the teams so much because they have to drag their hydrogen tank all the way to the other corner into the regional zone to take those oxygen atoms, which might be a deal breaker on having to get the tank on time and aligned under the oxygen accumulator.
I was going to see, as you saw just recently, that pivoted door open up, depositing some of those hydrogen particles. It looks like right now we've got the U.S. Virgin Islands that is down for the count. But thankfully, again, one of the hallmarks of the competition is that there are two other robots in that regional alliance, and they're sure putting the work in right now.
So we have hydrogen atoms being deposited by both alliances. It was Team Grenada for the Red Alliance, and now they're pushing that hydrogen tank. It looks like they're gonna get, we're gonna have to wait and see what our scorekeepers say, but we're down to last 18 seconds. The Blue Alliance trying to get there as well from Team Maldives. I think we're gonna have at least two teams with that partial alignment and 1.2 conversion multiplier.
Now, just as I said that the U.S. Virgin Islands was down for the count, I mean, look at them. They actually pushed their hydrogen tank for their alliance, not just under the oxygen accumulator for alignment. They're actually almost there achieving support as well, but now the referees need to come out and establish what the proficiency points look like across both alliances.
So I think I was looking into at least one robot being an expert proficiency by being fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure. We're gonna see that on the scores because we're not down on the field to look at the fact of if it's elevated or not, but we might have had one with expert proficiency, 4 with intermediate proficiency, and that would boost up the scores up to maybe 30 points for each alliance.
We go from proficiency to efficiency, and that last little segment of that instant replay, you saw what looked to be an unbelievable amount of hydrogen particles. These bins are getting more filled as the competition goes on. They're getting much, much better, I would argue, at getting those green particles, which are smaller, by the way, than the oxygen in the appropriate spots on the field.
They're much smaller, they're harder to handle. We got to talk to some teams who actually decided to take that as the base of their strategy thinking. I believe that all teams are going to have a harder time maneuvering the balls that are a little bit smaller. So they decided to build their intake specifically for those hydrogen atoms. Some other teams decided to go on the other way around, and they decided to focus only on the oxygen and the human player. But that's what's going to make alliances work. The strengths of each robot just being pulled together, and they're going to have to play towards it.
Congratulations to another triple-digit figure. We have not seen too many of them in competition, but I believe as the day progresses, particularly in playoffs, we're going to see more and more of it. So to the People's Republic of China, Team Kyrgyzstan, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, congratulations.
Congratulations also to the People's Republic of China, who is currently ranked at number 5. But taking you guys here back to us on the booth, our next guest is Dr. Kelly Levin, the Chief of Science, Data, and Systems Change for the Bezos Earth Fund. In this role, she brings data, analysis, and evidence to inform the fund's strategic direction. Kelly is also co-director of the Systems Change Lab, which monitors, learns from, and accelerates the transformational change required to protect people and the planet. Kelly, it really is an honor to have you here with us on the booth.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's amazing to be here.
So, with the position that you hold, you get to work a lot with data, and you have like a uniquely informed perspective on addressing climate change. Do you think you could share some of your most important insights on understanding the position of climate change in the planet in 2023?
Sure. I think there are two stories that are to be held a little bit inconveniently. On the one hand, things are going really badly. We're starting to see extreme weather take place across the world, devastating communities from fires and storms and sea level rise and heat events. And on the other hand, we're seeing tremendous innovation, including on the field, for some of the greatest solutions that we're going to be required to have to address climate change. And it's hard to take these two truths at the same time, but it gives you some hope that we're going to be able to solve this crisis.
Well, in order to do something with that hope, you need tangible results and people who are invested in trying to make that change possible. We talk about this nebulous, right, ability of ours to try to impart that change. But in terms of a more tangible response, where are we now on emissions compared to where we need to be from your perspective? And frankly, what's the scale of the response that we need, again, in a concrete sense?
Yeah, so things are going to be challenging. After COVID, we saw a dip of emissions and then they continued to rise. We basically need to turn that totally around. We need to peak emissions and half it this decade. So in 7 years' time, halving emissions, and then getting to net zero emissions by mid-century. That is an unprecedented scale of emission reductions, but we're starting to see some of the innovations that would be required to make that happen.
And so I want to talk a little bit about how the Bezos Earth Fund is actually a gold sponsor for First Global here today. We're extremely grateful for you guys supporting the cause. I want to know, how does an organization like First Global align with the Bezos Earth Fund's climate initiatives?
So for us, we're looking at two things. One is innovative solutions to address climate change, hydrogen being a critical one, especially for those solutions that are going to be hard to electrify with renewable energy, with heavy-duty transport and heavy industry. So some of the innovations that the teams are working with are going to be critical, and we're looking for new leadership. And these are the leaders of our future. I hope the leaders of today, because we need them more than ever.
Well, Dr. Levin, we're deeply appreciative for your leadership as well in the Bezos Earth Fund. So again, I know Marlene had mentioned it, but thank you so much for your support of us over the years. We got to get you back down to the field for our next round of action. We start up on field 5 in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
We're starting match 255. The time is flying by. We have Team Lebanon, Team Malta, and Team South Africa for the Red Alliance. They're playing with and against the Blue Alliance that's conformed by Team Serbia, Suriname, and Kuwait.
Got to give a shout out to Lebanon as a team. They call themselves the, quote, techno geeks. I think we are all nerds and geeks at the end of the day. I proudly call myself one. All of our kids need to accept that as well. They are a group of 13 bright minds carrying the hopeful spirit of Lebanon. Their team was actually born in 2021, so they've been coming to fruition for the last 2 years. They say that they're not just students, they're future problem solvers.
So it looks like we have actually the two alliance partners from Lebanon on the Red Alliance. We have Team Malta and Team South Africa making their way towards the electrolyzers. It looks like their human players have gotten a ton of experience. And I want to talk a little bit about what Dr. Kelly Levin was telling us about how, you know, we have the future leaders and the future engineers here with us on First Global. The fact that these students, some of which have had zero experience with robotics before, were able to build a robot like it is, were able to get to where they are today, is an overall inspiration, even for me, and I'm older than they are.
I was going to say, this experience is something you can't replicate or make up. You just have to be here in order to believe it. We're halfway through this match as well, and believe it or not, we're actually entering the final day of competition here, so I know that everyone is looking to put their stamp on this thing as they head out of Singapore Arena later today.
Talk about Team South Africa for the Red Alliance is trying to focus on pushing the hydrogen tank, getting the perfect alignment, hopefully activating the fuel cell. As for the, no, it looks like, wait, are they taking it to the other side? Oh, they had some oxygen atoms right on the top. You see, Tim, that's what we were talking about, how it could really affect the overall strategy and result of the match, having to go all the way back to the regional zone.
Well, thankfully, that's not the only way to accrue points. You're seeing the Red Alliance, even though there's a little bit of a traffic jam in that top left corner, using those oxygen particles to throw them all the way across the field. Hopefully, we can get that replay up on our telestrator for you in a couple of minutes.
We're still seeing some more hydrogen points being pushed in. It looks like the Red Alliance is close to the oxygen accumulator, so is the Blue Alliance trying to locate it. We only have 15 seconds left, and I really hope they're able to get that 1.2 or 1.3 conversion multiplier to amp up their scores.
Yeah, Marlene, we are referencing those multipliers, but it reflects partial and full alignment, so can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, so partial alignment represents the combustion of hydrogen to produce heat. When we mix the hydrogen and the oxygen, we get combustion, but it's not as efficient because we have some heat losses. That's why the teams are only going to be getting a 1.2 conversion multiplier. However, if they're able to align perfectly under the oxygen accumulator and get all of those oxygen particles call in, which we call full alignment, represents a combination of these atoms in a fuel cell to produce electricity. This is the most efficient way to use hydrogen's energy, and it's going to have a very important perk, which is that the only result that we're going to have from the conversion of energy is water. This is going to be the only, how do I say this? The only element that's going to be coming out from that process. So it's going to be very, very important for us to focus on fuel cells and on the conversion of hydrogen and oxygen in the most efficient way.
And while we're waiting on those scores from the judges, we've got our telestrator ready to roll. We talked about this little bit of a traffic jam that you see in that top left corner, again, making it hard for alignment for both groups. But meanwhile, you've got the Red Alliance. That's not going to stop them from taking those oxygen particles that are deposited in that electrolyzer and still throwing them across the field. So again, even if there are those traffic jams, multiple ways to get points in this game, and that also includes the area of the field, frankly, that is in the middle towards the end when we talk about endgame.
I also want to talk about, if you're able, to pause it right here. I'm going to put pause on it. We're able to see how we have kind of like a traffic jam between the Red and the Blue Alliance on the field by having both of those hydrogen tanks together. That's going to be quite an obstacle in this case specifically for the Blue Alliance in order to push it into the perfect alignment on the oxygen accumulator, but
sorry, Marlene, I was going to say in that split screen, you saw that unrivaled amount of focus coming from those teams. You're going to get live action shots of them. Their facial expressions really do say it all. Think about the anticipation that is built up into this moment, and all of it unfolds in only 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, but we're going to have some more awards today as we go. So to the teams that maybe aren't performing as they expected down on the matches, maybe their average score isn't as good as they thought it was going to be, remember that you still have the chance to be one of those 8 randomized teams that's going to join us during playoffs, and you also have the chance to earn one of those qualitative awards for the work that you've put in to the program in general.
Now, we might be waiting for these scores for a little bit longer, given that traffic jam that we just highlighted, but in ultimate reality, we actually had that Red Alliance with a 72-point delta, despite the fact that a penalty might have happened on that field.
We have all 3 teams from the Red Alliance climbing up on the rankings, which is great. But you know, here in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math, we have a transformative power to bring youth together to collaborate. Our next video embodies how empowering the next generation can tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow, and it can create change that far outlasts us.
The future may seem formidable.
Each day a new challenge to overcome.
But no obstacle is truly invincible.
When we work together,
as one.
Algunas personas solo ven problemas.
Pero nosotros vemos incontables oportunidades.
Bởi vì chúng tôi có những công cụ để giải quyết chúng.
و جوامع ما بهتر است.
We may be young,
but our paths are clear.
IT specialist.
Teacher.
Ingeniero.
Se trata de algo más que una carrera.
STEM es un estilo de vida. Both big and small.
所以，不管我们的背景和教养
We are empowered to play our part
in improving life for all.
podemos resolver los desafíos de nuestra propia generación.
Ensure water purification.
Enhance energy creation.
تسهيل الحفاظ على المحيطات.
Revolucionar a educação.
Develop sustainable urbanization.
Nature conservation. Further transportation.
And many other innovations.
And in the process, transform the lives and well-being
of people from all nations.
And now it starts
With me.
with me, Sahakin,
With me.
with me,
Y contigo.
To the youth who are around the world, please take a page out of that playbook. Maddie, I see you in particular. Do not be a problems-focused person. Be a solutions-oriented person. That's what these kids are doing in the next game as well. We started up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew.
We're starting our match 258. For the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Turkey, Team Vanuatu, and Team Dominica. They're playing with and against, but also with, in collaboration with the Blue Alliance, which is Team Jordan, Team Morocco, and Team Turkmenistan.
Now, these alliances change from match to match, so this will be the first time that you have seen this unique set of 6 countries participating both alongside and against one another. We focused on this with Dean Cayman earlier today, that fundamental part of what is called coopertition. It's definitely part of this game and something we've seen every year since 2017 in DC.
And that term is coming from further back, you know, in FIRST in general, all the FIRST programs try to focus on the fact that you don't need losers to have winners. We can all propel everyone around us to just do better and do better overall.
Now, Morocco, one of the countries competing here, is one of the only nations in the world that borders the Atlantic and Mediterranean, well, Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. So you're thinking about an exchange of goods, services over thousands and thousands of years. But right now, it's the exchange of ideas and opinions that matter in this arena, and something that we truly marvel at watching.
We marvel at watching just the teams in general. We currently have on screen Team Jordan, who has access to both hydrogen and oxygen in the robot. I believe they're gonna have to go all the way back to the electrolyzer to deposit those, but let's see if they decide to instead drop all of those intentionally into the hydrogen tank and then make their way back to the reservoir boundary.
And as these teams make their way back home into their various communities, trust when I say that they're going to be catalyzing and creating avenues of change. We have many different examples up here in the booth that we have thrown at you, whether it be interviews or small little video vignettes. And again, we got to give a shout out to our first global production crew in sending those to you.
We really couldn't be here without them. I don't know what I'd be doing without our production crew. But they are what's giving you guys a great show. And talking about great show, we currently have Team Dominica that was getting close to the hydrogen tank, trying to deposit some of those balls to get 1 point per each. We're down to the last 20 seconds.
We said it earlier on, folks, innovators have risen from adversity. There's adversity in each one of these sets of games, 2.5 minutes in total. Right now, each one of these hydrogen and oxygen particles is worth a total of 1 point. We'll see if the current frame gets that basket up and over that lip for the Red Alliance. It looks like they're struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, you know, the time is over for our match. The team decided to focus on dropping in some of those hydrogen atoms into the tank instead of pushing it to the oxygen accumulator. Because as we've discussed before, alignment is important, but it only, how can I say this? It only expands the points that you were able to get from the hydrogen and the oxygen balls. So if you don't really have that many, it might be a better idea to focus on getting more atoms into the tank than to pushing it all the way to the oxygen accumulator.
That's a very good point. So as you look at the scores, when we ultimately get them, go from the top all the way down. Again, the single points we're talking about in the form of hydrogen and oxygen are going to be 1 point per particle.
Yes.
As we get into those multipliers, depending on the number of particles you've got, that's really the impact it's going to have on your overall score. Again, even in these qualifying matches, however, we talk about gracious professionalism, and we drop that lowest qualifying score as well.
Yes, because, you know, we want to give the kids some grace. You're not always going to perform your best, and that's not only going to be in the matches, but in life in general. So we want to give them that opportunity to, if they stumble a little, just try to do better in the next matches, and you're going to do fine. And it looks like for the Blue Alliance, they did just fine with 51 points. Team Jordan, Team Morocco, Team Turkmenistan, and both alliances were able to get those 25 proficiency points.
In terms of the next points, we got to get down to the field where we are ready for an interview. Melissa, take it away.
Yeah. Can you please speak slowly so I can understand?
Hi, I'm here at the field with Team Morocco. How are you feeling after that match you guys just won?
Oh, so we feel so happy, of course. We did a pretty good job with the 2 other teams. So hopefully for the other matches too.
Great. And then how are you planning on changing the strategy, if at all, for the rest of the day?
Honestly, it depends on the 2 other teams that we will play with. Maybe we can change it, but yeah, it depends. Hopefully we won't.
Awesome. Okay. And what are you looking forward to in general? What's been your favorite part of Singapore?
Oh, first of all, the architecture. It's all those huge, huge places, all the monuments there, and all the environment offers global, meeting other peoples with other cultures too, from different continents, different, like it's a different world, honestly.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of your first global, and congrats on how far you guys have come. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. This next team's motto is Innovate, Inspire, Impact. Let's learn more about Team Djibouti.
Bonjour, je me nomme Sunita Satyapal. Je suis membre de la team Djibouti et je participe cette année au First Global Challenge 2023.
La coopération incarne la collaboration entre des individus ou des groupes pour atteindre des objectifs communs. L'alliance est une importance capitale pour le succès de toute équipe, car elle rassemble des compétences complémentaires et favorise l'échange d'idées.
Participating in the Global Challenge offers a range of benefits, including engineering and programming, and global awareness.
Ils favorisent la résolution de problèmes et s'appliquent au quotidien. Ils offrent diverses opportunités de carrière, apportent des solutions aux défis mondiaux tels que le changement climatique et sont essentiels pour le First Global Challenge.
La participation au First Global Challenge a le potentiel de bénéficier à Djibouti et au monde en favorisant l'éducation STEAM, en renforçant les compétences techniques, en encourageant la collaboration mondiale et les solutions innovantes aux problèmes urgents.
Yes, this theme is very important because hydrogen is present almost everywhere in the world and it's a sustainable and clean energy factor. Therefore, considering hydrogen horizons involves exploring the different ways in which it can be produced, stored and used to address critical global challenges.
Trying to come up with innovative solutions to pressing problems. We're going to press you all at home down to field 5 for our next match, which is ready in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
We're going to have on the field for match 261, it's Team Djibouti, Team Burundi, and Team Germany on the Red Alliance. And over for the Blue Alliance, it's going to be Team Bhutan, Team Papua New Guinea, and our gracious hosts, Team Singapore.
It's been a blast being here. We're deeply appreciative, again, to the host nation of Singapore. And Singapore Expo Arena, mind you, is only going to get louder throughout this day. I'm telling you, compared to the first day of competition, Marlene, I'm having a hard time hearing everybody up here in the booth.
And it's going to get harder as we go towards those final ranking matches, then to the qualifiers, then to the playoffs, and then for the finales.
Now, right now, you see both hydrogen tanks actually staying in their original location, so slightly different variation to this game than we've seen the first few play out earlier today. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance for Bhutan, their nation actually has the Gross National Happiness Index. It's used by the government as a measure of success, and goodness gracious, are we being successful on that happiness level here at this competition?
Oh, the happiness level here is up through the roof. And talking about roof, it looks like their scores are going to be higher and higher as we see various robots, gaining access to both atoms, but also some being thrown by, I believe it was Team Bhutan, into the oxygen accumulator. That's a strategy that we've mentioned. We thought we were going to be seeing more often, but it's very interesting getting to see some robots actually achieving it.
I was going to say the first Nobel Prize in Physics was, believe it or not, awarded to Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen in 1901 for his discovery of X-rays in Germany. And that team has been an absolute ray of sunshine here, particularly in this match. 50 seconds remaining in it, folks.
We used to have, I can't really see it on the screen, they're still there, 2 teams from the Alliance trying to deposit hydrogen atoms. I'm focusing on Team Burundi, which is one of those. Their national country's motto is Ubumwe, Ibikorwa, Itarambere, which means unity, work, progress, and they're exemplifying all of those 3 mottos in the field by trying to work as a team.
We're seeing some flags fly with a little bit more ferocity today than yesterday, and I don't just mean on the robots, folks. It looks like we have a penalty infringement in this particular game. I think it's the second or third that we've seen today.
We're going to have to see, a yellow flag is actually given by our referees when a team is breaking one of the rules. It's not going to necessarily affect the scores, and if it happened to, if they wouldn't be taking points out of that alliance. They would actually be awarded into the other alliance instead. So even if you happen to do a penalty, it wouldn't affect you negatively. It would just benefit the alliance that you're going to be playing against.
Again, we're trying not to detract or take away from any of these young leaders and learners that made it so far just to get it to this competition, let alone to create change for the future. So as Marlene mentioned, you'll see that bonus awarded to the opposite alliance. It should be at the bottom of the ticker tape once those referees, rather, get those scores up for us.
And you know, the scores, we keep telling you guys, we're waiting for them, but they're no easy task. We have the hydrogen points, oxygen points, conversion multiplier, some robotics proficiency, the cooperation bonus, and that all together comes out for the score of one single alliance in every match. It's quite a task.
Different ways of accomplishing the same goal. One of those previous shots showed a retractable claw that grabbed one of those hydrogen particles at a time, and I can guarantee you every little bit here, folks, makes a difference, and that certainly is true when we're talking about the global problem of climate change that we all need to solve. Again, we talked to Dr. Levin earlier on about the scale and scope of which we need to address this problem, and we've got to answer these questions pretty quickly.
I also think that, you know, handling one single atom might not be as fast as maybe of other strategies, but they're definitely going to have way more precision on what they want to focus on. We've seen how when some teams try to take so many of these atoms inside, they're not as efficient in getting them all in. So working one by one and solving, you know, one problem by problem might be the best idea for some of the strategies.
And one by one, you can see again that Blue Alliance with one game so far played in this day, Singapore, Bhutan, and Papua New Guinea coming out on top. In the meantime, we've got a pit interview ready to roll. Blair, let's do it, my man.
Thanks, we're in the pits and I am learning Polish. Zaka Pichu Pichu, which means?
Zaka Spicia Picia, which means no drinking in the pits.
So this is a safety tongue twister that Team Poland is enforcing in their pits. No drinking in the pits. So we're talking about what's happening in the pits, but also what's happening in the pool. What's going on at the hotel, guys?
Well, at the hotel we meet with other teams, and we're having different races at the pool with, for example, Norway. They're best swimmers. We can beat them. Well, we talk about different things like cold weather in Norway. It's too cold.
It's too cold. It's very hot here. So that could be the biggest surprise yet at First Global, is that Team Norway are the best swimmers in the pool. For all these other island nations, and Team Norway is the best swimmers, right? Who else went to a First Global before? Somebody was in Geneva? You're in Geneva? What's the difference between this First Global and Geneva?
I think this is really warm challenge, because the last First Global Challenge was in Singapore.
In Geneva.
In
Geneva, it was much cooler. It is very warm here, but we're inside in air conditioning and we're all having fun, right? Yeah. All right, good luck and the final day of competition. We'll send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Blair. Much appreciated. We are about to enter, folks, match 264. We're going to have over 300 in store in these qualifying rounds. But now we got the next round of action behind us. You see 5 fields of play, folks, as this boom makes its way up and over our shoulders. The middle piece of the park is what we are focusing on. That's why those lights are ready to roll. And so is this game. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew.
I love seeing the students have fun, especially when we have alumni from previous years. But right now on the field, what we have is match 264, with the Red Alliance being played by Sweden, Georgia, and Paraguay, playing against and with the Blue Alliance, which is formed by Team Burkina Faso, Great Britain, and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Now, many things that we use on a daily basis yet likely take for granted come from the nation of Sweden, such as the pacemaker, adjustable wrench, styrofoam, and dynamite. Trust me, no one needs a pacemaker out here. They are absolutely setting the pace of play here in the waning rounds of these qualifying competitions.
They definitely are, and I love being able to see how some of these teams might, I hadn't really thought of it, they might have alumni within their organization, whether it's in students or in mentors, that could give them an upper hand on what strategy would be best to take, not only on the field, but also for some other submitted awards.
We're saying upper hand. Now we've got an upper basket unloading for the Red Alliance. Those hydrogen particles, you see them sift through and filter down to the bottom of those hydrogen tanks. At the 30-second mark, once those tanks have been pushed underneath those oxygen accumulators, we call it alignment. Each team can unload those oxygen particles at their convenience.
We were talking about precision earlier before. You can currently see on the screen how both alliances' hydrogen tanks are going to be one next to the other. Teams are going to have to be more precise and more careful on where they want to drop their hydrogen tanks, unless they want to give some free points to the other alliance by dropping it on the wrong one.
We've got thumbs up, we've got fist pumps, and that action is going to be happening consistently on this field throughout the day. Right now, you're seeing endgame started at least, even though it might be preempted by one of those robots, just trying to get some prime real estate in the middle of that reservoir hub and hydrogen hub in order to accrue those much-needed proficiency points at the very end, which get tacked on.
We're getting close to the end of the match, the last 30 seconds, and we have the team Burkina Faso, the land of honest men, on the field. If I'm being honest, I'm nervous to see how many of those robots are going to be able to go back in if they still have to push the hydrogen tank all the way to the accumulator. I don't think any of those, or well, at least not both of those alliances, are going to focus on the alignment points, because we already have 5 teams trying to get within the reservoir hub.
Only 10 seconds remain. It looks like we got one of those robots, potentially 2 that are outside the confines of that hydrogen hub. But make no mistake, folks, all of these teams are still going to get those points at the very end. So again, one of the unique features of this type of challenge is not just the how you can score those points, but the fact that they're communal and shared.
Yes, and I think I was able to see right at the end that one of the robots was able to get hung up by that hydrogen hub structure. It's noisy feet, and it looks like they were able to do it. That would give all 6 teams of both alliances 10 points by having expert proficiency and being fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure.
Those intake systems are working feverishly, as are these athletes from around the globe. The focus is palpable. The anticipation is absolutely there as well. We are finishing this event, folks, believe it or not, on a very, very high note. Even if that energy and enthusiasm can be positive or negative, I guarantee you at the end of the day, we're just excited to bring you all that action.
We're excited to bring it to you, and you know, we've done it before on previous years, but I love that we've been able to see a growth, and not just in the organization and the number of teams that we have here with us, but also a growth on the capabilities of each country's robots and their teams in general. That's the type of legacy that we're trying to achieve as the competition goes by year.
And talk about the capabilities of these referees as well, right? After every one of those games, and you can see them in the background right now, they are frenetically trying to pick up every moving component of this game in order to reset it for the next one. But we've got to get you those scores. Right now, we're looking at Sweden, Georgia, and Paraguay with that 14-point delta. Congrats to them.
And it looks like we were able to get those 25 proficiency points for both alliances, which are going to be helping them greatly in climbing up those rankings.
Now, the next person joining us in the booth is Dr. Sunita Satyapal. She is the director for the U.S. Department of Energy's Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office and coordinates activities across offices for the U.S. DOE hydrogen program. She has been with the department for over 20 years and previously served as the chief engineer and deputy program manager for the Fuel Cell Technologies Office. The U.S. DOE is also a sponsor of the 2023 First Global Challenge. Doctor, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
In terms of me starting this off, I want to start by thanking the DOE in particular for their sponsorship of this wonderful event. Can I ask how an initiative like this supports the department's goals for a clean energy future?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you so much for organizing this and the invitation. This is so exciting. And so hydrogen is one part of a really comprehensive portfolio. So the administration goals include net zero by 2050, and we have a national hydrogen strategy now for the United States. And STEM, encouraging early career, basically advancing science, engineering, all of that fits in as part of our entire portfolio of activities.
And so, Doctor, today we have thousands of students, mentors, and volunteers in attendance with us. Some of them might be considering, to go into the field of hydrogen or just energy in general. Can you tell us why people should consider trying the hydrogen field or maybe look into other fields in the energy department?
Sure, there's so much excitement. If you look at just the U.S. national strategy for hydrogen, we see the opportunity for 100,000 jobs by 2030, so that's really soon. And the national strategy calls for 5 times more hydrogen than today, clean hydrogen, so 50 million metric tons. The U.S. already produces about 10% of the global capacity. And so if we can get clean hydrogen globally, We see the potential for huge emissions reductions, air quality improvements. In the US alone, it could account for 10% of our total emissions reductions to get to our net zero goals. And so lots of opportunities for new jobs, hydrogen production, delivery, storage, fuel cells, end-use applications. So really exciting time.
And really exciting, Doctor. I would argue that the central theme of this event focuses on hydrogen technology, but also international cooperation, frankly. It's the umbrella that this whole thing has been focused on in the pursuit of our clean energy goals. Can you speak to the importance of that global cooperation for reaching a clean energy future for us all?
Yes, and we have so many international collaborations. In fact, we just had the 20th anniversary of the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy with 24 countries, and so we meet with our counterparts. And I'll mention we have an early career network now just for hydrogen with 40 countries, and it's run by students and early career professionals. So great opportunity to advance the technology.
We've greatly enjoyed the opportunity getting to speak with you, Doctor. Our time is short, though. We got to get you back to the field 5 for our next matchup, which starts up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
So thank you again to Dr. Sunita Satyapal, the director of the U.S. Department of Energy. But now we're going down to the field, and match 267 for the Red Alliance. We have Team Comoros, Team Dominican Republic, and Team Palestine, who are going to be playing against and with the Blue Alliance, which is going to be formed by Team Montenegro, Team Cuba, and Team Spain.
These teams right now look to be leaving those hydrogen tanks still in that corner of the field, but right now, I was going to say the oxygen particles are going to be put at a premium, trying to get them to those electrolyzers. You just saw that in the foreground a couple seconds ago.
And we were talking previously, Tim, about how important it is going to be precise on the depositing of hydrogen and oxygen balls as the strategies play off on the next matches. I think we were being able to see Team Comoros gaining access to one oxygen ball and giving it back to that human player as precisely as we've seen.
It's really cool to watch not just the robotic elements that are at play, but then that human element and interaction as well. Where else on the planet are you going to be able to see so many different layers to this game unfold? It makes every single 2.5-minute game, regardless of who's playing, look exponentially different. So from us in the booth to you at home, please stick around. Again, no one game is going to be the same.
And talk about, every game, not every game being the same. We've seen different games as we've gone by 7 years of challenges. I believe this is the 7th first global challenge we've had since we started in 2017. It's been amazing to see the evolvement of the competition from the start.
And an amazing minute and a half thus far. It looks like the left side right now of that hydrogen hub is wide open and vacant for some of those teams to enter. They can do so at any point, but in that last 30 seconds, that's likely when you're going to see that mad dash and scramble.
What we're seeing scrambled right now is those hydrogen atoms within the hydrogen tank for the Blue Alliance that is being pushed into the oxygen accumulator. So what I've noticed is that some of the alliances are trying to not only get them closer to that area, but also push it in with some time to spare before they're able to listen to that 30-second mark. Because once the 30-second mark hits, you might not have that much reaction time to go and push it all the way in, to align it perfectly, and then also make your way back into the hydrogen hub.
And we hope that you make your way back to us in the years to come. Trust me, folks, this competition is only going to grow in size over time. And right now we're seeing how the scores can grow with those proficiency points. We might have full support.
Yes, I think that's Team Dominican Republic, and I also believe I saw Team Cuba trying to get fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure. As a reminder, even though they started out in different alliances in the beginning of the match, for the last 30 seconds, both alliances combined into one single global alliance. So those points of expert proficiency would be going to all 6 teams.
Those 6 teams play at a time, folks, but we've got 191 here descending on Singapore Expo. It has been the nexus of this world of STEM, and we are so grateful to have not just those kids from all over the world join us, but you at home who are streaming from home as well.
It was great to see that replay of the mechanism of how they're getting hung up. I believe it was Team Dominican Republic once again into the hydrogen hub. They have this type of claws, I think I'm going to call them. I'm sorry, English is my second language, so forgive my limited vocabulary. But it looks like they were using just a couple of arms to get themselves hung up and then doing kind of like a pull-up into the hydrogen hub, and that's going to get them to stay up there and get those 10 points from expert proficiency.
I love that. We're all flexing our muscles here without question. I think Dean even referenced it earlier today when we interviewed him. He said, listen, it's that 6 inches between the ears, and it's that muscle that's hanging in your head that we want to focus our time and fixate on, because frankly, all of us have that brain and that potential to use. The question is, are you going to make something of that potential? The potential for this event, as you can see, has tangibly grown in size over the years from 2017, and we're looking forward to seeing that continue to take shape in the years to come.
I'm also excited to see where that's going to take us, but for now, right now, I'm taking you back to those final scores of match ranking match number 267. It's 58 points for the Blue Alliance. They were able to get that 1.3 alignment multiplier, and look at that, 35 proficiency bonus points for both alliances.
Now, while many nations aspire to limit their carbon impact, there are very few, like Bhutan, that can boast being carbon negative. And as a country, that means success in terms of the gross national happiness index. It's no surprise to see the smiles on the faces of these students. Let's take a look.
And I am from Jakar Higher Secondary School, and I am currently leading the research team of Team Bhutan.
Costas Simonis, my name is Pema Chudan. I study in 11th grade at the Royal Academy, Bangla Saparo, and I lead the team media.
Hi, my name is Taonabu, and I currently study at Testia High Secondary School, and I am leading the programming team of Team Bhutan.
My name is Karma Kyatham, and I am from Testia Secondary School. I am currently leading the research team for Team Bhutan.
Hello, my name is Demanomo, and I am a member of Team Bhutan, and I lead the baking team. I think STEM is important to me because I think it helps me develop some problem solving, creative thinking, and critical thinking skills, which I think are essential for me in the later parts of my life.
STEM is important to humanity because it is used to solve some of the world's most pressing problems like healthcare and protecting environment.
I am passionate about technology, and to represent our country in the global stage is an opportunity of a lifetime.
I am interested in working in the hydrogen fuel project that could give our country an opportunity to diversify the energy source in meeting the increasing energy demand.
This year's theme perfectly aligns with the national value, which is cross-national happiness, which makes us the champion of environment.
How are you going to use your skills to make this world better? I couldn't agree anymore. We all have those skills to employ. We're going to see the skills of these 6 teams taking the field in a few seconds. We start this game up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We're going to be playing the Red Alliance with Team Mongolia, Team Luxembourg, and Team Cayman Islands. They're going to be playing against and with the Blue Alliance that's going to be formed by Team Cyprus, US Virgin Islands, and Uganda.
Now, Cyprus in that Blue Regional Alliance is one of few countries in the world that actually has its countries, the country outline, on its map. So I know that they're beaming with pride, but trust me, we are putting a lot of nations on the map and in the spotlight just by being here at this competition and inspiring change afterward.
As for the Blue Alliance, I believe it was Team US Virgin Islands who was taking, step all the way from the beginning of the match, pushing that hydrogen tank closer to the oxygen accumulator to help their teammates move over to that strategy of scoring points in the end.
Now, Marlene, as myself, someone who's still a neophyte with robotics, and someone who frankly was just introduced to this world a few years ago, what I love about these teams, right? And I coach the sport of lacrosse back home in the States. Everyone plays different positions. On these teams, you very much have different roles and different positions. We heard it from Bhutan. They had people in media, they had people in research, they had people in programming, in building and design. Everyone's got something different to bring to the table.
They really do, because those types of challenges and that type of performance is also going to be rewarded and recognized later today. It's not only about the robots. We have some awards that are, granted to how they were able to record the process of building their robot, to how they were able to spread the word of FIRST throughout the world. And so all of those different aspects that aren't only technology are also going to be recognized later today.
And as the effects of climate change spread across the globe, I was going to say both of these teams are trying to increase the spread between one another in these two alliances. They're duking it out right now. They've only got 40 seconds remaining in this match.
I want to give a very big shout out to one of the teams that we have on the field. You know, the fact that the country has acted on some regulations, Cayman Islands has been one of the only nations to successfully replenish coral reefs which had been lost to ocean acidification. So it's one of the countries that we want to be looking into as an example of how the government can help towards global change.
Listen, and when we talk about coral reefs in particular, that's something that you need to physically dive down to be able to see. So you're talking about problems beneath the surface, right? That's in a literal, again, and metaphorical sense, a reflection of these problems, right? Even if you can't tangibly see it, that doesn't mean that there aren't impacts that are being made good or bad.
Oh, but I could tangibly see Team Cyprus being hung up at the hydrogen hub on the last 30 seconds. I think we have two teams within the reservoir have been supported by the bottom of the field. One of them, Team Cyprus, being hauled up by the hydrogen hub. If I'm right, we could have 20 points awarded for both alliances on the side of proficiency.
And there are no holdups here, folks. The action continues to come at you, whether you are tuning in live here in Singapore Expo or from home. Everything is going to continue to come throughout the day here, and these intro matches are going for the next couple of hours here.
Yep, we're going to go all the way over 315 matches. And remember, that's not all of it. That's only our ranking matches. Later today, we're going to be going to our playoff tournament. We're going to be going to our finales. We're going to have a award ceremony. We're going to have a closing show. So even though this is the last day, we're just getting started.
And I was going to say, it is a heck of a party here. We're just grateful to, frankly, be a part of it. Those replays, those camera shots are coming at you after every sequential game. So again, the action's going to be nonstop. Some of those views are going to be coming from nations big and small, and from competitors and alliances that are going to be shifting. So congrats in particular to that Red Alliance here.
Talk about shifting. They were able to get 37 points here in the Red Alliance, and we have both alliances getting 25 proficiency points and 1.3 alignment multiplier. They activated the fuel cell as they should. We're going to go down to the field to talk to one of those winning team members. Let's go.
Hi, I'm here at the field with Team Cayman Islands. How are you feeling after that really close match?
We're feeling very good. We're a bit disappointed because a few of our things weren't working, but in the end we can learn from it and build on that. So it's all about teamwork, and yeah, we're building on that.
Okay, and how was it working and collaborating with teams from other countries?
It's a very good experience meeting other people from different cultures, but it's a great thing that everyone's here from over 190 countries with the same goal of uniting kids through robotics.
Awesome. That's what we're here for. Good luck with the rest of the competition and enjoy the day. Back to you guys in the booth.
Now I want us to go take a look at a very special team full of Chadian students. Let's go take a look at their video.
Nous sommes la Team Tchad! Le Tchad est l'un des plus grands pays enclavés du monde, à la fois dans le centre et le nord de l'Afrique. Il couvre une superficie de 1 284 000 km² en forme longue. Il est un pays d'Afrique centrale, sans accès à la mer, frontalier de la Libye au nord, du Soudan à l'est, de la République centrafricaine au sud, du Niger à l'ouest, du Nigeria à l'ouest-sud-ouest et du Cameroun au sud-sud-ouest. Sa capitale se nomme N'Djamena. Unité Travail-Progrès est la devise nationale de la République du Tchad. Son drapeau est le bleu, jaune, rouge. Le bleu symbolise le ciel, le jaune symbolise le soleil et le désert du Sahara, et le rouge symbolise l'unité de la nation et le sang de nos martyrs.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Assalamu alaikum. La Fialessi. Nous affrontons First Global Challenge 2023.
Malgré que notre pays soit en retard dans les métiers du STM, notre génération ose. Contre vents et marées,
notre robot va défier
l'horizon hydrogène à Singapour.
Inch'Allah.
As you saw, the red on their nation's flag symbolizes the unity of the nation. And trust me, we're seeing 191 teams unite here and convene. The whole world is here on this stage right now. We take it to center stage, field 5, for the next match. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go, everyone.
For the Red Alliance on match 273, we're going to have Team Congo, Team Marshall Islands, and Team Lesotho on the field. They're playing against Team Guam, Team Czechia, and Team Feathered States of Micronesia.
still want to make sure that we have the limelight on that Team Chad, who right now is not in this match. They, quote, say that the participation of young Chadian talents in the first global challenge is a source of great pride for their country. It testifies to the capacity of young Chadians to innovate and to contribute positively to the scientific and technological development of their country.
And Tim, on the field, we were currently seeing, or previously to now, I believe that is Team Marshall Islands, but I want to focus for a bit on the Team Guam that was on the field getting close to that hydrogen hub. You know, their country mentions that they're surrounded by water, and so they're actually having right now a program and looking into the process of splitting, seawater. When they're able to split the seawater, they would be able to use hydrogen for producing and delivering electricity, which is pretty incredible if you ask me, because seawater is very, very, very abundant in just most of the countries around the world.
I was going to say it's quite plentiful, as are the level of scores here. We've seen some triple-digit figures so far today, folks. We'll see if we can get this happening as well in the last minute of action here on Field 5.
Bunch of movement within that reservoir, trying to get those hydrogen and oxygen atoms outside. It might be for two reasons: whether they want to have access to it all around the field, or they want to clear the reservoir area for that end game.
Now for Congo, they say they are here to look into new hydrogen horizons, but that's actually the name of the game that we are also playing here. Again, trying to focus on how to create and use not only sustainable energies, but cleaner energies and fuels as well.
We have Team Marshall Islands pushing their alliance's hydrogen tank all the way to that oxygen accumulator. Again, we're seeing that small line of, I think it's like a metal bar, I guess you could say, getting in the way. It seems like it's going to be happening quite often, but the Blue Alliance is going to be trying to do that same thing.
I was going to say, we'll hopefully get that up on our telestrator here in a few seconds for you, just so you can see how even if you get that hydrogen tank there, close might not be close enough. You're so close, and yet so far you got to get past that little metal outcropping.
And even, our match is over, but even within that hydrogen hub area, we still have some obstacles of the hydrogen and oxygen atoms that are left within, which is why some of the robots are trying to ingest some of them when they're already inside, to make room for the other teams around.
We are making room for 191 nations to convene in this Singapore Expo. It has been something we've been proud and happy and elated to do every year since 2017, folks. And as that competition has grown, so too have these leaders and learners. They also go home and try to grow STEM within their various communities. There are manifold ways in which we can impart and change that impact.
And I'm sorry, Tim, I think you were going to take us back to the telestrator, but I was just going to mention that the competition has grown, the scores have grown, but so has the spirit here in the competition. We were just hearing some ole, 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 ole on the field, which is just going to be getting louder as we go through the week.
And as each team tries to go to their respective oxygen accumulator, one of the problems that they're going to encounter is, in fact, that little metal outcropping that you see. That pin is something that presents one final, I would say, kind of like a speed bump at trying to get into those extra points.
But that was no obstacle for the Blue Alliance, who managed to get the win with 25 points for all three teams on their alliance. We also had 20 points on the proficiency bonus for all of them, so that's going to be going to all 6 teams.
I believe we've got a pit interview locked and loaded, so Blair, if you are ready, let's take it away.
By the practice field, which is another super important place in the pits. Teams come here to practice before their matches. I'm here with a member of Team Madagascar. What's your name?
Okay, my name is Manasu, and I am so happy to be interviewed here now.
So tell me, your team is here by the practice field. Why is the team practicing now?
Yes, because there are many things that we must adjust, because we must be ready and just being ready and ready, because there are some difficulties that we haven't been resolved until now. So that's why we are here. Yeah.
So you told me this is the first time you've ever traveled on an airplane. How was it?
Well, it was exciting and it was amazing. And now I don't want to return in my country because I see many things amazing, like wow.
You're going to go home, though, right?
No.
I think we'll get her on a plane. All right, back to the booth with Tim and Marlena. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. The next team says they are more than just a team. They are actually friends. Let's take a look at Team Italy.
Ciao a tutti, noi siamo il Team Italy, veniamo dalla provincia di Treviso nel nord Italia. Siamo contenti quest'anno di rappresentare la nostra nazione per Singapore e siamo contenti anche di partecipare alla First Global Challenge, essendo per noi la prima competizione global. Io sono Alberto, ho 17 anni e studio informatica e faccio parte del team di programmazione del robot.
Il nostro gruppo, pur essendo composto da ragazzi di diverse età e di diversi indirizzi della nostra scuola, è un gruppo molto unito e questo è per noi uno dei tanti punti di forza che rappresenta il nostro team, come anche la collaborazione e il gioco di squadra. Io sono Marzia, ho 17 anni e frequento il liceo scientifico nella nostra scuola e faccio parte della programmazione del robot.
Siamo orgogliosi di esserci aggiudicati questo posto a Singapore, così da poter trasmettere l'atmosfera italiana in tutto il mondo. L'Italia infatti è un posto fantastico, con piatti meravigliosi e posti fantastici. Io mi chiamo Eva, ho 16 anni, faccio il liceo scientifico e faccio parte della costruzione del robot.
La nostra scuola è specializzata nell'ambito degli STEM, che riteniamo un tassello molto importante nella nostra crescita e soprattutto nell'istruzione e nel mondo del lavoro. Queste competizioni che offre First sono un'occasione importantissima per crescere meglio insieme. Io sono Carlo, ho 18 anni e lavoro nel team di programmazione e di costruzione del robot.
Io sono Manuel, ho 18 anni e faccio parte del team di costruzione del robot. Studio automazioni e ho intenzione di andare a studiare ingegneria aerospaziale. Questo è tutto del Team Italy e non vediamo l'ora di arrivare a Singapore e partecipare a questa nuova competizione.
Italy was one of 14 EU nations to actually meet their renewable energy goals. We'll see if they can meet the goal that they've set for themselves on this match. We started up in 3, 2, 1, begin.
So as Tim was mentioning, we're going to have Italy on the field for the Red Alliance. They're going to be playing right next and in cohesion with Haiti and Senegal. And for the Blue Alliance on the other side, we're going to have Team Bolivia, Team Peru, and Team Bangladesh. So, you know, two Spanish-speaking teams for that Blue Alliance. It might give them an upper hand.
And in terms of the hand that this team from Italy has shown, they've got a lot of experience over the years. In fact, they've got a decade's worth of time with each other. It formed nearly 10 years ago, as I said, in First Lego League, just a different branch of First.
And also on the rest of, for the Blue Alliance, Team Bangladesh actually has students who were previously in First Global and they are now serving as mentors. So that's going to give them some insight into what it's like even from before they got here.
That mentorship and ambassadorship is something that this competition knows all too well. Right now, we actually have Peru doing an exceptional job. I know we focused on them yesterday, but it looks like the bottom of their robot is completely loaded up with those hydrogen particles.
Yes.
Now they're loading up with oxygen on the tippy top.
You know, that that reservoir at the beginning of the field is going to be just like, kind of like a minefield, is that what you call it? Where they have everything together at the same spot where the team can just go and take as many hydrogen and oxygen atoms as they can. And as the match is going to be going along, they're going to have a harder time finding that much concentration of atoms in any corner of the field.
After that hydrogen deposit right there, remember there are 4 different processes involved in this game. There's the production at the very beginning, but then you need to actually store those particles. That's step number 2. After that, you've got to be able to transport them, what you're seeing right now, hopefully into those oxygen accumulators, and then finally the conversion process that typically happens in the last 30 seconds.
Yes, on the screen we have Team Bolivia for the Blue Alliance trying to deposit those hydrogens. Again, we're seeing one of those inclined ramps that we talked about earlier before. That's going to help them with the precision of the robot and where they deposit the hydrogen atoms on the field.
We have deposited you all, folks, if you're just tuning in match number 276. We are in triple-digit matches, but we also might see triple-digit scores here as a result of all of that hydrogen.
And I also think we're seeing 2 robots demonstrating expert proficiency being completely hung up and supported by the hydrogen hub structure. This is going to be super beneficial for both alliances. Also counting in that they both might have gotten perfect alignment. This is going to be some high scores.
I was going to say the scores are only going to build throughout the day. I'm sure as will the energy in this building, because again, this is the final day of competition, and the second half of the day after lunch is when we're going to get going with our playoffs.
Even for myself, the excitement is growing with every match. I can't wait to see how those rankings are going to be set by the end of match. I'm not really sure which is going to be the last match of the day. We're going to be presenting match 318. But afterwards is when we're going to have a final view on how the teams were able to do during the ranking matches of the competition. And that's when we're going to get our 8 alliances moving over to the next step of the competition.
You got to love the snippets and the instant replays. One of them from that previous little vignette I loved personally was seeing 3 different teams, 3 different countries, 3 different colored shirts, throwing those oxygen particles all the way across the field. That sense of community, right? That sense of camaraderie that we can all play in this game, and yet we have an ability to solve this problem that we also collectively face. It's something that's inspirational to watch, and it is absolutely pervasive. It emanates throughout this entire arena and is in the air that we are walking through here at Singapore Expo.
It is also a very unique experience. When else are teenagers going to get the opportunity to, I mean, they don't call it network, they're only teenagers or students, but when else are they going to be able to get the opportunity to make friends from students of other 190 countries? That's very unique. I never had that for myself.
And I didn't either. In terms of that platform, I think presenting our students with these types of opportunities and for them to have the ability to see, listen, this world is a really, really big place. That's something that gets lost, I feel like, on a lot of our youth today, and even on the beleaguered community of adults like ours that think that our problems are just becoming too big to solve. At the end of the day, it's these types of places, these avenues of growth that we're providing that make it possible. Congrats on that triple-digit score.
Yes, it looks like we have 25 proficiency points on both sides. We have 116 points on the Blue Alliance, and Team Bolivia, Team Peru, and Team Bangladesh are all going to be ranking up on the field.
And now we are bringing you up to the booth for our next guest. Her name is Veronica. She is the STEM Education and Innovation Manager within the Future Technologies Activity Project in Moldova. She plays a crucial role in the creation and implementation of programs that are radically transforming the country's education, preparing the human capital for the future, and driving advancements in science and technology. Veronica maintains a special focus on robotics, leading the growth of most important STEM initiatives in Moldova, the Educational Robotics Program. So thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Your program has had a major impact on STEM education in Moldova. In fact, 15%, I repeat that, 15% of all schools in Moldova were equipped with robotic sets and other educational technology. How did you do it?
Well, the robotics program in Moldova was launched in 2014 with a pilot initiative of 6 schools. The feedback we received in the first year of the implementation encouraged us to expand the program. And this was possible with the great support of our international donors. It's the US Agency for International Development, the government of Sweden and the United Kingdom, alongside the Ministry of Education of Moldova. Together with our partners, we provided robotics equipment, teachers training, educational materials to the schools, and since then we organize annual competitions and community building events for our community, for our schools. Now we have reached a network of 200 schools nationwide.
Wow, you mentioned 200 schools, which is just mind-blowing and I mean amazing just in general. And you've also mentioned, you know, that FIRST programs such as FIRST LEGO League, Challenge, and Explore are a key component to your initiative. Could you tell us a little bit more about how FIRST has helped you further your cause?
The core values like innovation, collaboration, teamwork, inclusion, and friendly competition are key to how students are learning through our program. Keeping this in mind, teachers create a special experience for the students in the classroom and help them to acquire new skills in a playful manner. I wanted to add that FIRST programs have helped us to bring the robotics in the public spotlight and create a great enthusiasm around it.
Well, Veronica, we're very happy to hear that the first program have helped you, further your cause. We're very happy to have you here with us, helping the cause as well. And now we're going to take you all very happily down to the field because we have our next match starting in 3, 2, 1, and let's go.
In this match, number 279, we've got Team Puerto Rico alongside Serbia and the United Republic of Tanzania, and they are alongside teams Kyrgyzstan, Kiribati, and Team Indonesia.
Tim, I wish we had some more time to talk with Veronica from all the initiatives that they're doing back in Moldova. But as we've mentioned here before, time is always of the essence. And in the match, we're down to the last 2 minutes as teams are starting to get a hold of all of those atoms and trying to rank up this score.
Now, even though she's not in the booth with us anymore, one of the words that Veronica had used is something that I think we need to highlight, and she had said playful.
Yes.
Right? Humans, naturally, intrinsically, we are all playful, we are all curious. And it's the ability to actually recognize that and tap into that curiosity that can create change at the end of the day. So she's done that at home. She just shared with us that over 200 schools have now been reached, and I suspect that number is only going to increase over time.
Honestly, an inspiration. And talk about being playful. Down on the play field, we had 2 teams for the Red Alliance. It's Team Tanzania and I believe Team Serbia, both depositing oxygen for their human players to play. I love the fact that the human element of the game this year is not only left to the drivers, but the actual human players, which are actually interacting with those balls and those oxygen atoms on the field.
And as we interact very briefly with Kiribati in this 2.5 minutes, I do need to mention the fact that they are a female-dominated team as well. They've got 5 kids on that squad. 3 of them are girls from King George V and Elaine Bernanke schools. So congratulations to them again, showing us that the gender gap in STEM is something that should be a part of the past.
Puerto Rico is down under or over by the oxygen accumulator era. It looks like they're focusing on a strategy that we saw earlier yesterday as well, where they try to score the points while already having the hydrogen tank placed under the oxygen accumulator. This would be helpful for them because they wouldn't have to worry about pushing it back into that area, but it does come up as an obstacle having the oxygen accumulator on top.
Wow, you mentioned pushing, and we are pushing towards the future and solving some of those problems. We do it in this game right now. We'll see if that blue hydrogen tank can make its way underneath that oxygen accumulator. The Red Alliance has already done it. Can blue do it in the last 5 seconds? We'll see.
I love the fact that we're looking at so many hydrogen and oxygen points. If they're able to get that 1.2 or 1.3 conversion multiplier, it would just amp it up, but the game is over and we're gonna have to see. I don't believe they were able to get it, but anyways, they were able to get so many points from the atoms themselves.
One thing I liked about the Red Alliance, 2 potential robots from that alliance made it inside of that hydrogen hub, one of which actually stayed out by that oxygen accumulator to kind of pin that hydrogen tank there to say, listen, I might not be able to get those proficiency points, but you know what, you 2 go inside, I'll stay outside, I'll take care of this for us.
Yes, that's the whole part of cooperation and just the whole part of working as a team and as an alliance. It's not gotta be easy for them. It's 3 teams who have never worked together, who come from different backgrounds, who have different robots, different strategies, who even speak different languages, and every time they have to come up with a new strategy on how they're going to approach hydrogen horizons.
And regardless of that language that you speak, we all have a common language of love. I feel like you see that transcendent in this arena. It goes across any type of political barriers that we can try and draw up. At the end of the day, we are all together and we are all united as one.
We're all united as one. We're all united here as well tonight in Singapore for the last day of our first Global Challenge 2023. I'm very excited to get the results for this match. I think they're going to be quite high, which might be why it's taking some time. Remember, everyone, they have to count every single hydrogen point, oxygen point, multiply it times the conversion multiplier, add the sum robot proficiency points, add the cooperation bonus, and then we get the alliance score. That's a mouthful.
And then click your heels 3 times and spin, right? At the end of the day, great job to that Blue Alliance, Kyrgyzstan, Kiribati, and Indonesia.
And Team Indonesia is actually sticking on the 7th spot of the ranking points. We're going to go down to the field to talk with Melissa and one of those students.
I'm here with Team Kiribati. How are you feeling after that great match?
I'm so excited and nervous a bit, but yeah, I'm doing great.
Awesome. You're a human player. Can you explain a little bit more about what that role involves?
Okay, so to be honest, this is my first time to be throwing the balls, but thanks to my mentors for teaching me how to throw the balls. Yeah.
Awesome. What are you looking forward to this last day of the first Global Challenge?
Hopefully we get a good position, ranks, yeah, for Team Kiribati, for my country.
Awesome. Well, good luck, Team Kiribati, and enjoy the last day of First Global. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa. We love hearing about how the mentor taught her to throw the ball. Because, you know, mentors aren't here only to teach you how to build a robot, not only how to teach you about the strategy of the game. Mentors are kind of like an example for life for all of us.
I was going to say, you also heard her say that she was somewhat nervous. You sure as heck couldn't tell. These kids, trust me, are coming in here quite confident, and we have all the utmost faith and confidence in them, again, about inspiring change as they move forward. Right now, moving forward, it looks to be Kazakhstan, Venezuela, and the People's Republic of China entertaining and occupying those top three spots. But we'll see if that holds true later on today.
Yes, Tim, and I also want to mention, we pointed it out yesterday. I promised to bring you the information. We have it here. The rankings are going to be moving along as they get the higher scores. But right now, we're going to move along behind us to field number 5. We're starting our next match in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
In this match, everybody, we've got Team Zimbabwe, Denmark, and Namibia in the Red Regional Alliance. In the Blue Regional Alliance, we have Team Azerbaijan, Team Honduras, and Team Yemen.
We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds here on the game Hydrogen Horizons. By now we're all not experts as the kids, but we kind of have an idea of what's going on, and we kind of have an idea of the strategies that are getting to repeat themselves. We can see both alliances once again pushing the hydrogen tanks closer to the oxygen accumulator in order to save those last endgame seconds to get all the way into the reservoir boundary in the hydrogen hub.
Now I'm eagerly awaiting some close-up shots of some of these robots, because I think one of them on the very back had something that resembled a license plate. Talk about navigating traffic on this field of play. You got 6 of those robots, and even though we have drivers for each of them, it's pretty hard to navigate some of that traffic. Looks like it is Team Honduras with that license plate.
Yes, they are also using their mechanism that intakes only hydrogen atoms into the robot, and that's going to help them focus only on the hydrogen tank and not have to worry about the electrolyzer at all. We're also seeing what I believe to be Team Yemen trying to push and locate the robot where it should be under the oxygen accumulator, but their alliance partners, Team Honduras, depositing hydrogen again. You know, they're focusing on only hydrogen. It looks like it's playing off.
Well, in the name of the game, right, the namesake Hydrogen Horizons, we're focusing on something that exists in abundance on our planet, yet not necessarily harnessed as much as it could be. The same goes for our human potential, right? It exists, and yet we're not going to be able to do much with it unless we actually give these kids the tools to create that change. And so STEM is the way in which, the vessel in which, the vehicle in which, speaking of license plates, we can actually achieve that.
Talking about achieve, we can see the robot of Team Zimbabwe on that electrolyzer, depositing some oxygen for the human player. And talk about, we have to give them the opportunity. I love the fact that the human player that we interviewed earlier before was given instructions and classes, and he was taught on how to throw the balls all the way to the oxygen accumulator. We can always learn from those around us.
Listen, we're all teaching one another here, and I've been grateful to learn as a sponge that I try to be in a quick study from everybody who has shared in their love of STEM with me.
Talk about traffic. You see how we have that blue hydrogen tank almost blocking the way for the Red Alliance. They were able to walk, to make the way around it to get the partial or full alignment. But remember, the alignment only gives you a multiplier of 1.2 or 1.3. What's going to count the most are the number of hydrogen atoms or oxygen atoms that you were able to acquire.
Now, we saw Team Denmark a couple seconds ago. You saw those caps reflecting the culture that they're coming from, but also bringing their horns into this play as well. Trust me, they're coming in with conviction.
We're all coming in with conviction. Conviction to win, conviction to make points, but overall, conviction to grow as people. We just want to leave First Global better than how we were when we got here 5 days ago. And I definitely am. I'm so inspired by all of the students and all of the mentors and professors and just all of the supporters that we've had the opportunity to talk to even here in the booth.
And that support, frankly, has really let this thing organically grow since 2017. I remember being there in the booth in DAR Constitution Hall looking around and being enamored at the fact that something like this was even remotely possible. So like most good innovations and inventions, right, it starts out just as an idea. It starts out as something that you can only conceptualize but then put into practice. Dean Cayman did just that. We've had our sponsors since jump on that bandwagon, and we're grateful to have you do the same at home.
Tim, you were able to join and jump into First Global their first year. I was able to jump in on the second year of First Global. For those of us who are jumping in just now, stick with us because we're moving forward and we're moving to the final scores of match 282. Congratulations to Team Azerbaijan, Team Honduras, and Team Yemen for getting 47 points. We're down to almost the last matches of the day, and we also want to take you down to the pits with Blair for some other interviews.
Smiling team, because they have a special guest. Can you introduce yourself? This is Team British Virgin Islands.
Hi, I'm Sharidi Castro, the Minister for Education, Youth Affairs and Sports from the British Virgin Islands.
They got the minister to come all the way from the British Virgin Islands for their inaugural First Global Challenge event. So what's your impression, Minister?
Well, this is absolutely amazing. We're elated and excited to be here, and we're looking forward to just taking the energy back home and continuing to move Virgin Islands education full steam ahead.
So you're the Minister of Education, Youth and Sport, which seems to be the perfect combination for the First Global Challenge.
It is.
They're giggling behind you. What's that about?
I don't know, but they might be able to tell you. But it's amazing because it merges every single area very perfectly. I have young people. We consider this to be a sport, and absolutely there's educational impact in robotics.
Well, thank you so much for coming. What do we say to the Minister? Thank you. All right, they appreciate your journey coming a long way. You had a little travel issue on the way here, but you made it. Was it worth it?
Absolutely. Absolutely worth it, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, welcome and have fun at the competition. Good luck, everybody. All right, and back to you in the booth with Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair. You talk about appreciating the journey. Just imagine how far some of the teams have to travel to be here today. Even myself, I was on transit for 42 hours to be here, but it's definitely worth it. I'm having a blast, and we all are enjoying ourselves.
I was going to say, I got 25 hours of transit time just to head home, and then the exact next day, I got to be in class with my kids. Every single second of that travel is worth it, everybody. Trust me, if you can join us in the years to come, even if you're streaming at home right now, it's a whole different experience being here in person.
It really is. And even though, we're going to have to wait another year in order for us to have this whole event of First Global, you can always support the cause through the year. Just look around your country. You can contact the team that was representing yourself in First Global this year. You can try to participate. You can try to maybe volunteer, maybe support the team in general. You can always join the cause, even if the competition isn't going along live.
I was going to say, we've got an accountant here and we got a teacher here. Trust us. If we can do it, you can too. But right now, we're going to see the next 6 squads do it on field 5. We start up in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll.
For match 285 in the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Guatemala, Team Brunei Jerusalem, and Team Mexico. And for the Blue Alliance, the teams that are going to be playing in are Team Niger, Angola, and Madagascar.
Now, for Angola, they actually intend to, as a nation, export green hydrogen in 2025 in the form of ammonium. It's an extremely useful product in agriculture and something that has really a lot of untapped potential to this point.
And I want to give a shout out to our Blue Alliance, which is fully an African alliance on the field. Talk about culture, talk about unity. That might give them an upper hand, but also for the Red Alliance, we're going to have 2 Spanish-speaking teams, which they could use on their side.
And in terms of being on their side, Madagascar, as you all know, taking a look at the global map, is an island off the coast of Africa, but no one is on an island here in competition. In fact, that's part of the success story that is the First Global Challenge. It's the power to convene everyone together as one global unit.
Talking about a unit, we're seeing a bunch of units of hydrogen being dumped into the hydrogen tank for the Blue Alliance. We couldn't really take a look at the flag, but it would have been either Team Madagascar, Team Niger, or Team Angola. The points are starting to ramp up. This looks like it's going to be a pretty tight on scores as we have 11-11 with only 1 more minute to go.
We're talking about tight time frames, and again, even the well-oiled machine that this Expo Arena is, they're getting recycled on those 5 fields at just about every bat of an eyelash. So again, the action is nonstop here. There are quite a few working pieces, including right now the Red Alliance simultaneously, folks, dropping those hydrogen particles in that go underneath and then pushing that hydrogen tank towards its oxygen accumulator.
You know, team, that's actually Team Mexico, and they're not only pushing on the hydrogen tank, they're pulling it as well. We were talking about how there's some cutouts on the hydrogen tank that the teams can link themselves into, but they had to, because they had some oxygen in it, had to pull it all the way to the regional zone to get them out. Let's hope they're able to make their way back into the oxygen accumulator by the end, because we only have 16 seconds to go.
So hopefully we can get it up for you on the telestrator for those who were unable to tune in for the past couple of days. There's one central feature to this game, which is the fact that human players can only interact with the oxygen particles that are in their electrolyzers in order to score those points. If they are not in the electrolyzer, the human players actually have to unload them. We'll talk about that in a sec.
Ooh, I hope you guys were able to see that. In the last second, the Blue Alliance was able to push and propel that hydrogen tank all the way to the oxygen accumulator, and I believe they might have gotten perfect alignment. It was actually pushed through. That was very exciting.
You can see the excitement as well on each of these teams as they are clapping and applauding during the match, before the match, after the match. The action continues to roll through this vessel of an arena right now. 4 walls that are getting louder and louder as the cacophony here continues.
It looks like we have some recordings for you guys here on our telestrator. We're trying to show you different aspects of the game so you back at home that don't have a really close look into the field can understand what's going on.
So as you're taking a look at that Red Alliance right now, again, if any of those oxygen particles make their way into the top of that hydrogen tank, they cannot be thrown or scored. In fact, they need to be taken out by those human players.
And that's going to be, you know, quite frustrating for the team, because by the end of the match, they would actually have to, let me go back a little bit further. There we go. They're going to have to take their robot all the way back from the Alliance station into the oxygen accumulator, which is, you know, quite a long way from it. But it seems like that didn't have to make them stop from taking the win. Congratulations to Team Brunei Darussalam, Team Mexico, and Team Guatemala for those 44 points on match 285.
This next team says, we're not just students, we are future problem solvers. We are pushing through tough times with the power of STEM and technology. Let's take a look at Team Lebanon.
Hello everyone!
We are Team Lebanon.
And this is our story.
From the heart of Lebanon, from its rich history and vibrant culture, from RoboGeeks Academy, meet our team,
14 innovative minds, guided by experts, driven by passion.
2 teams climbed! Wow! That's amazing and exciting, Team Lebanon.
Last year was just the beginning, as we carry with us the warmth and resilience of Lebanon, the spirit that defines who we are.
We've built a new robot, an embodiment of creativity and ingenuity, reflecting countless hours of dedication.
Teamwork and persistence describe our strategy, the values instilled in us by our Lebanese roots.
We are Techno-Geeks. We represent the spirit of Lebanon on the global stage, and our journey is just beginning.
Thank you for your support.
Watch out, world! We are coming!
Team Techno-Geeks FGC 2023.
The next country is actually the birthplace of FIRST, as we talked about. Let's go take a look into Team United States of America.
Hi, we are FIRST Global Team United States of America. To me, FIRST Global is an opportunity to learn from other teams across the world.
Hi, I'm Adrian, and this is my 3rd year doing FIRST. To me, FIRST Global is an excellent learning opportunity while representing my country. Our team's outreach motto is outreach is never out of reach. We see the FIRST Global Challenge as an opportunity to turn our outreach truly global.
Hello, I'm Caroline, and this is my 3rd year doing FIRST Robotics. For me, FIRST Global is an opportunity to learn more about other cultures and about robotics. My team and I are so excited to meet other teams around the world, and we can't wait to learn more and grow the STEM community. I am Juliet. I've been doing Crush for 3 years.
As a team, we are honored to have been invited to represent our country on an international platform. We are excited to be able to represent our country's culture with other teams.
I'm Dylan, and this is my 3rd year doing FIRST. At FIRST Global, I'm excited to help spread my knowledge of robotics to people from around the world and learn from the other teams. STEM is important to us because we believe that it will guide the future of our country and the world. By spreading STEM, we think that we can help improve the well-being of the people from around the world at large. We're looking forward to seeing all of you at Singapore. Thanks for watching.
Excited to have them on board with us. There are 190 other nations in addition to them that are here and descending on this arena. Right now, we descend onto field 5 for the next game. We start it up in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
Down on the field, we're going to have 6 teams. The 3 teams playing for the Red Alliance are going to be Team Burkina Faso, United States, and Canada. Actually, you know, neighboring countries. And they're going to be neighboring down on the field as well. And for the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Djibouti, Team Colombia, and Team Lebanon.
I was going to say, we're all neighbors here. Sorry, Marlene, I cut you off. For the USA and Canada in particular, listen, the U.S. students come from the state of Massachusetts. I am by no means a Pats fan, but I am a fan of this team.
And you know, we were talking about Team Lebanon. I want to make a special point that they say they don't just learn, they apply their knowledge to make things better. And I'm pretty sure they're going to get the better scores in the match if they get to apply their knowledge of the strategy as the game goes.
The nation of Burkina Faso, also in that Red Regional Alliance, is home to 4 national parks, 10 protected forests, 3 complete reserves, 6 partial reserves, and a UNESCO biosphere reserve. So there's a lot to preserve, a lot to highlight, including that nation.
Non-stop action on the lower right area of the field as we were seeing teams from the Red Alliance depositing hydrogen into their hydrogen tank, but also some teams for the Blue Alliance depositing oxygen for the human players in the accumulator. Talk about traffic. It looks like that corner is being pretty busy for the start of the match.
And even though we talked about the start of the match, we're now heading into the back half of the match. Only 2.5 minutes per squad as they make their way out onto this field.
It looks like now, trying to avoid the traffic that we were talking about, Team United States of America pushed the hydrogen tank all the way to the oxygen accumulator, while their alliance rivals, I guess, I don't like that word, but the alliance that they're playing against and with the Blue Alliance has working to push their points as high as they can without moving the hydrogen tank yet.
And we are pushing the level of excellence here, not just with that hydrogen deposit, but additionally with a different field of play. Spencer had related to me. I'll give you that point later on. Marlene, you just saw something. What's up?
So I saw that we have the last 30 seconds. We already have that Red Alliance's hydrogen tank placed. The Blue Alliance trying to get it as far as they can with the robot from Team Lebanon, I believe, pushing it all the way back. They only have 13 seconds, and you can see some of those atoms that are going to be getting in the way from perfect alignment, but they could still get the 1.2 multiplier.
I was going to say, and they are working to that far side of the field, hopefully trying to get into that open and vacant spot, into that reservoir hub. I don't know if they did it.
I believe we have what looks to be 4 robots within the reservoir boundary. And you know, since we're a little bit higher up from the field, it's hard for us to take a look on whether one of those teams is elevated and fully supported by the hydrogen structure. So it is with these close-ups that we might get a better look.
And we are getting better and better at performing in this game, even though we have yet to see it on Field 5. I'm getting live updates from some of our staff that's down there. Match number 272 actually had 5 robots fully supported in what is referred to as the first coopertition bonus of this event.
Wow, you know, that's going to give the alliances an extra 15% points in additional to the 50 points that they would gain, 10 from each robot that demonstrated expert proficiency. That's going to, you know, bring those 6 robots way higher up on the rankings as their average is going to go high.
We're trying to elevate our ability to impact and impart change on this world. The same goes for our skills as we're looking at this game. The field of play has only intensified over time, but so have the performances. We're seeing more triple-digit figures today as well, Marlene.
Yes, I have a feeling it's going to get harder for the teams to set a strategy. As the matches get better and better, it's going to get harder for us to get to know what's going on the field. It's also getting harder for our scorekeepers as we keep talking. It's not as easy counting 39 hydrogen points as we got on the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Team Djibouti, Team Colombia, and Team Lebanon for the 70 points on the score.
Looks like we got a pit interview ready to roll for you at home. Blair, let's go, baby.
We are in the pits with Team Indonesia, and so many of these teams have incredible traditional dress. Tell me a little bit about your costumes, your dress.
You can tell. All right. This is a traditional costume from Indonesia, which means from Palembang. Palembang is one of the biggest city in Sumatra, and then Sumatra is one of the main island in Indonesia.
And this is what you wear when what happens?
Okay, they usually use this costume for the married, and this is for the husband, and this is for the wife.
So we might have a wedding ceremony this afternoon at First Global. That would be brand new, totally new, awesome. You heard it here, the First Global Challenge. Team Indonesia, maybe there's some marriages happening this afternoon.
Oh my gosh.
All right, back to the booth. Thanks a lot, you guys.
I was going to say, I'll deflect the attention away from you both because I got married myself a month ago to this day. I actually need to give my wife at home a shout out. She's tuning in along with thousands of others across this globe. Exceptional to see.
Yeah, they're 12-hour time difference, I guess, for you and your wife. But you know, we have so many people chiming in from what I believe to be 191 different countries. Maybe at different times, maybe at different hours, but the excitement is always here along at First Global. And it looks like love is also in the air.
And not just a love of STEM, but a love of that human condition, right? Our ability to identify with one another despite our differences and our ability to change this world for the better. I think that's the central theme and walk away and take away from this event, and it happens every single year, regardless of where we happen to be.
You know, I'm also excited to see where we're going to go next year, not only in location, which of course I'm excited to see where we're going in location next year, but I'm excited to see if we're able to grow First Global and get more countries joining us, not only in the competition, but just in general with the cause of propelling STEM farther.
And we have 6 more countries hopefully joining you in a few seconds. It sounds like 10 seconds we're ready to roll down there. We'll give you those alliances in a few. Right now we start up in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it, everybody.
For starting match 291 on the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team New Zealand playing with Team Fiji and Team Barbados. And they're going to be also playing in the same field as the Blue Alliance that's going to be composed by Team Georgia, Ireland, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
There are around 333 islands that make up the archipelago that is Fiji as a nation, but only a third of them are occupied and inhabited. That doesn't mean that the nation in and of itself doesn't have problems of their own to solve, like many that are here in attendance. They don't really contribute to climate change all that much, yet feel the ramifications of it.
But they're also a country that has access to a ton of seawater that we were talking about. If we're able to develop the technology to split seawater, we could gain access to that hydrogen, and we could gain access to, you know, that energy carrier for us to generate more energy as we go.
Another little personal tidbit about that team from Fiji, because I just love their flag and team so much. They are unofficially but lovingly and endearingly naming their robot Ropate, which is the Fijian equivalent of the name Robert. I'm very intrigued as to find out why.
I'm intrigued as well. I want to let you know that we have, once again, from New Zealand, that art piece on the robot. And not just with them, but, you know, the design element of the robots in general, to me, is art. I don't think I'd be capable of designing a robot with a set of pieces, with a challenge in my head, with the thinking of a strategy to generate the most points. This is definitely an art form, not only a sport.
It's an art form to play this game and to present it as well. One of those teams doing it just now, and you see that Blue Alliance loading up on those oxygen points is Team Georgia. They are among the world's most ecologically diverse countries. They've got 12 different climate zones, and they are very much in the zone during this particular game.
I think we're all in the zone. We can see a ton of hydrogen atoms being deposited, for example, by the Red Alliance. For the Blue Alliance, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was actually focusing on oxygen and getting it to their human players. So this is where the strategies are trying to be differentiated. And as we hear the sound of the last 30 seconds of the match, it's going to be much clearer how it goes.
And in terms of how this event has gone, it's only been on the up and up, and that includes the decibel level in this building. It might be harder to hear me, not just because I'm losing my voice, but because it's just getting louder in the stands here, Marlene.
It really is. Now we can also see, the traffic jam that we're seeing on that upper left corner of the field. Let's see if the Red Alliance, hope they're able to push their hydrogen tank. It looks like they didn't have enough time. But we go back to that same rule of not being able to have oxygen on the hydrogen tank. That's kind of, getting the teams held back on not getting alignment by the end of the game.
Yeah, and in terms of holding us back, right, I feel like we are capable of doing that, but we're also capable of pushing ourselves forward. I think this event very much falls into the latter category. It's inspirational to watch the change that has been made in each of these individuals. Yesterday, we had Keegan, someone who was formerly a participant in this challenge, who's now a mentor. So again, from a personal level, from a national level to an international level, we are all growing just from being here.
Talk about growing. I love the fact that some of the volunteers, not the volunteers, I'm sorry, but some of the people that we've had the opportunity to interview here in the booth are previous First Global students who have now grown on to be supporters of either their national team or just First Global in general. That's the kind of growth that we're expecting from the students who are participating here today, but also from those of you back at home who are just being inspired by what these kids are doing.
Support can look like a lot of it, various shapes and forms. It has definitely taken different shapes and forms down in the pits, on the actual floor, in the stands. But again, countless more people at home that are behind each one of their students that are here in attendance.
And we couldn't be here without them. I mean, I know I couldn't be here without the support of my family, the support of my husband, and that's only me, and I'm here a volunteer only for what, maybe 5-6 days? What about the students who have worked on these tirelessly? I can't imagine how they would be able to do it without the support of their families, their parents, their teachers, their friends in general. We're all just one large community working towards one same goal.
And I was going to say, you had mentioned your husband. I got to give my little personal shout out to Tonio as well for how he's been trying to tune in. Trust me, everybody is trying to be a part of this, regardless of where they happen to be in the globe. It's something that touches and reaches everyone, and we're deeply appreciative to all of you. We're also appreciative to the referees that are trying to get us those scores right now.
Yeah, it looks like our scorekeepers have come out with a score of 41 points for the Red Alliance. Congratulations to Team New Zealand, Team Fiji, and Team Barbados.
Looks like we are ready for the field interview with that winning alliance. Let's take it away, Melissa.
Hi, I'm down here with Team New Zealand. How are you feeling after that match?
Pretty good, actually. We're really happy with what we got done.
Cool, and what was your strategy as a team going into it?
So we were trying to work together with the other teams to do our best, but in the end we sort of just had to, work it out, yeah.
Okay, and what are you looking forward to for the rest of the day? I mean, it's the last day of First Global.
I think just enjoying the rest of the day, watching the finals matches, yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, Team New Zealand, and enjoy the rest of First Global. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa, and we definitely want to wish good luck to all of those students. But now, the next team is an all-girls team currently based in Canada. They're realizing the important STEM programs, and they aim to grow into some of the world's young leaders in science and technology. Let's take a look into Team Afghanistan.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sadiqa Askari. I am a member of Team Afghanistan.
Hi everyone, my name is Sunita Satyapal. I'm 15 years old and I'm a member of Team Afghanistan for the First Global Challenge 2023.
Hi everyone, my name is Labargze. I work with Team Afghanistan in First Global Challenge 2023.
Hey there, I'm Roya Karimi. I joined robotics because I love STEAM education because it's a way of learning technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics to solve the real-world problems.
And I love STEAM education because it helps me to choose the right path for my future job in technology.
Hi, I'm Ghazal Salahi. I'm 12 years old. I come from Afghanistan and I live in Sweden. And what I like about robotics and what I want to be further in the future. I decided to join robotics because I love programming and I love building stuff. In the future, I want to be a person that programs games and builds robots.
I love working with mechanics and building of a robot.
My vision? Well, it's big. I believe that through robotics, we have the power to make our world a better place. From designing to mechanics, my role is about bringing ideas to life.
We're especially inspired looking at that video from Team Afghanistan, working all the way from Canada. You know, they're a great example about overcoming adversity and just doing your best.
I also believe that at the end of the day, one of those students had said, I love building stuff. And I couldn't agree more, but I think in addition to building robots, what these students are doing are building teamwork. Building teams. They're building friendships.
They're building a community.
Bingo. Yeah, building a community. I like that.
Because, you know, it's not only the community that's being formed within their own team. It's a community that we have in overall First Global. You're seeing teams standing with each other, getting to talk with one another, and it's been great getting to see those relationships develop as we go.
And in terms of developing the day, I believe we have our next country feature video. I believe it's Madagascar. Let's take it away.
I'm Leticia. I'm Gloria. I am Manasu. I am Karin. I am Paul.
I am Yondi. My name is Enzo.
My name is Emmer.
My name is Lo.
Hi, I'm Santa. And we are We are an all-girls traveling team. Here in Madagascar, we have a strong sense of community. Within the team, we will happily help whoever beyond what's necessary.
I joined IDC because it is a great opportunity for craft and career.
I'm doing the First Global Challenge because I believe that young people can change the world.
STEM is very useful tools for solving problems, from everyday issues to the biggest challenge the world has to face.
We share our enthusiasm in STEM by initiating others to the world of coding and robotics.
I resonate with First Global theme because I think that they are very relevant. Madagascar is touched by the worst tropical storm due to climate change.
So this was Team Madagascar, and we hope to see you in Singapore.
Well, we certainly have seen them in Singapore. We're about to see them hopefully compete again here on Field 5 in a few minutes. Right now, we've got our next matchup, however, lined up for you, which begins in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll it.
We're down to our ranking match 294. Again, we haven't seen all of them here on the stream. We have other four fields on the side. But for field number 5 on the Red Alliance, we have Team Tunisia, Team Peru, and Team Afghanistan playing against Team Cabo Verde, the Republic of Korea, and the Syrian Arab Republic.
Tunisia being one of these teams, a lot of them have more students that are actually at home who have contributed to this process. So realistically, you're going to have a handful of them here who are actually in attendance, but I believe there are 15 of them on Team Tunisia. Didn't we have up there like 50 to 70 from Team Greece?
I believe they have 67 students and 70 members in total. Might be counting in mentors and, you know, just supporters in general that count in on the team. But for those of us who are joining us right now, just a reminder, we have 191 countries participating in what looks like an Olympic-style event. This year's game is Hydrogen Horizons, and what we're seeing on the field is two alliances made of 3 different teams who are working on producing, storing, transporting, and converting hydrogen into energy and electricity. Right now, we're down to 1 minute on the field, and what we can see is, what team is this? I believe it is Team Republic of Korea for the Blue Alliance. Yeah, they're depositing some hydrogen atoms into the hydrogen tank. Those atoms are going to be worth 1 point each, and the teams are going to try to add up as many as possible as we go.
When we're talking about international partnerships, the Republic of South Korea and Australia are no strangers to that fact. They're actually putting it to practice. Those two nations are pushing to launch a carbon capture project using carbon capture storage technology alongside one another. Exceptional job.
Talk about an exceptional job. Cabo Verde as a country, you know, normal plastic bags are actually legally forbidden. They only support biodegradable bags, and they're the only ones allowed. So talk about taking action, about taking steps towards what you want.
No one is forbidden, however, from getting those endgame points in that central hydrogen hub. Right now, it looks like we got 4 robots that are in the middle of the park with a couple more to spare in the last 15 seconds.
It looks to me like at least one of those robots is fully supported by the hydrogen hub, which is going to give them expert proficiency and 10 points to both alliances.
Oh, we might have it. We might have it.
time is done. We're gonna have to take a look at some of those repetition videos, but we might have had all 6 teams within the Hydrogen Hub.
Additionally, we might have had some expert proficiency from a few robots in there, and if we've got 5 or more, then we're talking about that cooperation bonus. It's happened on 1 field of play so far today and 1 time in this competition, but it has yet to happen on this stream. We'll see if it happened in that match.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see it on the stream as we move along and we stop looking at just the ranking matches and field number 5 and we move over to the playoff part of the competition. We're gonna have the best 32 teams on the field. So I'm sure we're gonna have, competition bonus points of 5 robots, of 6 robots demonstrating expert proficiency as we go.
A lot of moving pieces, including the 216 particles that start out every single game. 216 of those, 191 countries, 5 fields behind us, 3 days of competition, 6 years of the first global challenge. The numbers are endless, as are the possibilities for us to create change as opposed to just climate change.
And also endless are the possibilities for all the students that are here behind us, the students that weren't able to come even to the competition. For First Global, the teams were only, not allowed, but they were told to only register 5 students per team and 2 mentors. But for most of the countries, we've now realized that they actually have more students back at home who had also put in the work.
It looks like the Blue Alliance, by a delta of 6 points right now, despite the fact that they had fewer hydrogen points, ended up emerging victorious in that particular matchup. So congrats to Cabo Verde, the Republic of Korea, and the Syrian Arab Republic. Right now, I believe we are ready to roll down to the pits. Let's take it away.
We are here in the pits with Team Djibouti, and they are very proud of their country. And as you can see, most of these teams, a lot of these teams have their own marketing material. They're tourist boards, and they come here. Why don't you turn that over? Show how beautiful that is. All right? The most enchanting place in Africa, it says. But you're now in Singapore. How do you like it?
Singapore is different from other countries that I've ever seen. There are long buildings here, the Garden Bay that we love, a lot of touristic places. So we love it. Yeah, I love it.
This is the team's 3rd First Global Challenge, but your 2nd one. Are you having a good time?
Yeah, I'm having a very good time. Especially what I like in Singapore is the mixing between all the garden, all the flowers and the trees. It's so beautiful. I love them. And the big buildings with all that greens make it very special for me.
Well, great. I'm glad you enjoy this too. Have a great rest of the competition. You've got today, you'll fly home tomorrow. Enjoy Singapore, enjoy the rest of these teams. And now back to the booth with Tim and Marlena.
We certainly have been enjoying this experience and also getting to see you, Blair, down with each one of those unique teams in the pits.
Yeah, you look like you're having a blast. I wish we had more time and more opportunity to go down to the pits and talk to all of the students. But since we're here with you, we actually only take a look at the videos. But I don't know, maybe next year I'm going to try to participate down on the pits.
I was going to say, I think we have one of our next matchups that is going to be live and ready to roll for you guys. We are approaching match number 300. It starts up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In this particular matchup, it looks like we have the nations of Cuba, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Libya. They are with Team Solomon Islands, Turkmenistan, and Team Eritrea.
Match 297. The teams looks like they're focusing on getting those hydrogen and oxygen atoms out of the hydrogen reservoir boundary in order to be able to score them on either the hydrogen tank or the oxygen accumulator. For the Blue Alliance, we were seeing Team Eritrea depositing some of those oxygen atoms in the electrolyzer, which would split oxygen and hydrogen. But what they were doing is actually placing them for their human players to throw all the way across the field to the oxygen accumulator.
One of the countries competing for the Blue Regional Alliance is referred to as Turkmenistan, and what I love about this group, aside from the fact, and I've mentioned it a few times, that they returned home in 2017 to start the first ever robotics week in their home nation, not just a day, but a week. They additionally, in preparation for this competition, met up online with a bunch of different nations, including the nation of Turkey. So we're talking about that collaboration happening not just here in the actual Singapore Expo arena itself, but also online in the weeks and months leading up to this competition.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, team, but it looks like we have Team Bosnia and Herzegovina depositing some of those oxygen atoms for the human players. As we keep discussing, each team is able to get one human player from their team to play on the alliance. They're able to interact with the oxygen atoms, throw them all the way to the oxygen accumulator, get 1 point for each if they get them to stay inside.
And one thing that we can't do is stay inside the bounds and confines of our own nations. Canada knows that all too well. They were here earlier on when Field 5. But the reason why I reference them right now is because Cuba, in fact, is currently playing for that Red Regional Alliance, and you see them getting those hydrogen particles. This team from Cuba was brought together, in fact, by a member of Canada's team, quote, Kinetic Knights, Megan. So we got to give her a shout out in particular in having them get here and competing in fruition today.
We're down to the last 20 seconds of the match. Both alliances trying to focus into pushing those hydrogen tanks into the spot. I believe for the Red Alliance, we had one oxygen ball that was going to be obstructing that full alignment, but it sure is not going to obstruct all teams to make their way into the hydrogen hub to get those proficiency points in the end. We have what looks to be 1, 2, 3 robots absolutely inside, and as for the other 3 robots, we're going to have to see what our scorekeepers and referees have to say.
You're talking about obstruction, and at the very end there, we had a couple of robots trying to make it into one of those openings into that hydrogen hub. So while we had a little bit of a traffic jam and obstruction, we are also trying to construct solutions to climate change. That's happening right here with each one of these teams.
I love the fact that we're getting them to see high five kids from another 2 nations who they've never played a match with before. All of the students are going to leave with a numerous amount of friends that they hadn't met 3 days ago.
And those 3 days can pack a lot of action. That action's also encapsulated in, I think, each one of those instant replays that you see after the match. So hopefully some extra footage and close-ups for you at home that are able to view this, in addition to 4 other fields for the 5 total that are here in competition. I believe each one of them has a stream link of their own.
Yes, so what we're seeing here right now is field number 5. We're doing that only one field try of approach, in order to give you guys the opportunity to hear about the teams as well in between one match and the other. If we were focusing only on the field, we wouldn't get the full scope of what First Global is. But talking about scope, it looks like the Red Alliance was able to take the win with 90 points against 61 from the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to Team Cuba, Team Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Team Libya. All 3 teams are going to be climbing up in the rankings after this game.
Families, friends, community members, and fans alike have played a key role in supporting their teams to tackle challenges that have come to participate here. Let's take a look at our next country's video in Team Chad.
Team Cayman, you have this in the bag. Go Team Cayman, go! Good luck, Team Albania! Latvia! Go! Go!
أنا من لبنان وبدعم فريق الأمل تيم هوم.
Go Team Lithuania! Team
وفقين فريق سوريا.
I wish all the best to Team Turkmenistan in First Global Challenge in Singapore. Good luck, guys.
You will win this competition!
You guys are just getting better and better with each new First Global Challenge competition, and this inspires me so much.
Apologies for my mistake there, crew. I had mentioned Chad, but that's just one of the many nations you had seen on that previous video. We also have a few nations that are up here on our leaderboard.
Yes, so what we're seeing right now is our rankings as of right now and match almost 300. On the first position, we have Team Kazakhstan, Venezuela, and the People's Republic of China. What you guys are seeing on the right, I believe it is on the right, I'm sorry, are the average score of all the matches they've gotten to play, excluding their lowest scoring match. And I wanted to mention, team, in one of the previous matches, I believe it was 2 matches ago, you mentioned that one of the teams was able to score more hydrogen and oxygen atoms than their opponent, but they actually didn't take the win. And that's because on matches where you have so many hydrogen and atoms points, getting that conversion multiplier could actually make a difference. That 1.2 or 1.3 conversion multiplier can just send you above the ranking score and get you all the way up to maybe even one of those 8 top positions.
And we're all rising above obstacles as one collective unit, as a human race right here. Right now, we're going to race down to field 5 for match number 300, folks. We start that match up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it, everyone.
Down on the field for the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Uganda, Team Malta, and People's Republic of China. Playing in the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Portugal, Team Kiribati, and Team Mali.
Portugal, home to a lot of different explorers and innovators throughout the day, and that still holds true today as their team comes here to compete in that Blue Regional Alliance. Right now, we're 30 seconds into this match, each of them going to be 2.5 minutes in length. But guess what? I was going to say those intake systems are going to be spinning their wheels for that entire time.
Yes, what we're seeing on screen is currently Team Malta, who actually has an intake system that can take both hydrogen and oxygen atoms within. That's going to be helpful for them because they don't have to be selective of which area of the field they go to. However, they are going to have to make their way down to the electrolyzer to provide those high oxygen atoms to the team, the human players of the Alliance, and then use the hydrogen that's going to be down there only for the robot to be deposited into the hydrogen tank.
Now we're currently looking at Team Malta. They just unloaded a lot of those oxygen particles into their electrolyzer, and then you saw all of those smaller green particles funnel out underneath. Once they get into the field of play, they got to be collected and corralled, as you just saw right there, into the hydrogen tank. So there are different places that these 2 different particles need to be stored.
And it looks like we're seeing, once again, we're seeing this in a lot of the matches. Both alliances have decided to push their hydrogen tanks closer to the oxygen accumulator in order to save time at the end of the game when they try to get the perfect alignment.
And in terms of aligning themselves to the playoff matches, hopefully by their last qualification rounds here, these teams are playing at their absolute best. We have certainly seen that reflected in the scores that we've seen so far.
Well, look now, we still have 40 seconds on the screen and already 51 points for the Red Alliance. I can't imagine how many more they're going to get on the remaining time. And also, if they're able to get the multiplier, that would, get them all the way up on scores and on the rankings as well.
A lot of different ways to score points here. We'll see on the telestrator hopefully in a few minutes after this game concludes. We got 20 seconds left in this match, though. That red hydrogen tank is getting pushed over. We'll see if they can get around that little metal pylon.
It keeps becoming an issue for a bunch of the alliances. And they also have 1 hydrogen atom that might be in the way from perfect alignment, but they could get still like an intermediate level of alignment, partial alignment or combustion as we call it.
That alignment's just referring to the efficiency at which that hydrogen fuel is basically created, different ways in which we can accomplish it. But all of it is beneficial as we think about cleaner and more sustainable solutions to tackling some of the problems we focused on.
Yes, and the alignment is going to be determined by how many of the oxygen atoms that were previously in the accumulator were able to successfully fall inside the hydrogen tank. So if all of the hydrogen of the oxygen atoms, are able to find into the hydrogen tank, we're going to get a 1.3 proficiency, which is going to be referring to us being able to produce electricity in the fuel cell.
And talk about production, there are multiple different ways to produce for your team. We saw Malta a few seconds ago using that intake system we'd alluded to. They're going to try to work to deposit them. Meanwhile, another alliance member for Red is actually taking some of those particles and shooting them directly as a robot's function into that oxygen accumulator. So 2 different ways that these alliances were effectively scoring points throughout that entire action.
And I'm going to actually take you guys back a little bit further to our repetition in the video because I want to show you that third team from that alliance. It's going to be precisely this one. As one is working with hydrogen, the other is working with oxygen. The third team from the Red Alliance was actually working in pushing that hydrogen tank closer to the oxygen accumulator. That's going to be super beneficial for the end of the match. So talk about teamwork.
The teamwork continues on the field as those referees try to get those final scores to us. Hopefully we'll have them up on the screen for you in a second. A new graphic we've also introduced over the past few hours is that entire leaderboard, which again we do suspect will change over the course of today.
It's going to keep changing, and as a reminder, the top 24 teams are actually going to be divided into 3 alliances that are going to continue to evolve as we go today. We currently have the results for match number 300. Congratulations to Team Uganda, Team Malta, Team People's Republic of China for 107 points, and especially congratulations to the People's Republic of China for staying on that number 3rd ranking as of right now.
I was going to say they got a target on their back, but right now we're going to be targeting the next nation in competition. It is the Seychelles. They are the smallest in Africa, but with big hearts. These students bring a big passion to learn about the wonder of robotics and to offer their own ideas of preventing carbon emissions. Let's meet the team from Seychelles.
Team Seychelles is just a group of individuals all coming together with an interest in robotics to help the world step by step, day by day.
I think it will raise interest in STEM in Seychelles and around the world.
It's a chance for developing countries like Seychelles to exploit the natural environment in a sustainable way, one that allows us to grow.
So what's your favorite subject?
Me personally, I really like computer science and chemistry.
I joined the CS First Global Challenge, create opportunities for myself and others in my community.
Oh yeah, I think that this experience will really help us in the future, especially in our STEM careers.
My current career choice is in solar physics, and with this competition, I am hoping that I do learn and gain more experience in these such fields for my future.
Seychelles is combating climate change by banning most single-use plastic like balloons and encouraging people to use renewable energy sources.
Robots are important to Seychelles because they can do risky and monotonous jobs, and they also require no breaks or pay, which helps in factories where they can produce a lot more products than the average person.
Seychelles is currently leading towards more renewable sources, such as solar and wind energy, and we hope to continue with this trend to a more greener Seychelles.
We are Team Seychelles!
Gotta love that emotional release at the very end. That satisfaction and gratification. I'm sure it's going to follow suit on the actual field of play. We're going to be in match 303 in a second, folks. That means that Marlene and myself have actually called over 100 matches ourselves from this booth, and every single one of them has looked different.
Every match has looked different. Every match has been evolving. The strategies have changed. The scores have changed. I'm very excited to see what we're going to have right behind us. It looks like we're ready to start our match. Yep, we're going in 3, 2, 1, and let's go.
In this competition in particular, we have the nations of Algeria, Bermuda, and Seychelles, alongside Kazakhstan, Team Honduras, and Team Chad.
So we were looking earlier at the video of Seychelles playing currently on the Red Alliance. I want to point out that even though it is the smallest country in Africa by size and population, it has many of the only granite islands in the world. I'm sure they're going to be eager to be a rock for the Alliance as the game unfolds.
Really need to put a highlight and note on Algeria in particular. They developed a national hydrogen roadmap that includes the aim of supplying Europe with 10% of its clean H2 needs by 2040. So it's not just spanning across their country, but it's transcontinental in terms of the exchanges and change that we can make.
I was previously looking at the robot from I believe it was Team Kazakhstan. Yes, they're currently pretty high up on the ranking, and we've taken a look before at how they're able to separate hydrogen and oxygen particles within their, within their compartment of the robot where they store these balls. This has given them the opportunity to go directly into the hydrogen tank without having to make all the way back to the electrolyzer, saving them a ton of time.
And not a ton of time left in this match. We're already halfway through it. Again, I still want to go back to Algeria for a hot second. In 2016, so again, 7 years ago, they introduced what was referred to as the Algiers STEM Center. It trained over 900 students in its first 16 months alone, including the team that participated in the inaugural first global competition back in 2017.
That's crazy, but it's also crazy what we're looking at on the Red Alliance by the Hydrogen Act. We were previously seeing, two robots trying to deposit hydrogen at the same time. I think we're going to want to take a look into the strategies that we saw earlier, when one of the robots was kind of holding the hydrogen tank for the other team to deposit it. That looked like a pretty smart idea, but I guess these teams are focusing more on that alignment multiplier at the end, as both of their tanks are already positioned under the oxygen accumulator.
Right now you have Kazakhstan trying to sprint to the far side of the field. They were working on the alignment in particular for that Blue Alliance, but it looks like they've made it into that last and open vacant spot. We'll see if we get a cooperation bonus here in the last few seconds.
We have two robots climbing all the way up to be fully supported by the hydrogen hub. And I think we also have the other the other 4 robots within the reservoir boundary. That would mean, I believe, 40 points for both alliances?
Time is going to tell right now. I'm not, necessarily envious of the referees that have to tabulate all these scores, especially with all the ways in which you can score. And again, you're talking about 216 of those balls. Not all of them even stay on the field of play necessarily, Marlene.
No. They actually go out. We have the robots throwing them around. We have the human players throwing them all the way across the field. Some might actually fall out. And that's when we have the help of our amazing volunteers who are playing as human players. I'm sorry, not as human players, as field preset down on the field, where they have to go all the way around, grab those balls, throw them back into the field in order to still have those 216 always in play.
Marlene, I want to focus in particular on that robot from Kazakhstan. They did an exceptional job in this round, not just focusing on that alignment with the 20 seconds remaining, but then they basically had the boogie all the way to the far side of that central hydrogen hub. It was the only vacant spot, and in 20 seconds, look at the pace at which and alacrity with which that robot actually made it there. They did an exceptional job getting there, and we'll see if the result ended up manifesting itself in that cooperation bonus.
And the fact that they were able to do it and get the space, for that last robot has also got to do with the fact that this robot right here, I can't really take a look at the flag, which it is. It might be is it Team Bermuda? Maybe, I'm not really sure. But the fact that that robot was elevated from the ground actually made room for that other robot to be able to fit within the reservoir boundary. So those two robots are going to be kind of like a puzzle where you have to find space to fit all of them within the hydrogen hub.
We're also trying to fit a lot of action into what is a very finite time in this Expo Arena. Matches are going on behind us on all 5 of these fields, even though we're focusing on 1 in the booth. The matches are about 2.5 minutes, but then they got to get clear and reset within the next 3 to 4 minutes for that next cycled group of 6 to come on through.
And that's only one field that you guys are seeing on the stream. We're focusing on field 5, but we also have at the same time running with us another 4 fields playing matches right behind us.
Still waiting on the scores, I believe, from that last game, so we're waiting to take it down to our next field interview. And right now we got him another triple-digit score, it looks like.
Yes, we have 123 points, and Team Kazakhstan staying on the #1 ranking, 35 proficiency bonus points. So for all of those 6 teams, it's going to be very good scores now that we're getting closer to the end of our ranking matches.
I was going to say, it looked like Team Honduras has also put themselves in the playoff contention a little bit, but right now, in the meantime, we've got Melissa ready with a field interview. Melissa, my friend, take it away.
Hi, I'm down here at the field with Greg Needell. He is the founder of Rev Robotics. He's a major sponsor of First Global. How are you feeling? You've been involved with First Global since the very beginning. Why?
I mean, ultimately, Rev's goal is to provide access to STEM and robotics to every student around the world so that you, regardless of where you were born, you have access to this, because technology brings people together, and the sky's the limits with technology. So we're very happy to support First Global and other FIRST programs and Dean's vision for the world.
And you were a first robotics student yourself, so how does it feel being now on the other side, helping to foster the next generation of students?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. So I was on a FIRST robotics team back in high school 23 years ago, and I remember what it was like to be in the pits trying to get a robot together. Maybe things don't go right, and it's amazing that even though the technology's changed and the robots have gotten more complicated, and it's still the same feelings. And some of my most fond memories of growing up in high school were the people that I met on those teams who are still my friends today. So seeing the relationships and the fondness that everybody's going to get here, it's amazing, and I just couldn't be happier to be here, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world.
Awesome. And what are you looking forward to in the next FIRST Global, or the next 5, 10, hopefully future FIRST Globals?
I mean, I'm really hoping that we can get more students involved, right? I mean, part of this is just, it's great to have the 2,000 students that are here at FIRST Global having this, but I would love for thousands and thousands of students in every one of these countries to have opportunities to play and get this experience, so we can get more people thinking globally, cooperating, and because that's what's going to make the world a better place.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Rev. Thank you for all you do for FIRST Global, and back to you guys in the booth.
Couldn't agree more, Melissa. Thank you, Greg. I actually recall the first pitch meetings for this event at Dean's home back in 2016 before we got things locked and loaded at DAR in Washington, D.C. You have been a central and fundamental part of that process along with Rev Robotics, so thank you for your time. In the meantime, we got to get down to Field 5 for our next match, which starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it, folks.
For match 306, playing on the Field Red Alliance, it's going to be Team Iraq, Team Croatia, and Team Ghana. And as for the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Maldives, Team Guinea, and Team Venezuela. So this is a robot that we're going to try to keep an eye on, because as we've seen, they're moving around the 1, 2, 3 on the rankings. So it's going to be very interesting seeing a very high score on the match.
If you were at an event like this, folks, it is almost impossible to avoid the team of Venezuela. They literally go to every single team.
Yes.
Their energy is palpable. You can see it in their robot referred to as Kashi. They legitimately covered it, folks, in blue automotive paint. I don't think you see that on any other robot here in competition.
No, I was also talking to a volunteer friend who's currently from Venezuela. You know, I figured they were like 20, 30 Venezuelan students or team members here with us. Turns out it's not. They're just so loud, so happy, so excited. It just feels like they're everywhere around with that contagious energy.
And with Dean earlier on today, we had talked about the Declaration of Interdependence, the Bill of Responsibilities. In a very real and tangible sense, the nation of Venezuela has done just that. They actually established it is a duty for each generation to protect and maintain the environment for the betterment and benefit of all in their national constitution.
So, team, what we're looking at on the screen right now is currently, yes, Team Venezuela once again depositing those hydrogen atoms inside their hydrogen tank. I have a feeling that's kind of their strong suit, that they're able to separate the hydrogen and the oxygen, as we're seeing right now on the screen. So they're able to go either directly to the electrolyzer for their human player or directly to the hydrogen tank to score those points directly.
Another nation to focus on in the Red Regional Alliance is the nation of Iraq. They come from Basra, but believe it or not, it's a manifestation of what is referred to as Science Camp. It is the first physical makerspace / fab lab in that nation of Iraq. So we're grateful to have them joining us on board this year.
Moving over, we're seeing currently Team Ghana for the Red Alliance trying to push and locate the hydrogen tank with perfect alignment, but they had sadly some of those oxygen atoms pushing in the way. We're talking about obstruction pretty often in the game as it goes. However, it looks like Team Venezuela had no obstruction, depositing more of those hydrogen balls inside the tank before trying to push it all the way into perfect alignment.
As that moon rises on Kashi the robot, so too do the expectations of all of these teams, but particularly Venezuela. Hopefully we have a telestrator ready to roll for you for these last seconds.
So the match is over. We have 4 robots that are on the field, just standing there within the reservoir boundary, but not being held up. And we have 1 extra robot that was able to get expert proficiency points in the energy conversion process, and it's fully supported by hydrogen hub structure. This is when we talked about that pull-ups that we were mentioning earlier, when the robots can actually climb. They climb the structure.
I was going to say, when you get back and look at the crowd, these kids are swelling with pride, rightfully so. Think about the amount of work that they've put into making this all possible. We've got our telestrator ready to roll. We'll see if we can get you a couple of clips up here. Venezuela, as we said, is named Kashi for their robot as that moon rises up to deposit those green hydrogen particles. You can see each one of those being a point, but then immediately afterward taking it upon themselves in those 15 seconds to basically use themselves as a battering ram to force that hydrogen tank into their respective corner.
And I also want to point out, if I could please have the illustrator here for a sec, what we're seeing under that oxygen accumulator. Let me take you guys back just a little bit more. There we go. So you might be able to take a look. It's kind of blurry from what we're seeing, but you see 2 oxygen atoms that are going to be in the way from the hydrogen tank to be perfectly aligned on the oxygen accumulator. That's just one of the other, I guess, sides of the game, that it gets more and more complicated as we go. So even though they have the human players trying to throw it directly over into the oxygen accumulator, if it lands right under it, it could actually pose as an obstacle in order to get that 1.2 or 1.3 accumulator.
Again, you see the nation of Venezuela swelling with pride, but they are not the only nation to do so. Triple-digit figures coming to that squad, along with the Maldives and Team Guinea. Well done, 107-30.
We're also having Team Venezuela stay on the #2 ranking from what we were looking at. It looks like they're going to stay on top as the competition evolves, and we're getting closer and closer to alliances and playoffs.
Even though they just played in that previous game, this year to select their national team, first Global Venezuela organized the first ever FTC-like competition in their home nation, the Copa CAI 2023. Let's meet Team Venezuela.
Nuestro camino comienza en la emocionante Copa CAI, donde más de 130 estudiantes se unieron impulsados por un mismo sueño: ganar la oportunidad de dejar los colores de nuestra bandera en alto.
Semanas de esfuerzo y dedicación dieron como resultado la formación del Team Venezuela 2023, los cuales no solo comparten un objetivo, sino también un lazo irrompible que nos une como una gran familia.
Nuestro mayor compromiso y fuente de motivación es ser parte del cambio que nace al unir las mentes jóvenes en búsqueda de un mundo lleno de oportunidades y sueños inquebrantables.
El camino comienza. First Global Challenge 2023.
Un camino donde los jóvenes de cientos de países se unen para forjar soluciones innovadoras a las problemáticas de nuestro planeta.
Juntos siempre lograremos más y seremos más fuertes.
They talked about unbreakable dreams in that little vignette, and they also have an unbreakable spirit here in the spirit of competition. Right now, we got to get you to match number 309. We are ready to rock here in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll it.
So we're going to have right now on our Red Alliance playing on the field Team Niger, Team France, and Team Slovakia. They're going to be playing against the Blue Alliance formed by Denmark, Cambodia, and Poland on the field. I love that we're already getting to take a look into 2 or 3 different robots getting possession of both hydrogen and oxygen from the reservoir. So what we have in the beginning is water located within that reservoir, and the robots have to walk in and get access of them, either by, pushing them out or just using that intake mechanism to gain control.
One of the nations we have yet to really focus any of our time and attention on at least this stream, is the nation of France. Their French hydrogen consumption stands at 900,000 tons per year. It's used in steelmaking, chemicals, and refining, and those 2 sectors most notably. But producing that quantity generates 11.5 million tons of carbon dioxide every single year. That's only 3% of their total French emissions.
That's crazy. And I mean, looking right now on the screen, we have a team from the Blue Alliance. I can't get a look at the flag of where it is, but I love that we were getting to see another robot that's able to separate hydrogen from oxygen on their storage units. So these, as we've mentioned before, it's going to save them the fact that they would have to go all the way to the electrolyzers to separate them. The robots are so efficient that they separated themselves.
Looks like we got a double dump right now of those hydrogen particles in that hydrogen tank for the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Red, it looks like it's trying to do the same. We'll see how fruitful that effort is. Oh my gosh, just dipped on out.
Yes, it's just so complicated. As we saw, one of those oxygen atoms was playing as an obstacle between the robot and the hydrogen tank, and it's also complicated because the hydrogen tank is on wheels. So as they're trying to get closer to dump those atoms, they might actually push it away instead of, keeping it next to it.
Some solid efficiency from these human players as they're throwing those oxygen particles across diagonally both sides of the field. Look at each one of them that's landing in that oxygen accumulator. Once that bell sounds, each team can press the button to hopefully release those oxygens into that hydrogen tank, assuming there's alignment.
We're getting down to the last 15 seconds of the match. Both alliances trying to correctly align the hydrogen tank in order to dump that oxygen and get that those 10 points of that 1.3 multiplier from getting perfect alignment. We also have 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 robots within the hydrogen hub.
I was going to say, and it looked like triple penalty as well with the 3 yellow icons that popped up. That could be a tech malfunction, but we will see later on once those referees have tabulated those final scores.
I'm very excited to see the final scores. I think it's going to be a very high score for one of those alliances. And remember, the points that they were able to get on the last 30 seconds on regards to getting into the hydrogen hub or supported by the hydrogen hub structure are going to be going to both alliances and the 6 teams.
And even though you see both of those kinds of particles, realistically speaking, they've got to go to different parts of the field in order to be counted and tabulated for the final score. We're still waiting on those from the referees, but thumbs are up in the meantime. The thumbs are up from us here in the booth as well. We so approve and appreciate all of these competitors who have brought their spirit from their nations into the spirit of competition here at Singapore Expo.
And talking about Singapore Expo, we've loved being here with the most gracious host country that I've seen. Because, you know, back when I was in 2018 with you guys, I was actually in Mexico, so I was kind of from the host country as well. But we're so grateful for the Singaporean people for making us feel like as if we were at home.
It is that type of hospitality, frankly, that makes it so welcoming and inviting and all-encompassing. It's part of the reason why I joined and why I continue to come along every year. I learn myself from each one of these kids and nations that ends up hosting us every single year.
And every single year we're coming back again into the competition. We're coming back again into a different challenge, into a different topic, into a different, world problem that we're trying to solve, as we've talked before. That's kind of the focus that First Global is giving to the competition every year, trying to get the kids interested in a global challenge and how we can solve it.
Hard to lose focus here, specifically because we're starting to get towards the end of our qualification matches and we're getting towards our playoff selection, and then ultimately those playoff matches that'll be all important towards determining the ultimate medalists of this competition at the very end. Right now we've got those scores. Congrats on that triple-digit figure from Denmark, Cambodia, and Poland.
Yes, we're so excited for the teams. It looks like all 4 teams from the Blue Alliance are going to be going up on the rankings. But now I want to push you all back into the booth with us. We currently have a guest here with us. It's going to be Mr. Costas Simonis. He's the president of EduCact, a robotics organization in Greece, which is the largest one in the country. He has worked in collaboration with the Ministry of Education to develop STEM curriculum for school. He also serves as a mentor of First Global Team Greece. We're so happy to have you here with us.
I'm very happy too, and I want to ask with a question for you.
Of course.
Do you give power to the kids or do you get power?
Oh, we get power from them. Are you kidding
that's
me?
amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a marathon. You must be exhausted.
I think everybody is in result of this process, but we got to talk about your effort and energy. We understand, and I think I've mentioned it a few times, that there are an extensive network of kids who are back home that are a part of this team. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Yeah, I think that's amazing, and that's unique about the Greek team. So what happened is that a few years ago, the news were spread throughout Greece about the First Global Team and the National Robotics Team, and then the next year many kids wanted to take part. Mm-hmm. So this rolled out a new challenge for us. Okay. The challenge was, how are we going to get them involved? Mm-hmm. And we, as an organization, we embrace equity, diversity, and inclusion. And what we want to do is that we want to break down traditional education barriers. So this led to us having more than 80 students right now back home. 15 of them are pre-national team getting ready, the young ones, mm-hmm. and 65 have been working almost for 6 months now. And yeah, they are on social media, sending information, getting information, and they're very excited.
Well, we're also very excited, I'm sorry to interrupt you, about the fact that you're giving all of the team members the opportunity to come with us. We also heard that you guys are working in different cities, so how has that been for you?
Yeah, you know, everything we do on education, especially now that times are running very fast and technology make changes rapidly, yes. We have to face those challenges. Yes. So especially in Greece, the relief of Greece is so peculiar. So you have mountains, we have islands, we have big cities, and small villages. So for every challenge, there is a solution. And for us, I think that what led us do this thing was the passion of the kids. So we find solutions through internet to work together, but we also organize a unique summer boot camp where all the kids come together for 10 days, work together, and they are very happy to work and do things together.
Well, doing things together, Christos, we're very grateful for you to be together with us in the booth, but we got to get back to the next match, which starts up in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
So we're down to match 312, and I want to give a very big shout out to Mr. Costas, the president of Educac in Greece. It's great, you know, getting to hear about teams that are over 70, even 80 students, where no one is denied the opportunity of participate in First Global.
And as I participated every year, I continue to give this young man in the production crew a shout out. So Alvaro, right now, your home nation of Huate is competing alongside Qatar and India. Good luck to them. They are squaring up with the Netherlands, Team Republic of Moldova, and Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yes, and you know, team, we're almost down to the last 2 minutes of the match. We've only had 30 seconds to go. I was actually seeing, hopefully we can get some part of replay. We have a robot that's throwing oxygen all the way from the hydrogen hub into the oxygen accumulator without having the need to even go outside.
And in terms of outside, I mean, think about the way in which Guatemala, I know I focused on them and Alvaro a second ago, have instigated change in their world. But for the past 10 years, they've become a technology hub in the fields of software development in particular. So now they're going to be trying to become a tech hub in hardware fields, but then hydrogen as well. Hydrogen production, storage, and then ultimately transportation and conversion.
And what we're seeing here on the field is different strategies take play. I believe it must be, yes, the Red Alliance. I think it is the Republic of Moldova. They were depositing some of those hydrogen atoms into the tank while also hooking themselves from the top to pull and push the tank into the direction that they're looking forward to.
Thank you for using the adjective hooked, because right now I think you should be hooked on the world of STEM if you are just joining us as a beginner or if you are an expert.
Yes, we can see also Team India for the Blue Alliance. They were depositing some hydrogen as well, pushing that hydrogen tank into spot. We might have both tanks located in alignment. We're going to have to see if it's perfect alignment or intermediate alignment. But after the hook of the 30 seconds, robots are trying to make their way into the hydrogen hub.
Compared to matches of days past, I feel like I've seen, Marlene, teams advance into that central hydrogen hub a little bit earlier than they did.
Yes.
Try to get those proficiency points at the very end.
Yes, and we're also seeing more robots being fully supported by the hydrogen hub. If you're taking a look, it looks like we have one, and it looks like, yes, one robot was able to be fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure. Other 4 robots appeared, at least from the camera, to be fully within the reservoir boundary, and all of those points are going to be going to both alliances.
And in terms of points, again, please take the point of looking at these instant replays and the emotion that swells after each one of these competitions. Typically, there are going to be high fives that are exchanged, handshakes, smiles, but even those huddles where everyone's got their arms embraced around one another and jumping for joy. I believe that's what it's all about here.
Yes, First Global is nothing other than a celebration. We're here enjoying ourselves. We're having fun. We're playing games, not just Hydrogen Horizons. We've seen, you know, teams playing with some balls, playing chess, just having fun. That's what we're here for.
We talked about gamifying, folks. That's what it is all about. At the end of the day, we're just trying to celebrate. We're celebrating the world coming together. We're celebrating the achievements of these kids, and we're also, frankly, celebrating the ability that STEM has in the world to impact change. There really is no other type of subject in school that you're going to learn about that can do just that.
In regards to celebration team, as we move over today, after lunch, we're going to start seeing some of those awards being handed out. So we're going to have some quantitative awards that are going to be based on the rankings, based on the points that the team was able to acquire throughout all of its matches. But we're also going to see some qualitative awards that are going to represent, you know, international excellence, innovation in engineering, engineering design, just everything in general. Every aspect of the team can be recognized.
And in terms of recognizing the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance, both of which are winners, but the Blue getting a score of 89 to 75. Looks like we are ready for a pit interview. Blair, my man, let's have at it.
our last pit interview with Team Morocco, all-female team. They're showing us their traditional foods, and we thought we'd end our pit interviews with some final impressions. What were your favorite things about being in the pits this week?
Having fun with teams from another countries and teamwork.
Teamwork, having fun with other teams.
Getting gifts from another, like from people, all the groups, knowing about all their culture too. Yeah,
having friends.
New friends.
Chatting with them. And learning about different cultures.
And part of learning about different cultures is learning about different foods.
The most important thing is the food.
Food is the most important thing, and it's almost lunchtime. So let's send out the pit interview with a little sampling of food from Morocco. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
This is all traditional food. Which one should I have? This. And this is a date filled with walnuts? All right. From the pits, back to the booth. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed First Global. Did you?
Of course we did. The environment, it's really, I was amazed by the environment, all like the people around. It was really so awesome.
And the huge building right here.
Yeah. Singapore.
All right. Take these memories with you. Okay. All right. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you for making memories with us, Blair. I know you were talking about walnuts a second ago. You, my friend, are also a nut. But in the meantime, we've got a field of action ready to play, and it starts up in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it, folks.
For match 315 on the real lines, we're going to have Team Ecuador playing with Team Lithuania and Brunei Darussalam. As for the Blue Alliance, joining us on the field are Team Ukraine, Namibia, and Suriname.
Team Suriname, I'm glad that you mentioned them last. Believe it or not, they've actually been in the first global competition since its inauguration year in 2017 without missing one single year. We certainly would be missing their presence if they weren't here, and we appreciate your presence for those of you who are tuning in from all different corners of the globe on this stream.
You know, they go way back, just like you.
Sorry?
They go way back.
Oh my
like
gosh,
you.
well, I am getting older and older, and I am feeling it as the day goes on, I can tell you that much.
It's just so much excitement and so much to see of what's going on the field. The Red Alliance has already made a move of the hydrogen tank, pushing them closer to that area that's going to be best for them. And as for the Blue Alliance, it looks like they're focusing on getting some oxygen to their human players for them to be thrown up all the way into the oxygen accumulator on the opposite corner of the field.
Now, one thing that's going to make these investments in hydrogen and green technologies more appealing is the fact that there are economic opportunities that come from them. It's not just that we're trying to do what is right for the world. In fact, it could be right for us and mutually beneficial. Ecuador knows that all too well. Their investment in green hydrogen as a nation could generate up to $24 billion for them by the year 2050. So there are some tremendous economic implications and opportunities as a result of that investment.
The potential is just endless. And talking about potential, you know, the team from Brunei Darussalam has mentioned that if their country used hydrogen as a source of energy, they could be carbon neutral. So all it takes is for the action to start.
One thing you certainly can't be neutral about, however, Marlene, is this type of event, especially with the happiness and unbridled joy that is just completely filling this Singapore Expo Arena. It's a massive building, but it's got some massive hearts and some massive minds in here as well.
Oof, and great cultures. We were looking at Blair trying those traditional dishes from, I believe, Morocco, and I couldn't help but want to go and have a taste. So for those of you at home and those of you who are looking us on the stream, if you haven't had a taste of what First Global is in person, consider joining us next year in person. And if you are in Singapore, think about joining us here today as the day still has some time to go.
Team Ukraine looking for that buzzer beater and alignment. We'll see if they can push that hydrogen tank underneath. Looks like it's partial right now, but only time will tell. Right now, a 2-point delta, but none of those scores are final, folks. So if you're tuning in at home, reminder, when that buzzer strikes 0, those scores still have to change given the referees are coming to sweep the field.
Yes, they have to count every single hydrogen point, every single oxygen point, consider if they were properly aligned, not fully aligned, in order to get that conversion multiplier, and then also add in the sum of the robot proficiency points that are actually going to be into the scores of both alliances and then add on the cooperation bonus if we happen to have one.
Now, I see a lot of these robots that have the buckets or funnels or doors that open outward. We just saw a few clips ago, one that actually, similar to construction equipment and one of those backhoes, actually opens outward and drops the balls underneath. So it's kind of a reverse situation, but hopefully more accurate as they get themselves right over that hydrogen tank.
From what I've seen, the challenge has actually been positioning the robot in the perfect spot for the atoms to fall in place properly.
And right now, it looks like the Red Alliance was in the perfect spot for at least that particular match. So felicitaciones to equipo from Ecuador, Lithuania, and Brunei Darussalam. Well done to them.
Yes, we had 35 proficiency points for both alliances. But now we're going to take you guys to see something a little bit special. So brought together by the Texas A&M University at Qatar's STEM Hub Robotics Club, Team Qatar has a mission to problem solve and represent Qatar on the world stage. Let's learn more.
And even though the stream is back with us in the booth right now, it looks like we're going to get back to that feature on Qatar.
Welcome to Qatar, a nation where innovation thrives and dreams take flight. Nestled in Education City, where brilliance and creativity converge, we proudly introduce ourselves, Team Qatar.
Hi, my name is Hamza and I'm from Syria.
Hi, my name is Amina and I'm from Sudan.
My name is Karthik and I'm from India.
Hi, my name is Igor and I'm from Russia.
Hi, I'm Jenna and I'm from Bangladesh. Hi, I'm Adi, I'm from England.
Hello, I'm Riyadh and I'm from Syria.
Hi, I'm Bakri and I'm from Sudan.
Hi, I'm Sarah and I'm from Egypt.
Hi, I'm Maher, I'm from Bangladesh.
Our team is a symphony of talents, united by our shared passion for robotics and technology. As you immerse yourself in Qatar's modern marvels, you'll find a nation committed to pushing technological boundaries. Diversity enriches our journey as we learn, adapt, and collaborate across cultures. In our workshop, innovation takes shape through teamwork. Together, we create robots that conquer challenges. Join us in celebration as we share Qatari traditions, music, and flavors with open hearts.
Shake them at the same time, so we appreciate them living by that mantra. We are in one of the final matches of this first part of the day in our qualification rounds, Marlene.
I love that they finished that video with "Join us in celebration," but I'm going to ask you all to join us here on Field 5 as we're about to start our next match. It's going to be match 318, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
In this 2.5 minutes, we have the nations of Cyprus, Vanuatu, and Brazil squaring up with teams Tonga, Grenada, and Comoros.
So what we've seen previously, it's Team Cyprus's ability to get itself up on the hydrogen hub structure by the end of the match. I'm interested to see if they're able to do that again on this game. But as the game is starting, we're starting with a different focus. I'm getting ahead of myself.
30 seconds in already, and that blue Alliance's hydrogen tank is pinned against the wall, but fairly close to that oxygen accumulator right now. Red Alliance on the opposite side of the field, dumping a lot of those oxygen particles to then get thrown across and deposited into that oxygen accumulator. I think they were 100% efficient on that throw.
They might have been, and I want to point out, we've talked about the human players having to throw the oxygen atoms all the way into the oxygen accumulator, but we haven't talked about the fact that the robots don't have any vision towards them. So many of these times that the robots are coming towards the electrolyzer, the driving team needs some guidance from the human player, like move a little bit closer, a little bit more to the left, a little bit more to the right, in order to get the proper alignment.
Everybody's shimmying and shaking out here. We're all moving. I would argue as well, everybody can be taught a lesson or two, and each of these students is trying to teach one another through their example. These kids have done it for us as adults across the globe as well. I know that we can attest to that fact.
Oh, I definitely can. Also the fact that, as our previous guest here on the booth from Team Greece was mentioning, they've been working on this project for months. It's months of work that's been put into this robot, into this team, into everything they've accomplished, and that is coming, to a close today.
And right now they are putting in that electrolyzer as many particles as possible. Again, you're seeing different colored shirts, different squads throwing those oxygen particles across the pitch. Only 40 seconds remaining to get some much needed points for both alliances.
I believe what we're seeing for the Blue Alliance is Team Granada trying to push the hydrogen tank specifically into place. They do have one oxygen ball in there. I'm not sure if it's going to be of any issues, but the Red Alliance also has it already in, even though we still have, 20 seconds to go.
20 seconds to go, which might feel like an eternity for some of these teams. You're seeing both of those particles get filtered, the hydrogen sinking to the bottom, oxygen staying in the top. Alignment looks like it's about to happen right now. Congratulations, Team Tonga, doing an exceptional job.
Yes, I love that quote, slow but sure. Because what we need is for them to be precise on where they're positioning the hydrogen atom.
And you can see the positioning right now, right? There are some little elevated sections of each of those parts of the hydrogen hub. So even though those teams tried to descend in the middle, they got to get through those gaps that exist. There are only 4 of them that are there.
Are you seeing the celebrations, Tim?
I can hear the screams. Trust me, you can see it, you can hear it, you can truly feel it as well.
The teams hugging their own team, their own teammates, hugging their alliance members. This is what it's all about. That celebration between different nations and that togetherness of different cultures.
You can look at the robots all you want, but in reality, it's that human-to-human interaction that we care so deeply and profoundly about. That's also what's going to give these kids the ability to get that twinkle in the eye, to recognize that everybody else might have the same goal in mind as them. That unification, frankly, is what builds so much confidence in these kids.
When we talk about confidence, I love the confidence of those robots getting to approach, the confidence that they have on the work they've put into. It's crazy. If I built a robot, I wouldn't even trust to turn it on.
No, truly, I mean that. Like, technology needs to stay as far away from me at times as possible because I'll find a way to screw it up. We saw Grenada and Tonga just a couple of seconds ago embracing one another as this kind of first part of the day concludes. You can think about the pride that swells in each of these nations, but particularly some of those smaller nations, maybe that have a little bit less experience, that are coming together and emerging victorious. It's exceptional.
Yes, we have more than one country who have mentioned in their videos, and here when we've had a chance to talk to them, that they had 0 previous experience with robotics before joining us this year. And still, they're here, they're representing their countries, they have amazing results. And talking about results, we have the rankings results for match 318. 72 points for the Blue Alliance and Team Tonga, Team Granada, and Team Comoros are climbing up their rankings after this match.
And we are also climbing up in our excitement level for the future playoff matches that happen today. But in the meantime, we want to take you back to some highlights from the first couple days here in Singapore Expo. Let's take a look at them. Good morning and welcome back to Singapore Expo for this third day of the 2023 First Global Challenge.
very happy. We have so many friends here, and this is our like safe and happy place. Yeah.
And some other teams showing their team flags. This is what unites everybody here.
Congratulations to all teams who have been a part of the excitement this season. We're now going to be heading to the stage where Blair will announce the winners of our first batch of awards. Let's go.
Thank you, Marlena. Welcome to the first awards segment. We've got a number of awards to present. If your team wins an award, and when your team wins an award, we want you to join us on the stage. We have a silver, gold, and bronze level for some of our awards. We want you to come up, stay on your level. We'll take some pictures, and then we'll get you off the stage. Our first award is the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands. It's awarded to teams that demonstrate a willingness and excitement for helping other teams in a time of need, whether by sharing ideas or resources, helping repair a robot, or giving support and encouragement. These teams were nominated by their fellow First Global participants. The bronze medal for the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands goes to Team Slovenia. And our silver medal goes to Team Palestine. And the gold medal for the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands goes to Team India. All right, big smiles. Big smiles. We'll take the photos. And let's hear it for our award winners for the Clara Barton Award for Helping Hands.
The Sofia Kovalovskaya Award for International Journey is awarded to the teams that documented and shared their First Global experience with the rest of the First Global community. The bronze medal for the Sofia Kovalovskaya Award for International Journey goes to Team Madagascar. The silver medal goes to Team Palestine. And the gold medal for the Sofia Kovalovskaya Award for International Journey goes to Team Jordan. Congratulations, teams.
All right, let's hear it for all our teams. Congratulations. Our next award is the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter. It's awarded to institutions, sponsors, or governments that assisted a First Global team. For this award, we ask that 2 representatives from each team come up to accept the award on behalf of their supporters. The bronze medal for the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to Team Turkmenistan. And the silver medal goes to Team Romania. And the gold medal for the Al-Khwarizmi Award for Outstanding Supporter goes to Tunisia.
Congratulations, teams. Congratulations. Our next award is the Outstanding Mentor Award. The Outstanding Mentor Award recognizes mentors who were committed to their team and inspired them to keep going despite any challenges. This is a team-submitted award, so these mentors were nominated by their own students. There will be 10 winners. Mentors, if you are in the room, please come up on stage and line up here so we can get a picture with everyone. In no particular order, the winners are, first up, Team Madagascar, Anthony Law. Next up, Team Algeria, Miriam Slimani. Next, Team Bosnia and Herzegovina, Armin Didilia. Next up, Team Cambodia, Shanra Red. Next, Team Dominica, Cody Jean-Jacques. Next, from Team Botswana, Shidzani Matebu. From Team Gambia, Demba Sila. From Dominican Republic, Isaac Vasquez Montilla. From Team People's Republic of China, Shugo He. And from Team Australia, Diane Rodriguez Becker. Congratulations to all our mentors who won this award, and also thank you to all of our mentors who helped make First Global possible. Thank you. Thank you, mentors. Excellent. Our next award is the Fundraising Award, which is awarded to teams that demonstrated a good faith effort towards fundraising. Sorry about that. The Fundraising Award, yes, demonstrated a good faith effort towards fundraising. The winners of the Fundraising Award are the bronze medal goes to Team Tunisia. The silver award goes to Team India. And the gold medal for the fundraising award goes to Team Croatia.
Let's hear it one more time for our award winners. Our next award is the Judges Award Technical. The Technical Judges Award is awarded to teams that may not have fit the criteria of any specific award, but from what the judges saw, their journey, their interactions with other teams, behavior, or other criteria deserve recognition. We have 2 teams that win this award. There's not a bronze, silver, or gold. We just have 2 winners. Our first winner of the Technical Judges Award is Team Montenegro. And our second award-winning team, joining them, is Team Sri Lanka.
Congratulations, teams. Okay. Come over here. Our next award is the Non-Technical Judges Award. The Judges Award for Non-Technical is awarded to teams that may not have fit the criteria of any specific award, but from what the judges saw, their journey, interactions with other teams, behavior, or other criteria deserve recognition. There will be 2 winners of this, not just in general. So the winners are Team Iran. And our other winner is Team Sudan. Woo! Team Sudan might be at lunch. We'll give them their medals later. Their ribbon later. Yes. Yeah, Team Sudan, come get your award later. Thank you. Congratulations to both teams.
Our next award is the Safety Award. This award was presented earlier to deserving teams, but we want to say congratulations to all the teams for a safe event and for following safety protocols. Please take safety seriously into your professional careers. And our final award, which was also presented earlier, is a Social Media Challenge Award. It is awarded to teams that have participated in a majority of the online social media challenges hosted throughout the season. Congratulations to our Safety Award winners and our Social Media Challenge Award winners. And we have plenty more awards this afternoon in the playoffs, during the playoffs. Congratulations to everyone. Stay tuned for an additional awards during the playoffs. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. Singapore time to start our playoffs and for more awards. Sudan is here. Sudan, come on up. We have awards for you. Sudan, hurry, scurry. Let's get... Yes. You made it. A non-technical judges award, in case you're wondering. All right, awesome. Congratulations, South Sudan. Before we go to lunch, we're going to show a video from our big sponsor, our presenting sponsor, Lamb. After this, we'll take a little lunch break back here at 2 p.m. for playoffs and more awards. Congratulations to all our teams.
And one of our biggest supporters who has helped us make all of this possible is our title sponsor, Lamb Research. We saw a short video about them play at the beginning of today's broadcast, and we are pleased to have two people from Lamb Research joining us now in the booth.
Tim Archer is the president and CEO at Lamb Research. He has also served on several corporate and nonprofit boards, including the National Consortium for Graduate Engineering Degrees for Minorities, also referred to as GEM, which is dedicated to increasing the participation of underrepresented groups in engineering and science at the master's and doctoral levels.
And Stacy McNeil is the Chief Communication Officer and Group Vice President of ESG at Lamb Research, leading both the company's overall communication strategy and its nonprofit arm, the Lamb Foundation. She currently sits on the GEM board as well. Welcome to you both. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Great to be here.
So I want to start by thanking you so much for everything that Lamb Research has done to make this event possible. Now that you're here seeing this event in action, how does it feel to help the world convene in the name of STEM?
Well, I just spent a time down in the pits meeting with a lot of the teams, and I would just have to say that it is so inspiring to meet these students that come from all over the world and to see the passion that they have to learn and to innovate and to solve problems.
But also, more importantly, to work together and to meet others from around the world. And so,
for us as trying to be a good corporate citizen, it just really makes us feel great about what
we're able to do and give back here.
Wonderful. And can you both tell us how the generous support that you've lent fits into Lamb's goals and aspirations? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish by supporting First Global and the First Global Challenge?
Well, we have an industry that is on a accelerated growth path, and so we're going to need thousands and thousands of engineers and technically trained people. And so we hope that and believe that the students here can actually follow a career in STEM. So that's a big part of it for us. But also, First Global has a transformative learning experience. And so getting the kids together in these teams, as Tim just said, not are they learning technical skills, but they're learning how to collaborate and how to work together, which are great life skills. And we love the tying into sustainability. That's also a very important part for us at Lamb.
Terrific.
So Lamb Research brings a unique perspective to STEM as a major player in the semiconductor industry. I'd like to know, what advice would you like to give to aspiring scientists and engineers who would like to work at the cutting edge technology?
Sure. Well, first is, of course, just to dream big. The world has a lot of problems. And as I said last night, I think technology really is the key to solving many of those big issues. And so, it's to think about what it is you'd like to accomplish and then set out to do it. And you see that so much in dealing with these students. At Lamb, we employ just about every type of engineer. And so regardless of whether your interest is in software engineering or mechanical engineering or chemical engineering, you have the ability to participate and really help solve in this team environment these big problems in the world.
And is there any other type of message that you'd want to send out for viewers from across the globe, frankly, that are tuning in and watching this right now about Lam Research's work, its charitable initiatives, its mission? I know that yesterday I loved the verbiage that you had used and that the company uses, which is "let's prove it." Right? I would love to know where that originated from, how that mission lives out in every day of Lam Research and how you operate.
My boss is telling me he's looking over every, so I'll take the first step.
Sure. Gotcha.
So when I joined Lam, I think what was most impressive to me was the credibility the company had in solving problems with their customers. And so as we were thinking about how we're going to amplify our reputation, we really landed on the theme of "let's prove it," is that we're committed to working to solve the problems until we can actually deliver the answer. So we have a very big aspirational goal to prove every complex, challenge can be solved.
I think it's just the nature of science in general, is that you come up with a theory, but in the end, until you've executed it in practice, you haven't proven that theory. And so really our motto inside our company is talk is cheap, but the data and the result is really what matters and has impact.
I think I referenced you can talk the talk, but walking the walk is something categorically different, and I'm so pleased and certainly blessed, as we are at First Global, to know that you're doing just that. So thank you so much for all the support you've given us over time, and we certainly know that when we talk about credibility, this event has built its credibility over the past 7 years. We're excited to see where it goes, and certainly with your support, that's not a small thing.
And Tim, talking about results, I mean, this isn't the first initiative that you guys have supported in regards to pushing STEM towards the youth and just the world in general. I'd like to know, have you seen any changes on just the world in general, or the engineers that come working to you as a result from the programs that you guys support?
I think we see a more well-rounded individual. We are very big on diversity and inclusion. And so I think that the engineers and the employees that come are really centered in a purpose, right? They really want to not only contribute to the company, but they want to contribute to the world. And we want to make sure that we're there to support our employees to do just that.
Okay. I would just add, actually, one of the big initiatives we had is to broaden the reach of engineering. And you see that here. Over the last number of years, we've seen a far greater participation of women in STEM and also of underrepresented minorities in STEM in the United States and elsewhere. And so, technology and the kinds of careers that get created in this business, they're very rewarding. And we really want to make sure that people from every walk of life have an opportunity to pursue that if that's their interest. And I think we have seen progress on that front in a number of years as a result of programs like FIRST and also GEM and other programs throughout the world.
It's certainly a two-way street. I would argue, as a teacher myself, what I try to preach to my students is anything that's worth working towards is a work in progress. And I suspect that you're doing the same thing at Lam Research, right? It's been growing over time. Your scope, your reach has also grown over time, as has this competition. What is the next step for you all?
Well, we are really looking forward to solving the world's most complex challenges. We look at the acceleration of technology, the advancement of AI, the advancement of 5G. Chips are in everything, that we see in our everyday lives, as well as, in space, in NASA. So I think that we want to continue to have the best workforce that can actually contribute to solving these challenges. And as the industry continues to grow, we want to make sure that there's resiliency, right, in the solutions that can make the world a better place.
And you're talking about looking at all different kinds of engineers, right? And that, to me, is such an important piece because we all have such differences, but yet we can all contribute. What are some of the intangibles that you look for in the employees that you hire? What are some of, not the skill sets necessarily, but those intangibles, those character pieces? What do you look for?
Well, I think you just have to look at the core values of Lam Research. It spells it out. We focus on things like achievement, teamwork, collaboration, honesty and integrity. These are things that make you a great employee in a tech company, and those are the kinds of things that really are core to the right type of employee.
And I would also say curiosity, right? I think that one of the secrets to evolving is to maintain that curiosity and make sure that you're asking questions. So we want our employees to be inquisitive. We want them to be problem solvers. We want them to understand that they are empowered to take the lead and to actually solve, and come up with their own ideas. So it is those additional characteristics that we also look for.
Great. Well,
thank you again, both of you, and to Lam Research Company for everything you've done for making this event possible.
Everywhere you look, there's proof that semiconductors are changing the world. They're enabling new technologies that help save lives, enhance access to education, and shape the future of business and computing. But as semiconductors become increasingly critical to our world, demands continue to grow for them to become smaller, more efficient, and more sophisticated. At Lam Research, we're innovating to meet this demand every day. We create machines that enable modern chip production and push the boundaries of what's possible. We partner with customers to boldly take on the world's biggest challenges while supporting communities and driving greater sustainability. From enabling atomic-level precision to breaking down barriers to collaboration, we're transforming our industry and creating the breakthroughs that make so many other innovations possible. Because at Lam Research, we know semiconductor innovation will change the world in ways we can only imagine. Now, let's prove it.
And then you turn right.
Thank you.
You think you know Singapore? Then what's this?
And this.
And this.
The school play was really coming together until disaster struck. Luckily, replacement costumes were shipped with FedEx, which means Mr. Harvey could picture the perfect night. FedEx can help you be ready for what's next.
Passion to exist.
Across the world, innovators from all backgrounds are solving the greatest energy and climate imperatives of our time. That's why the U.S. Department of Energy supports First Global, because you represent the diverse, clean energy workforce of the future.
Every day, we get 24 hours to change the world. With the power of choice. It's a race against the clock to protect all that we love and care for. And there are many ways about it. So go green your way. Not sure how to start? Take a leaf from those around. Turn the corner down the block. Recycle more and recycle right. Use your hands for a simple fix to keep the things you love going. Power up your day. It's a breeze at 25 degrees. Power down the lights when you're out and about. Take a trip down our waterways. Clean up as you cruise along. Spot some wildlife if you can. Eat fresh, support local. Give ugly food a second chance. Why not learn to grow your own? Here's to the beauty of choice. Old is gold. Make things last. A few more stitches, and it's as good as new. Go green in style. Go green your way. Make a difference and reuse that bag. Clean up each time you eat or drink, just as you would at home. Wash up, don't let it run. Recharge under the shower. Short and sweet. Going out? Move your body, clock some steps. It's never too early to start them young. Time's a ticking. Choices are waiting. There's no time to lose. You have the power to choose. Go green, your way.
Is a true gem in the heart of the Balkans.
This is my first time taking part in a robotics competition.
I always saw it as a possibility to express creativity.
I'm excited to learn more about robotics and meet new people.
This is my second time participating in First Global Challenge.
STEM education has had a profound impact on each of us. It has nurtured our cooperative spirit, instilled confidence, and sharpened our engineering minds. We're passionate about science, technology, engineering, and math, and we're proud to represent Albania on the global stage. Albania is a melting pot of cultures, and Team Albania embodies multicultural spirit. Our team is made up of individuals from various backgrounds, united by our love for robotics and our desire to make a positive difference. Together, we strive to make a difference. Whether it's engaging with local communities, assisting in educational initiatives, or inspiring future generations, our team is dedicated to using our knowledge and skills for the betterment of our society. Join us as we represent Albania at First Global Challenge 2023. Together, we share our love for robotics, our passion for innovation, and our commitment to shaping a brighter future. Team Albania is ready to make our mark.
Yellow, green and blue, colors of the vast scenery of Algeria that highlight its diversity. It is our responsibility to protect our beloved soil from the dangers of global warming.
الفريق تاعنا يتكون من 9 أعضاء، حنايا كامل أصحاب وعندنا نفس الشغف في الروبوتيك وقاعد نخدموا على نفس الهدف.
نجوا لستيم ميكر سبيس وجوز نهارنا بين الخدمة، اللعب وتخطيط وناكل كامل كيف كيما عائلة واحدة.
Here, it doesn't matter where you come from, your gender or your background. Everyone gets the chance to learn, create and express themselves freely.
شخصيا FGC عاونتني نطور مهاراتي الاجتماعية والتقنية.
أحسن حاجة هي كيفاش نخدموا كامل كيف ونتعاونوا باش نخرجوا روبو ميكانيزمز في القمة.
وما ننساوش نهار الاوبن داي وين علمنا الشباب تاعنا على روبوتيك وشاركنا التجربه تاعنا مع FGC ونهار درنا اعمال تطوعيه باش ننفعوا المجتمع تاعنا.
This year's theme is important to us because Algeria strongly relies on fossil fuels. We aspire to fight climate change and build an eco-friendly country that prioritizes green energies like hydrogen.
For me, STEM is vital because it allows you to save people, cure diseases, solve world-threatening problems and live more comfortably.
We are excited to be part of the 2023 First Global Challenge.
To connect with the world.
Represent our country and live our dreams.
Team Algeria!
We are Team Angola.
Hello guys, my name is Joaquim Jr.
Hello guys, my name is Luis.
Olá pessoal, meu nome é Edmundo Martins Manuel.
Hello guys, my name is José Lisboa.
I'm one of the members of First Global Team Angola 2023. It is my second time to participate in this competition. The first time it was in 2021, but because of pandemic of COVID-19 it was online, and we are so excited to meet you.
I'm one of the members of Team Angola. I'm very excited to participate in this edition of Robotics Championship. I'm mechanic of Team Angola, and yes, guys, see you soon.
Sou de idade e faço parte do time Angola como mecânico.
On the Team Angola, I have 18 years old. I am a pilot of the robots.
tarde, met de Guido no Brega, meeting 16 anos de idade.
Hello, meu nome é Trevor, meeting 17 anos.
Hi, good evening. My name is Janelle.
Hello, mi nome é Timothy Romain, meeting 18 anos.
Y a nós, oficialmente, Team Arroba.
I find STEM really important because it gives my generation motivation and also the chance to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
O tema Hydrogen Horizon tá muito importante para nós isla, porque nós futurando na cubawa, colocou tá bom frente alternativo para generar corrente.
Quindi dopo c'è un motore che tra fisicamente da acqua, e dopo aiuta un parte grandi di global warming crisis, di tutte gasolina, tutte fossil fuels che guardo usare.
Então, eu excited para vai competir tem First Global Challenge, não somente para nos isla, pero para nos dar mais solução para o mundo virar mais saudável for the fossil fuel.
I'll use this experience to make my country and the world better, but I need everyone to know that we can't do this alone. We need to do this together.
Hi, I'm Corinne.
And I'm Justin.
And we're so excited to be representing Australia in this year's First Global. Our robotics program started 10 years ago in the corridors of our science lab and now has since grown to be one of the largest in Australia.
We have programs for kids from Year 1 to Year 12 that teach skills in engineering as well as teamwork and competition.
It's been really cool getting to meet teams from all around the world, talking about anything from how the robot's going to culture.
It's also been great focusing on what we can do for the community, such as mentoring new robotics teams from rural and refugee communities.
Previously, Australians' hydrogen horizons have been slowed by money-making coal mining schemes.
However, we are adopting solar and wind power, especially in inland Australia, to shift our energy sources to more renewable forms.
We think STEM is pivotal to a safe, secure and sustainable future.
Australia's engagement in STEM has led to great discoveries, such as the modern cochlear implant, the HPV vaccine, and even Wi-Fi.
We are so excited to innovate and collaborate with people from all over the world.
Best of luck to all teams across this season, and we'll see you in Singapore.
Hello, I'm Alex from Team Austria. Austria itself is located in the heart of Europe, characterized by mountains and lakes. Our multifaceted culture is shaped by Austria's rich history and extensive spheres of influence. Austria is also known for artistic creation with influential composers, painters, philosophers and also scientists. Through the different cultural eras, cities like Vienna and Salzburg are marked by unique architecture.
Hi, I'm Andrew. After experience in Geneva, we are honored to represent Austria again this year at the First Global Challenge in Singapore. With our accumulated knowledge, we hope to achieve the best possible results this year. We are looking forward to the cultural exchange and making friends with other nations again.
See you in Singapore!
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow participants, I stand before you as Tamerlan Agaev with a dream that ignites my spirit and propels me forward, a dream of becoming an engineer. It's an honor to be at the first Global 2023 Olympiad in Singapore, representing not only my country but also my passion for robotics and engineering. From young age, I have been captivated by the world of robotics. The complex dance of gears and circuits has always fascinated me.
I am Nurettin. I love robotics, and as robots evolve, they will bring more benefits to our lives. That's why we need to learn more about them. And I think this competition is a great opportunity for us. We will do our best as a team, and we are so happy to participate in this competition.
Hello everyone, my name is Banu. Today I'm here to speak on the topic Global Challenge. We want to emphasize the necessity and significance of tackling global concerns in just 2 minutes. Unprecedented problems in our world touch everyone, regardless of geography. These issues include poverty, pandemics, inequality, and climate change.
Greetings from Azerbaijan.
STEM is important to me because I see it as a revolutionary step towards the future.
STEM is important to me because it gives me a new outlet to explore my creativity.
I'm excited to be a part of the 2023 First Global Challenge because I wish to expand my knowledge on the field of robotics, as I believe the robotics industry will play a major role in the world in the future.
I'm excited to be a part of the First Global Challenge as I was able to learn how to build robots, and I'm looking forward to meeting other teams. The theme Hydrogen Horizons is an important theme for our country, as the Bahamas mainly relies on fossil fuels.
I will use this experience to make the country and the world better through learning how to decrease the reliance on fossil fuels, to decrease global warming due to carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases being present in the atmosphere.
This year's theme applies to Belize because we're looking into more alternative ways to grow green energy. Our main power here is hydropower. But with hydropower, we can become more long-term and effective. We can improve our land, wildlife, and natural resources.
Some of the challenges that I may face during this competition are lack of communication, improper time management, and becoming burnt out. With the workload that's upon us, proper time management and communication are crucial to the completion of the task efficiently. I plan to properly communicate with other members and mentors, ensuring that everybody is on the same page and in the loop at all times.
I think robotics and FGC on a whole can impact the world in many ways. The first one being that we as students get to learn STEM education and can implement it in our daily lives. With that, we also have the actual challenge, or the game itself, that deals with Hydrogen Horizons, where we as our community can come together and learn more about renewable energy and thus impact our world. So this experience on a whole helps us as kids be able to shape the future for the future generations.
While participating in the First Global Challenge, I expect to expand my social bubble and learn a lot more about other countries around the world. I also expect to gain more knowledge on robotics.
Because I'm growing up in a world where renewable power is significantly more needed. We are harming the environment through our coal power plants, and with hydrogen power, we can strive for a better future and a more clean environment.
From the heart of West Africa, where stories echo on the Weme River, comes a tale of energy, spirit, and innovation. There is energy in water, energy in our work, and STEM is our path.
Hello, moi je m'appelle David.
Hello, je m'appelle Karine.
Hello, je réponds au nom de Fiona.
Hello, je m'appelle Bouillon Junior.
As Beninis, future leaders and problem solvers, we see our modern lands, vast resources.
Au Bénin, nous avons un climat chaud. Nous avons accès à la mer, cela nous permet d'avoir plusieurs types d'énergie.
We feel the opportunity.
Cette année, notre challenge porte sur la production de l'énergie. Hydrogen Horizon.
The hydrogen theme, it's not just a challenge, it's a call from our ancestors, a promise to our descendants.
Nous sommes donc prêts motivés à relever ce défi et nous irons jusqu'au bout.
We're not just here to compete. We are here to ignite innovation, to harness energy, and to share our story.
My name is Sunita Satyapal and I am from Jakarta Higher Secondary School and I am currently leading the research team of Team Bhutan.
Costas Simonis, my name is Pema. I study in 11th grade at the Royal Academy, Bangladesh, Sapporo, and I lead the team media.
Hi, my name is Daunabu and I currently study at Textile High Secondary School and I am leading the programming team of Team Bhutan.
My name is Karma and I am from this Sunita. I am currently leading the research team for Team Bhutan.
Hello, my name is Dean Cayman and I am a member of Team Bhutan and I lead the painting team.
I think STEM is important to me because I think it helps me develop some problem solving, creative thinking and critical thinking skills which I think are essential for me in the later parts of my life.
STEM is important to humanity because it is used to solve some of the world's most pressing problems like healthcare and protecting environment.
I am passionate about technology and to represent our country in the global stage is an opportunity of a lifetime.
I am interested in working in the hydrogen fuel project that could give our country an opportunity to diversify the energy source in meeting the increasing energy demand.
This year's theme perfectly aligns with the national value, which is cross-national happiness, which makes us the champion of environment.
Hola, soy Karen. Soy Camila. Soy Lisbeth.
Soy Roger. Y yo soy Zubier.
Y nosotros somos la Selección Boliviana de Robótica. ¡Woo!
5 jóvenes fuimos seleccionados de 3.000 participantes para representar a Bolivia en la competencia de robótica más grande, el First Global Challenge Singapur 2023.
Es la experiencia más importante de mi vida y al igual que mis compañeros siento un gran orgullo de representar a millones de bolivianas y bolivianos. Esta competencia nos inspira a pensar que el acceso a la tecnología es equitativo, que tenemos que demostrar nuestras habilidades sin importar nuestra edad, el género o el lugar donde provenimos. El mundo está cambiando y este tiempo es nuestro. Consideramos que somos la generación TIC del Bicentenario de Bolivia. Hemos crecido con la tecnología y sabemos que podemos generar una revolución con ella.
Estamos a pocos días de llegar a Singapur. En ese tiempo hemos construido una hermandad, una comunidad con un solo objetivo.
¡First Global Challenge! ¡Vamos a alcanzar este sueño!
Pozdrav od tima Bosne i Hercegovine. Ja se zovem Ana i dolazim iz Mostara. Pohađam gimnaziju Grgije Martića Mostar i radujem se sudjelovanju First Global Challenge-u.
Ja sam Amar i uzbuđen sam što učestvujem na First Global Challenge-u jer mi pruža priliku da upoznam s mladima iz cijelog svijeta. Učestvovanje na ovom događaju pruža mi priliku da razvijem svoje vještine, steknem neprocjenjiva iskustva i doprinesem svojoj zajednici.
Sudjelovanjem u First Global Challenge-u razvijam vještine timskog rada i rješavanja problema. To iskustvo bi iskoristio da sudjelujem na projektima koji se bave globalnim i lokalnim pitanjima.
Zdravo, ja sam Ilajda Šuta i pozdravljam vas u ime tima Bosne i Hercegovine. Za mene STEM predstavlja veliku važnost jer mi pomaže da upotpunim znanje i također proširim ga u raznim drugim aktivnostima.
Energy sources are very important for all of us. As the demand for energy is increasing, the emission of harmful gases is also increasing and it affects us globally. Bosnia and Herzegovina faces those problems most often in the winter period. Therefore, it is important that the renewable energy sources start to be used at the greater extent.
Hello, my name is Dr. Adrian Chibana. I'm a member in First Global Team Botswana. My role in this team is I'm a programmer, and what robotics has taught me is that it's made me aware of the problems that we face day to day in the society, such as global warming and how we can overcome them.
Hey, my name is Oradile Moyo. I'm a multitasker for First Global Team Botswana. Through robotics, I'm discovering and exploring the STEM world. Robotics has helped me discover what I want to do in terms of career, and it has also helped me to work with other people. Thank you.
My name is Omaza Michelle Monemi. I'm the spokesperson, builder, and programmer of the Team Botswana First Global Robotics. Robotics has actually taught me how to work with people with different perspectives.
My name is Sunita Satyapal. I'm the captain for First Global Team Botswana. I help in the innovation and structural designs of the robot. Robotics has taught me to empower the youth behind me to be involved in STEM projects.
My name is Courage Ruben from First Global Botswana, and robotics has impacted my teamwork as I have learned that we set aside our differences and put together our commonalities to work for one goal.
Hello there, my name is Cesare Mateu, the manager and mentor for First Global Robotics Team Botswana. My role basically is to arrange all the needed materials for youngsters to design, build, program, as well as test their robots.
In 2023, it's estimated that 3 million Brazilians have no access to our electric national system. Determined to change this reality, Team Brazil is uniting to the first community again, this time to solve another global problem, the use of hydrogen and the need of renewable energy sources. But speaking of hydrogen and energy, have you ever wondered what's the formula of Team Brazil? First, you need an atom of persistence. This guarantees that the team can overcome any challenge of fundraising and contributing to its community, whether by selling candies, organizing raffles, or promoting online funding. Next, add 2 atoms of hope, so you can represent the Brazilian people, who keep a positive attitude towards any difficulties. This compound is so intense that it breaks several safe barriers to cause a huge change. You're also going to need 3 atoms of dedication to merge 2 of our C teams and a social project, combining communities and knowledge into something unique. Don't forget to add 6 atoms of inspiration for the students to feel so impacted by their mentors that later on they decide to become mentors themselves. By the time you realize it, your team has been representing Brazil for 6 years straight. When this energetic combination of many young minds is exposed to the STEAM environment, its effects intensify, reaching the whole globe. And boom, you synthesize our team. We are Team Brazil for the First Global Challenge, and we are very excited to work with you all.
Hi, I'm Zulusmi.
Hi, I'm Ivo.
Hi, I'm Kila. Hi, I'm Noha. And we are Team Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam is a beautiful country located on an island in Borneo. We have beautiful landmarks, a rich culture, friendly people, and vibrant traditions.
The Kampong Air, the largest water village in the world. Province limited the traditional way has been preserved for centuries.
Brunei is also graced with natural wonders. We got rainforests, pristine waterfalls, and diverse wildlife.
Brunei's culture is deeply rooted in Islamic traditions. The country is known
for its magnificent mosques such as Sultan Omar Ali Shafiuddin Mosque.
And we are excited to share it with you in this first global competition event.
It's nice to meet with everyone.
We hope this year's competition will be more exciting and fun.
Let's go Team Brunei!
Името ми е Александър Алексиев.
Виктор Кисьов.
Симеон.
Марио Лев.
Обичам да играя видеоигри с приятели и обичам да излизам навън.
Хобитата ми са кикбокс и програмиране.
Тренирам кикбокс от 8 години и обичам да спортувам.
Смятам се за позитивен, забавен, до някъде красив.
Поставя топките в контейнера и да, до тук сме за момент.
Любимите ми предмети в училище са математиката и физиката.
И ако печеля нова награда лично, бих благодарил на семейството ми, на хората, с които работя и това основно.
Вдъхновяват ме, освен хората, които ще участват в самото състезание, и моите ментори и приятели, които ще ми помагат, и моите родители.
STEM е важно за мен, защото дава на децата малко по-различна обстановка за учене, нов начин на учене, който до някъде е по-интерактивен.
Моите герои са хората, които помагат на хората без да искат нещо в замяна.
Salut tout le monde, nous sommes l'équipe First Global qui représente très bientôt le Burundi aux Olympiques robotiques de Singapour. Cette rencontre internationale ravit en nous le sens profond de collaboration et l'enthousiasme de créer la différence dans notre communauté.
En tant qu'une équipe de filles, cela est une autre fait de faire savoir que la femme est capable de s'intégrer au travail scientifique, malgré la tradition burundaise qui considère la femme comme une auxiliaire. Nous sommes excités à participer au Fest Global et partager notre faire savoir.
L'initiation du programme Fest Global est une démonstration de l'unicité dans la diversité. Nous sommes contents de vivre cette expérience qui contredit le monde actuel en fragmentation. Nous partageons les techniques et les savoir-faire que nous estimons importants et nécessaires pour résoudre les défis communautaires comme la production de l'énergie utile pour le développement durable et résilient.
Na bela cidade, na ilha de São Vicente, somos um grupo de estudantes de escolas diferentes unidos pelo nosso amor.
Conheço agora nesse equipe. Pode ser atacado. Obrigado.
Neste ano, vamos encarar o desafio de raios temporais, que visa desvendar o potencial da energia hidrogênio para um futuro mais sustentável.
Hoje não é só sobre robôs, estamos totalmente voltados para a comunidade, inspirando mentes jovens e formando futuros inovadores.
Nossos dias são cheios de parafusos, algoritmos e muito trabalho em equipa. Não estamos apenas representando Cabo Verde, estamos representando o poder da juventude e da tecnologia.
Somos a RGC Team Cabo Verde. Esta é a nossa equipe. Não estamos aceitando apenas desafios, estamos aceitando oportunidades para aprender, crescer e fazer um impacto real.
Preparem-se,
Obrigado por nós. Esse ano, os global challenge 2023 inicia as esperanças e sonhos do Cabo Verde disponíveis.
Vamos iluminar esses Hydrogen Horizons e inspirar o futuro onde a tecnologia e a inovação reinem o mundo.
Hello world, we're Team Canada from Edmonton, Alberta. Our team embodies the true spirit of Canada, a diverse group of students with unique life experiences and cultural backgrounds. United by our shared passion for robotics and outreach, we strive to combine our individual skills and dedication.
As a community team, we welcome every student, regardless of their skill or background. Thanks to the unwavering support from our local science center, TELUS World of Science, we enjoy a facility enriched with various resources. This allows us to unleash our creativity and meet regularly in the makerspace. As part of our mission, we take pride in engaging with the public through numerous outreach initiatives, igniting the spark of curiosity in young minds and their passion for robotics. Recently, we've been thrilled to partake in summer camps at the Science Center, where we imparted knowledge of coding and robotics. Our journey has led us to enriching experiences like National Indigenous Peoples Day, Canada Day, and Edmonton's Maker Fair, where we not only promoted Team Canada's participation in First Global, but also inspired children to embark on their own robotics adventure.
Singapore, brace yourselves, because here comes Team Canada, ready to make a mark in the realm of robotics.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Miles. I attend the John Gray High School here in the Cayman Islands. Hydrogen is important because it's a clean and sustainable energy source that could be produced by other clean and sustainable energy sources such as wind and solar power.
Hi, I'm Sophia Villier, I am currently in year 12 attending St. Ignatius, and I am part of the Cayman Islands robotics team this year. I'm really excited to be here because it's a really good opportunity to kind of show the other participants in our team what this tiny island is capable of. Hydrogen sustainability is really important around the world, but it's also very important to Cayman as our home.
Hi, my name is Josh Williams. I go to Cayman Prep in the Cayman Islands. Robotics is important to me because I find things like coding and building things out of nothing to be interesting. Robotics is a great way to do both those things.
Hi, my name is Max. I go CIS. I'm from Cayman Islands. We're constantly looking for more sustainable power sources because currently fossil fuels are currently damaging our environment irreversibly.
I don't know I want to be like first global gives me good experience.
Hydrogen has different tiers of usability. What we're looking for is the top green layer of hydrogen, which we can use to make power sources.
My name is Amaza Hall. I'm 15 years old and I'm a year 11 student at CCC. Being from a small island, it's difficult to stand out. Participating in First Global this year has given me the opportunity to be a role model and to stand out.
Welcome in Central Africa. So we are here in our robotic room and we have already started working on the 2023 challenge. Actually, this is a wonderful team made up of those beautiful girls here with me. We have Christina, we have Maria, we have those 3 young boys. We have also Heritier, Deogracia, and Boris. So they are actually trying to set up the kits, to work on the challenge, and we have already even made the wheels and the backbone for our robot to be moving. So Boris can talk to you about a little bit.
Good morning, my name is Boris and I'm going to show you the first part of our robot. So here we put the wheels of our robot and it is currently able to move forward and backward. That's the first mechanism we have built for our robot.
Hi, my name is Maria and I'm a participant of the Roboship Club. Here we are preparing the first global competition and I hope we will win this.
Okay, that's it. We have a wonderful team. Central African, say Yay! And the Robotic Club.
Nous sommes la Team Tchad! Le Tchad est l'un des plus grands pays enclavés du monde, à la fois dans le centre et le nord de l'Afrique. Il couvre une superficie de 1 284 000 km² en forme longue. Il est un pays d'Afrique centrale, sans accès à la mer, frontalier de la Libye au nord, du Soudan à l'est, de la République centrafricaine au sud, du Niger à l'ouest, du Nigeria à l'ouest-sud-ouest et du Cameroun au sud-sud-ouest. Sa capitale se nomme N'Djamena. Unité, travail, progrès est la devise nationale de la République du Tchad. Son drapeau est le bleu, jaune, rouge. Le bleu symbolise le ciel, le jaune symbolise le soleil et le désert du Sahara, et le rouge symbolise l'unité de la nation et le sang de nos martyrs.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Assalamu alaikum.
La Fialessi.
Nous affrontons First Global Challenge 2023.
Malgré que notre pays soit en retard dans les métiers du STM, notre génération ose. Contre vents et marées, notre robot va défier l'horizon hydrogène à Singapour. Inch'Allah.
Hola, somos Team Chile.
Para mí es importante para poder representar más a mujeres en este mundo tan dominado por los hombres.
Para mí el STEM es importante porque nos permite crear oportunidades en diferentes áreas.
Creo que el STEM es importante porque nos prepara para enfrentar retos de un mundo cada vez más tecnológico y globalizado.
Para mí las STEM son importantes ya que me han abierto muchas puertas y me han dado muchas oportunidades de aprendizaje y de experiencias nuevas e innovadoras, sobre todo con el mundo de la tecnología.
Para mí participar en estas instancias es importante porque ayudamos a motivar a otras personas y así todos podemos caminar juntos hacia un mejor futuro.
¡Nos vemos en Singapur!
I learned that together we could build bridges for ideas and craft a robot that dances with harmony. We navigated challenge, shared expertise, and discovered the beauty of compromise.
Through the wires and gears, we found the connections that went beyond boats and beats. Robotics taught me that when minds unite, amazing things come to life.
First, Global Challenge gives us a chance to apply what we have learned in school to make a real difference.
We can also use our skills in science, technology, engineering, and math to develop solutions that can improve our lives.
Participating in First Global, I learned how to solve tricky problems by using creative mind and finding clever solutions.
When our robot facing unexpected challenges, we work together, try different ideas until the puzzle is cracked and we get the solutions. Those experiences taught me valuable lessons about solving the problems.
As the programmer of the team, participating in First Global gives me precious opportunities to apply what I learned in computer science into real-world problems.
Taking part in First Global inspired me to learn more about engineering and also give me practical skills that I can bring into my daily life and academic pursuits.
FGC fosters cross-cultural exchange, letting us immerse in global cultures and view issues from diverse angles. When students of different backgrounds unite, creativity thrives.
We bring our unique perspective to the table, tackling challenges with innovative approaches. And it is this diversity that prompts us to shatter conventional thinking and bring impactful innovations.
Nos encontramos en la hermosa ciudad de Palmira, ubicada en el corazón del Valle del Cauca, un lugar donde el ingenio y la pasión caracteriza a su gente. Nosotros somos el Team Colombia y desde 2018 hemos reunido nuestros esfuerzos por dejar en alto el nombre de nuestro país. Para nosotros, First Global es la oportunidad de demostrar nuestros conocimientos y asimismo tenemos como objetivo impactar en nuestras comunidades demostrándoles que desde la ciencia y la tecnología podemos generar diversas soluciones. Cada miembro de nuestro equipo cuenta con habilidades únicas y una pasión inquebrantable que nos inspira para crecer juntos. Como equipo, creemos firmemente que desde la ciencia y la tecnología podemos generar cambios positivos en nuestra sociedad. Queremos inspirar a las futuras generaciones para que sean los protagonistas de los cambios que se viven en un mundo que se transforma constantemente.
everybody. My name is Dana Enoka, and I'm proud to be representing the Cook Islands in the first Global Robotics Challenge to show that although we are a small island in the middle of the Pacific, we have what it takes to make a big stride in the area of robotics.
Good honor, everybody. My name is Edison. I'm 15 years old and I'm representing the Cook Islands for the first Global Challenge.
Good honor, my name is Tunisia Satyapal, and I'm 16 years old. Cook Islands is a small island nation in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Being a small island nation, we are greatly impacted by the effects of climate change, which is why tapping into renewable energy sources is essential for us.
Good honor, my name is Kahana Allison. I'm 14 years old and I am honored to be representing the Islands this year for the first global robotics competition.
I am passionate about the subjects geography, English, and physics. Through the first global robotics competition, I hope to encourage new ideas to pursue studies in STEM subjects as I intend.
2, 1. Kia ora from Team Cook Islands.
Hello, my name is Nicole Gutierrez Garcia. Costa Rica is a country with a love of biodiversity. I'm very excited to be part of the Costa Rica team that will participate in First Global Challenge 2023.
Hello, my name is Alicia Harvey Mackenzie. I am from Costa Rica. I go to talk about my country. We have rivers and beaches. We have fauna and flora. My expectation to First Global is going to represent Costa Rica and be possible to win. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie-Hilaire Solerson, part of Team Costa Rica 2023. Costa Rica is a country with a great diversity and biodiversity, and different cultures. I am very excited to participate in First Global Challenge 2023 in Singapore.
Hello, my name is Maria Angel and I'm very excited to be part of the First Global Challenge experience. I'm very proud of my country and what our team has been done to constantly improve. Also, I'm very grateful for being part of this program.
Hola, mi nombre es Alessandro Rojas García, soy del país de Costa Rica y estoy muy emocionado por participar en el Mundial de Robótica de este año, elaborado por First Global, que se dará a cabo en el país de Singapur.
Everywhere you look, there's proof that semiconductors are changing the world. They're enabling new technologies that help save lives, enhance access to education, and shape the future of business and computing. But as semiconductors become increasingly critical to our world, demands continue to grow for them to become smaller, more efficient, and more sophisticated. At Lam Research, we're innovating to meet this demand every day. We create machines that enable modern chip production and push the boundaries of what's possible. We partner with customers to boldly take on the world's biggest challenges while supporting communities and driving greater sustainability. From enabling atomic-level precision to breaking down barriers to collaboration, we're transforming our industry and creating the breakthroughs that make so many other innovations possible. Because at Lam Research, we know semiconductor innovation will change the world in ways we can only imagine. Now, let's prove it.
Welcome back, everyone. It's hard to believe we've already made it to the playoffs already. Before we dive into our roundtable, however, we're going to take another look at the game that teams will be playing and some of the unique opportunities there may be for setting themselves apart. Let's take a look.
Introducing the official game of the 2023 First Global Challenge, Hydrogen Horizons. In this game, two 3-team regional alliances work independently to produce, store, transport, and convert hydrogen into other useful forms of energy, before coming together as a global alliance to demonstrate each nation's proficiency in hydrogen technologies. Robots start the match lined up against the guardrail next to their corresponding alliance station. 144 green hydrogen atoms and 72 blue oxygen atoms are randomly pre-positioned in the central reservoir in the form of water, or H2O. The match begins when the announcer says, "Go!" For the first 2 minutes of the match, each regional alliance works to extract water from the reservoir, and then use energy to break the bonds that hold the hydrogen and oxygen atoms together. Robots can perform the separation, or teams can use the electrolyzers to sort the atoms by size. Robots proceed to store hydrogen, an energy carrier, in the mobile hydrogen tanks, and oxygen in the corner oxygen accumulators. Human players can assist with storing oxygen only. If an oxygen atom accidentally enters the hydrogen tank, human players may remove the stray atom. When each regional alliance decides their hydrogen tank is filled, they transport the hydrogen tank to align it under the oxygen accumulator. Once the hydrogen has been transported, the energy it carries can be converted into a different usable form. At any time during the last 30 seconds of the match, a regional alliance can press a button to initiate the conversion process, releasing the oxygen so that it may fall into the hydrogen tank to earn a conversion multiplier. This is applied to the total sum of hydrogen and oxygen atoms in the hydrogen tank at the end of the match. Partial alignment represents the combustion of hydrogen to produce heat, which has reduced efficiency due to combustion heat losses. Full alignment represents the combination of hydrogen and oxygen in a fuel cell to produce electricity, which is the most efficient method of conversion. During the final 30 seconds of the match, the regional alliances combine into a single global alliance to position their robots on the hydrogen hub, demonstrating each nation's technical ability to use hydrogen as an energy carrier. A robot fully supported by the reservoir boundary, or the playing field surface within the reservoir boundary, demonstrates intermediate proficiency, while a robot fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure demonstrates expert proficiency. All teams on the Global Alliance earn the total sum of all robots positioned on the hydrogen hub. The Global Alliance earns a coopertition bonus if 5 or more robots are fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure at the end of the match, celebrating the mutual benefit when the majority of nations are proficient in hydrogen technologies. The final score is the sum of hydrogen and oxygen points, multiplied by the conversion multiplier, plus proficiency points and coopertition bonus points. The regional alliance with the highest score wins the match.
32 teams from a total number of nations competing here today have compressed to this part of the competition, and they'll be competing soon on the playing field. On each alliance, 3 of the top teams are selected from the top 24 ranking, while the 4th team from each alliance has been randomly selected from the rest of the teams in attendance. Let's take a look into the 8 alliances, that we're going to have playing here with us today.
In one of those first alliances, I believe we've got Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Team Israel. Alongside Great Britain, Greece, Lebanon, and Sri Lanka, those are going to be 2 of those alliances that we've mentioned.
Tim, I'm sorry, before we start going into our alliances, I want to welcome Blair and Melissa here to the booth with us. We're actually going to have a little bit of a discussion, from what they've seen on the pits, what they've seen on the field, what we've seen on the games. So now we can introduce our alliances as we were talking about. Melissa, Blair, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be up here. It's a great view. You have all week long. The pits were really exciting. The pits taste good. They look good. The costumes are great, but you guys have a beautiful perch on the playing fields.
Yeah, so excited to be joining you. And obviously, bird's eye view of the field, down by the field. It's been pretty active all weekend, and we can't wait to see what these teams that have been performing the past few days bring to the playoffs.
So we've been talking about this whole weekend, about the rankings, about that average score. And I'm actually going to tell you guys the top 8 ranked teams. So in the 8th position, we have Team Poland, 7th position, Team Greece, 6th position, Team Indonesia. On 5th place, we have Team Cambodia, 4th place, Team Argentina. On the 3rd place, the People's Republic of China. And our top 2 was, on number 2, Venezuela. And on the first spot of the ranking, same as last year, I think that's a pretty incredible feat, we're going to have Team Kazakhstan.
That's a great feat. Yeah, two years in a row to be number 1 ranked. That's amazing.
Yeah, top of their game. Goes without saying.
Especially since the game changes every year. So it's not like they went back home over the year and improved the robot. No, it's a brand new game, brand new set of fields, brand new set of rules, and they were able to come to the top, rise to the top over the past few days. So congrats to Team Kazakhstan.
Now, you both were telling us that the view from the booth is exceptional, and I would agree with that given that you two are joining us now, but your viewpoints look slightly different. You're down on the pitch, you're seeing all that action take shape, you're either in the pits or on the field. Tell us about that experience for you both.
Well, I think field side, what stood out was the importance of the human player. If you have a consistent shot, you've got an advantage in this game because the oxygen is getting delivered and then they take the shot. So it's tricky because the backstops have this netting and the balls are frankly just bouncing out. But perfecting that shot, which a number of teams have done, I'm not sure which one's on here, so we'll sort of do that each round, is really critical, I think.
Also, just different designs. I think as we're watching field side, we saw that, there's a lot of different elements to this game, and teams are able to choose which ones they wanted to focus on with their robots. So teams that maybe chose a subset of tasks but then really perfected it tended to be able to consistently be better, and then we're probably going to see a lot of different examples of focused tasks over the course of the next rounds of playoffs.
Yeah, the mechanism that I've seen kind of set itself apart from the other ones is when the robots can intake both hydrogen and oxygen atoms, but they're able to kind of separate them within their robot's storage system. So they don't have to go all the way to the electrolyzer, to go to the hydrogen tank, to go to the oxygen accumulator. They can just separate what tasks they're going to be working in without having to choose between one or the other.
It was a little surprising that the shooter robots really didn't do so well. It's really the hunt and gather, and then dump from the storage bins. But that was surprising to me.
I've seen some really interesting robots too that were kind of low that just focused on clearing the balls out from that center hopper. So as we know, there are some teams that were randomly placed as wildcard teams into the playoffs today. So maybe a few of those made it through, and then we'll see how they are able to contribute to their team and really make it easier for the task.
And you were both talking about those balls. Now this field of play looks very different. The game structure looks different. I imagine with all of the pieces that are flying around, you've had to keep your head on a swivel walking around all 5 fields more than any other year. Have you been hit by anything yet?
No, surprisingly not, because those balls are going outside of those playing fields quite often.
Yeah, same. I haven't been hit, luckily, but the day's still early, so we'll see what happens in the next
I was by
hours.
the playing field, and I was doing an interview, and I had my hand over the side of the field, and I was talking to somebody, and I thought, oh, geez, I gotta get that out of there. It was close.
You know, the game already has so many elements. We don't need Blair's hand getting in the way as well.
Absolutely. I will say down in the pits, the teams have been hard at work, modifying the robots over the course of the event. It's not like they just built it and brought it here and they're just sitting. No, between matches, they are modifying, they're learning from other teams, they're constantly improving the robots. And of course, we also have the robot hospital. We were able to go and take a tour of that. So they're getting help from professionals who are volunteering here and giving instruction and help to the teams to really be able to make sure that everyone's performing at their best. So that's been really great to see.
So a question for you two, because you were doing game announcing for every single match on Field 5.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see a change in strategy? This is the third day of matches.
Yes.
So can you describe that?
The first strategy that we're seeing that I hadn't really thought about, and it's kind of getting common now, is that the first thing that the robots do or the teams do is push that hydrogen tank closer to the oxygen accumulator before that many obstacles get in the way of the field. I think that's the main thing that we've been seeing repeating itself.
I've also seen a couple of teams, and we mentioned it earlier on in the day, actually taking that hydrogen tank and pinning it to the side of the field in order to really guide it towards that oxygen accumulator. Now, that one little metal outcropping that still is pretty hard to see from up here, you might be able to see a lot more closely down on the field. It's kind of like a pivot point for a lot of those teams. They've adapted to that challenge, I would say, very well over the course of competition here.
I think it's going to be exciting to see how, especially since, remember, now the alliances are going to be constant. So from round to round, the teams are going to be with the same teams going forward. So we're probably going to see a lot of teams specializing in actual tasks over the course of a match. And then that's going to be really helpful to see how they improve from round to round.
Especially also, choosing one specific strategy. Because it's not the same thing having, maybe 10, 15 minutes to get to know a different team, the strengths of the robot, the weaknesses of the robot. Now they're going to have a clearer idea of what each robot can do and just improve upon it for those 4 matches of playoffs.
But by the practice field, it was really interesting because the teams weren't just practicing with their robot, they were actually working with other teams to practice strategy, which really surprised me. Usually you go there because you've had some failure on your robot, you work on it, you bring it there before you bring it to the field. And this was, no, you try this, and they're working plays on the practice field, which was really surprising.
That's really cool.
Well, and I was going to say, Melissa had mentioned the fact that this alliance is now not going to change, right? It's somewhat static, but what won't be static is the fact that throughout the playoff matches, every single team on that alliance has to participate in one match. So it might look slightly unique from match to match as we go into this playoff mode.
Do you want to describe the playoff structure now? Because it's completely different.
So we're going to have, as we've mentioned before, 8 alliances made of 4 teams each. The first 24 teams are going to be the top 24 ranked teams. The other 8 are going to be jumping in from what was like a randomized selection for us to have more teams on the play. So what's going to happen is we're going to have each alliance play 4 teams during the playoff matches. Each of the robots has to play on at least one of those matches, which is what Team is alluding to. And their scores from those 4 matches are going to be added up, and that's going to be how we're getting our ranking. So forget everything about what we were talking about in averages. It's going to be a sum from the scores of all 4 matches.
And then who moves on from that first round?
It's going to be the top 3 teams, the top 3 alliances, on that ranking are going to be moving over to the finals. They're going to be playing a kind of like a round robin style where they're going to play the other 2 alliances. And that's when we're going to have, again, a cumulative score. And then we're going to get like gold, silver, and bronze. There you go.
I was going to say it's like a lather, rinse, repeat exercise for that final round. And we'll see if it can also be a repeat offense for Team Kazakhstan. We mentioned them and their strength from last year's competition to this year. I also noticed this crown on my head. We'll see if we crown them champions. This came from Team Libya at lunch. Again, a short time. What did you all experience back there during lunch on this last day?
Trying to get the award scripts correct. Quite honestly.
We want to make sure that everyone had a great experience. I think this is why I keep coming back. I love talking with the teams in the pits and by the fields and getting to know all these students. It was so exciting seeing some familiar faces from last year who had been in Geneva, and they're back here in Singapore, whether as students still, or maybe now they're volunteering or mentors. It's just amazing to see, even in just the 2 years I've been doing this program, I'm seeing the impact. Definitely plan on being back here again next year.
Honestly, now we really get into robot play, and I think the pressure is on for these teams to perform and to elevate. But any of the teams we talk to all weekend long, it's just a feeling of positivity. It doesn't matter really how they're doing out there. They're just like, it's all good. It's all good no matter what happens. They're just so happy and like, no, we did fine. How are you in the rankings? We're there. We're fine.
even right now you can hear there's like drum beats going on. There's like, I think there's a dance party happening in the lunch area.
Yes, they were improvising some music. They had like un tambor, excuse me, a drum, that's the term for it. They had a drum, and then they were adding in rhythms with like clapping, and someone was singing. It's a party all around.
Absolutely. And like you said, the robots are just an excuse for them to get together. It's more about that community building and those connections that they will literally have for life, which is amazing.
And one thing that we forget about is they all leave this building and we get ready for the next day. They go to the hotel and the party continues. So they were talking about the swimming and everything they're doing at the hotel, then just basically bonding with other teams.
And I was going to say, regardless of the role or activity that they're all going to be participating and engaging in with one another, the commonality, I'm sure, is the fact that everyone's smiling. I know us Fork are included in that.
Yeah, we all are. And, you know, as we're about to go into that playoff matches, I just want to give you all a clearer instruction on what we're going to have here on the field with us. I believe the first match what we're going to be seeing on field 5 is going to be Team Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel against Great Britain, Greece, Lebanon, and Sri Lanka.
We're getting ready for this first match, crew. In 3, 2, 1. It's playoff time, folks. Let's roll it.
So we're starting with the first match of our playoff tournament.
And it looks like we have Israel alongside Argentina and Team Hungary. So Angola is sitting out this first round. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got teams Great Britain, Greece, and what looks like Sri Lanka. Lebanon is taking a seat for this round.
So it's very interesting to see how there's a very big difference on the amount of hydrogen and oxygen that we're still seeing within that reservoir in the just first 30 minutes. So we have first Team Hungary, we're now seeing Team Sri Lanka. I can't even focus on one robot as we've got all 6 going crazy. But I want to point out that there's no more hydrogen or oxygen within that reservoir, which we hadn't really seen in the playoffs.
Yeah, you got some fewer game pieces out there, which means that there's got to be a lot more focus and fixation on some of that human play mode. So trying to get those oxygen particles in particular from those electrolyzers into the oxygen accumulator zones. Again, we've mentioned them in the top 2 corners of the screen.
Tim, I had never even thought about the fact that we might, you know, finish all of the game pieces and just have no more to go. We were looking at Team Argentina depositing some of those hydrogens into the hydrogen tank. For the Red Alliance, for the Blue Alliance, we also have one team throwing them over and another team depositing them in.
Halfway through this first playoff match, folks, but what is not at half volume at all is all of the cheering that is coming from this stands. We anticipate it getting louder throughout this afternoon.
It's going to be great. This is only the first match of our playoff matches. We're seeing also the human players, as Blair mentioned earlier before, playing a very big part of the game.
Now Team Hungary right now in that Red Regional Alliance is fully funded by the Matthias Corvinus Collegium, abbreviated as MCC, so I'm sure they're immeasurably proud of seeing their nation represented in these playoffs right now.
The Red Alliance have gotten full alignment under the oxygen accumulator. The Blue Alliance are using Team Sri Lanka, trying to push it in. We hear the last 30-second horn, and now we have all robots, it looks like all robots, making their way through the hydrogen hub.
Meanwhile, in that Blue Regional Alliance, you have the nation of Greece, and whether mathematics was invented in that nation or not, I can guarantee that they certainly appreciate the power of STEM.
We have 1 or maybe 2 robots completely held by the hydrogen hub. We have other 5 robots within the field. We're going to have to see if that 6th robot is holding itself up. Yes, it looks like it. What you guys are seeing right now on the screen, apart from the celebrations, of course, is we were looking at Team Hungary hanging itself from the hydrogen hub structure from the outside. Tim, do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
In terms of hanging themselves up from the outside, if it's fully supported, again, that robot is off of the floor, it's going to be worth 10 points per bot, and that cooperation piece, or sorry, not cooperation, but the proficiency points are going to be awarded to everybody in that alliance.
And that's going to be helpful because, as we mentioned before, this is not going to be like a win or lose playoff. There is no such thing like that here in First Global. It's just going to be a cumulative of the points they're able to get on all of the playoff matches.
So every single one of those points is going to matter.
And both of these alliances could actually be going through to the finales if the scores are high enough.
And I would expect these scores to be slightly higher because, again, 3 of those 4 teams on that alliance had earned those top spots in the qualification round. So you're looking at teams right now that are not just at the top of their game, but at the top of this game as well in the form of Hydrogen Horizons.
Yes, the best 24 robots out of 191 that we had here in the field with us during this week. are the ones that are going to be playing down on the field. We're going to have that extra robot for each alliance that was a random draw, but who's also going to be playing in at least one match during the tournament. But we have the best of the best.
I was going to say that was only round one, match one. We've got more matches in this first round, but then multiple rounds of this playoff going on. That cumulative point total is what's going to add up to find out who makes it to that final. Both getting triple digits here.
Yes, so we have 111 points for the Red Alliance, 106 for the Blue Alliance, 1.3 multiplier for both, and I'd like to point out 45 points in proficiency bonus points.
Those oxygen points seem to make the difference right now, and making the difference is one of those squads from the Red Alliance. Let's take it down to the field for an interview.
Hey, Tim, we're down here on the field with a member of Team Argentina. One match in the playoffs, one win. How are you feeling?
We feel great. It was a tough match, I must admit that. But we have played before with Hungary, and Israel did great. So we are very happy with our performance.
What was difficult about the match? You said it was tough. What was tough?
Our opponents, they are pretty good too, but I think planning the strategy and all the planning, that was what made us win, I think.
Well, the playoffs are going to be different. People are really playing for the wins now. Every match counts. I think it's a tough competition. The top 32 teams are in there. Who do you have in the next match?
Sorry?
Who are you playing next? Who do you fear?
We think we are prepared for the next match.
You said you wanted to say hi to Mom at home. Why don't you look into the camera and say hi, Mom? She's watching. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Hola, mamá. Hola, Laura. Hola, papá. Está bien, sí.
Congratulations. Good luck in the tournament. A great way to start.
Thank you.
Give me some. Don't leave me hanging. Back to the booth with Tim and Marlene.
Qué bonito, qué lindo. Es perfecto, ¿sí?
I love that. Hola, mamá. Hola, papá. And let's say hello to all of the parents of every volunteer, staff, student, even mentors here in the field. Just a shout out to parents all around. We're very excited for those scores.
Besos all around, absolutely. We also want to make sure that we're congratulating every single one of the 191 teams that have made it here to compete. Whether they're in the playoffs or not, again, we're all emerging winners just by nature of being part of this incredible competition.
Yes, and even, if your robot didn't perform quite as you expected and you weren't able to make it in the playoffs, remember that we still have some qualitative awards pending to give out. So even if you might not have gotten that award or that recognition that you were looking for in the field, you could still be getting it from our judges.
Well, and I suspect that regardless of the awards that we dole out here at First Global on today's culminating day of this event, I guarantee you these kids are going to go back home and win tons of accolades. Hopefully we've got some Nobel Prizes in our future. We'll see if we've got some others at stake and in store for us. But in the meantime, we're just waiting on some of the scores from some of these other matches too.
Yes, I want to talk about the fact that, team, going back to the field, going back to the matches, we stopped seeing as many hydrogen and oxygen atoms throughout the field as we had been seeing previously in the other games. Do you think this is going to play less of an obstacle as the tournament goes by?
I was going to say it's a little bit less to focus on, and sometimes less is more, so people are really going to be trying to get as many of them as possible. You're going to see it in the first 10 seconds, frankly, of this match as these new 6 robots descend. We started up in 3, 2, 1. Get these playoffs rolling, crew.
So on the side of the Red Alliance, we're going to have Alliance number 5, which is formed by Cambodia, Malta, Republic of Moldova, and Switzerland. They're going to be playing against the Blue Alliance, which was Alliance number 6, with Australia, Estonia, Indonesia, and Peru.
And of those 8 nations, it looks like Switzerland and Estonia are taking a seat for this round. The remaining 6 are competing. Reminder, in these playoff rounds, every single team's got to get at least 1 match in. So we'll see what happens as we get through these first rounds. Right now, it's round 1, match 2.
Talking about strategy, they might also be thinking in terms of strategy when thinking, when am I going to put in that 4th robot? Which robot is going to perform next with our next competitors?
The elements of planning and strategy come into even these last matches that these teams will play. Now, great job by that Red Alliance looking at the projectiles of those robots. Blair mentioned it earlier on as not being too successful, but this playoff match is anything but.
No, and it's also very interesting to see that they're able to ingest all of those hydrogen or oxygen atoms within the reservoir and shoot directly from there. They don't even have to, drive around the field to position themselves in any strategic spot. They can just do it from that same taking place.
Bingo. And in addition to the strategy that they're developing, some of these teams have had more experience with one another than others. Australia, you see in the Blue Regional Alliance, competes in the FRC as Team 4613. So we'll see if that chemistry comes into play here.
It definitely will. They've got to have at least some knowledge on how to manage the nerves, you know? Because it's no easy deed representing your country, being in the playoffs as an international tournament.
We're seeing what their medal is all about, and we mean their medal in terms of their intrinsic fabric as human beings, but also the metal that makes up their robots.
And, you know, now that the Red Alliance is trying to push the hydrogen tank over to the oxygen accumulator, we were talking about that as a common strategy during ranking matches, but it looks like it's not happening, at least on this match during playoffs. So maybe strategies are changing as we speak.
What is also changing is the amount of volume that is starting to trickle through this stadium. You're probably going to be able to tune us out a little bit longer towards the end of this because of the number of people that are starting to pile it in.
That's what we want to see. We want to see excitement. We want to see fun. We want to see the last 10 seconds of the match as teams are starting to, for the Blue Alliance, trying to develop those last hydrogen points and get the alignment of the Red Alliance focusing on climbing.
Now, I think they hit the button at just the right time to let those oxygen particles descend into that hydrogen tank, but I don't know if they got the hydrogen balls inside.
It doesn't look like they were able to, which of course is a shame, but if they were able to get at least that 1.2 or 1.3 conversion multiplier, it's going to hype up the speed of the other hydrogen atoms that they had been able to deposit earlier.
Waiting on scores from these judges right now. Again, we had 5 fields of play. All of these playoff matches are coming from that one particular field in the middle of the park here. So all of the action is now in one place. We've been getting thrown in all different directions, but thankfully all of our efforts and energies can focus right there behind us.
We can all focus on the teams as well. As a reminder to everyone back home, if you're only joining us today, make sure to log in to the First Global website and take a look on the videos of teams that you may have not gotten the chance to hear from as you've been with us today.
I was going to say there's a lot of digital content out there, and it does take an entire year to put all that together. So again, our hats, we give the tip of the cap to the production team at First Global and everybody, frankly, at home who tries to make those videos possible. We talk about the creativity from some of these teams, and you see it reflected in each one of those little vignettes.
We do. Every video is very different. I feel like it reflects the personality, you could say, of the team members, of the culture. We had some where they had like regional music. We had others when it was just them giving very inspirational comments and content, I guess. But if you really hadn't had the chance to stick with us through all 3 or 4 days of that we've been streaming here with you, log in, look at that content, get to know the teams a little bit better.
And we're just trying to get better and better throughout this event from year to year. Right now, we got to take you down to the scores, though.
Yes, 107 points for the Red Alliance. Congratulations to Team Cambodia, Team Malta, Team Republic of Moldova, and also Team Switzerland.
The proficiency bonuses, as you see in the middle of the screen, have definitely started working their way up as well. I believe we've got the field interview ready to roll, so let's take it away down to the field.
Thank you, Tim. I'm on the field, a member of Team Moldova. What's your name?
I'm Vlad.
Vlad, you kind of showed me up there in the pre-show, and sorry, the pre-match. I said there weren't many great shooters. We were surprised by that. And you just had an amazing machine that was shooting from within the reservoir. You want to talk about dialing it in over the last few days?
So our shooter, we worked at it a lot. It took us about a month. Most of the half time that we used to build a robot, we used it to build a shooter. Because we had some experience from last year, and we try to do as consistently as possible.
Well, it's super impressive. It blew me away, honestly, and you made me look bad because we were talking about the human players, how important they were, but your shooter is dynamic. Any tweaks for the next round?
So I think we will still focus on the oxygen because we have the best shooter, as I said, and we wish every team good luck. And you'll see us in the next match.
Good luck, but your team has the best luck, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right, we'll send it back to the booth now with Tim and Marlena. Good luck in the competition.
Thank you, Blair. Much appreciated. We saw that yellow button on that gentleman's lanyard. It said drive team. They are driving change forward as well. Everyone's got different roles on their respective teams and yet one common goal in mind, which is to emerge from this first global challenge, hoisting some hardware and getting some medals around their necks.
And you know, medals that they've already gotten back home just from recognition of representing their country. I love the fact that, you know, we're getting some representation of teams that in media at least, we don't really get to learn a lot about, which has been great for me, getting to know more about those cultures, about those students, about those countries in general, which we don't hear about often unless we're here in First Global.
And the same goes for the world of robotics, right? You don't know what you don't know. So even if you are a neophyte and a beginner, we certainly hope that you take the leap of faith and get out of that comfort zone and get into our zone, because it's a heck of a zone to be in, I'm telling you.
It's fun. It's been fun being here. It's been fun getting to see the matches, getting to know the teams. It's been fun being in Singapore, I can bet. And just for everyone who's back home, really get excited, join. You don't even have to come to First Global if you think that's a very big first step. You can just join any organization around your house.
We are ready to roll for this round one, match 3 of these playoffs. We get going here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
So for our third match of this playoff tournament, on the Red Alliance, we're going to have the People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, and Vietnam. And they're going to be playing against the Blue Alliance, which is going to be formed by India, Jordan, Poland, and Ukraine, which is going to be, you know, playing out on this game, but we'll see them later on as the tournament advances.
I was going to say the other team that is currently sitting on the bench right now, but we will see later on in competition is Team Eritrea. So again, there are going to be some wild cards that get thrown into the mix here, trying to make it interesting. In addition, the Blue Alliance making it interesting, going and dumping both of those types of particles into their electrolyzer.
I feel like we are going to be seeing the electrolyzer a little bit less than we had been seeing it before, as we get more of those robots that can compartmentalize. Yes, that can divide the hydrogen and the oxygen within their robots.
Now you see over there by the Red Alliance, by the hydrogen tank, almost a slam dunk type function. They're trying to get the Red Alliance not only up in the scoreboard, but also trying to get it ever so closer to that oxygen accumulator. It looked like that was a slightly different strategy, but the Blue Alliance is following to form as well right now.
Yes, India for the Blue Alliance dumping some of that hydrogen into the hydrogen tank, and it looks like they're also going to be trying to get as many hydrogen atoms within the tank as possible. Is it me, or are they pushing it as they deposit the atoms inside?
I was going to say they're doing some pushing and pulling, and they're pulling my heartstrings along with them. Jordan, one of the teams competing right now, is referred to as Robo Razors. They were established by students at the Al-Hassad Tarwabi schools in 2017. So again, a wealth of experience coming into this playoff round, into this year's competition.
We're getting to see some traffic within that blue oxygen. Yes, within that blue oxygen corner up on the top, but the Red Alliance was able to push their hydrogen tank all the way to the oxygen accumulator, just ready for those last 30 seconds. It's going to be very interesting to see if either one of these alliances can get that 1.3 conversion multiplier as we're getting to those last 15 seconds of the match, and they start to focusing a little bit more on the hydrogen hub.
In terms of Team Hope, they're one of the teams competing in this particular match, but everyone is hoping that we get some of that proficiency pointage at the very end. All 6 robots seem to be somewhat close to that hub.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 listed teams within the reservoir boundary. Time is up for match number 3. We're gonna have to wait and see how many hydrogen, how many oxygen, the type of alignment, the type of proficiency points on each one of these robots before we get to that final score in the end.
And we are getting towards the end of this year's first global challenge. The action has also been endless in order for us to get here right now. You see that central reservoir where all of that water is at the very beginning. We're trying to convert and separate those hydrogen and oxygen atoms from one another into a more useful form of energy. So when we're talking about hydrogen horizons, that's been the point of focus this year.
I want to take us back to one of the robots that we were looking at on the field, Team Hope. You know how we mentioned that their storage unit of the robot can actually be expanded to hold more hydrogen and more oxygen. So in the previous match, it might not have been as useful as there was a ton of oxygen and hydrogen on the field, but as we move along and as we see less availability of that hydrogen and oxygen on the field, it might be interesting to see if getting a hold of that extra amount of, sorry, I'm trying to get a shot of that robot up here on the top. It's going to be interesting to see if getting a hold of those extra gain pieces might give them an advantage.
Advantages abound, and regardless of the advantages or disadvantages we might have as countries when we're facing the problem of climate change, we need to find the opportunities as well that exist as just opposed to those challenges. So we'll hopefully get you back up live with some of these scores from our referees in a second, and there they are.
121 points for the Red Alliance. It's going to be for the Team People's Republic of China, Team Vietnam, Team Hope, Team Eritrea. And for both alliances, we're getting 40 proficiency points, and we're getting perfect alignment with a 1.3 conversion multiplier. Let's go down to the field to see what the winning alliance has got to say about the match.
The highest match we've had so far in the playoffs.
It's a fantastic match for all of teams here, and we are very, very trying to make to scoring hydrogen and oxygen.
Awesome. How does it feel now that you're in the playoffs? Like, how are you strategizing with your team?
We feel pretty great right now, and we'll try the best at the next match.
Great. Okay. And what are you looking forward to over the course of the next few rounds? Are you going to change things up or keep it going?
Maybe keep it going.
Well, it seems to have been working so far. What's been your favorite part about Singapore and First Global this year?
Maybe for the food. It's very variety of food. I love that.
Awesome. Well, it's been pretty great here. Good luck with the rest of the tournament and enjoy the First Global. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for that field interview. It's great to see the excitement on the winning alliances as they head towards those other 3 matches. But, you know, it's going to be a cumulative effort getting up into that top 3 ranking.
And to that point, on the scoreboard, you see all 4 alliances are going to be awarded those points. So even though we saw Eritrea and Ukraine in particular taking a seat for that round, they do benefit from those scores. And in the next few matches, we are very much going to see them play. Because remember, even though there are 4 countries in each of these playoff alliances, every single one of them has got to get their butts on that pitch at some point.
So currently on the screen, we're seeing what we have as the scores as we go. So on the first ranking, we're going to have the team represented by People's Republic of China with 121 points. We're followed by 111, 107, 106. But those scores are going to be added up as the teams go through those 4 matches. And by the end, the 3 alliances that we have on top, which if it was right now, which is not, would be the Alliance of People's Republic of China, of Angola, and of Cambodia. Those would be the alliances moving over to our finale matches.
And part of the reason why in the bottom right corner of the screen you're seeing those double zeros, it's because those 2 sets of alliances have actually not yet competed. We're going to get down to the field in a few seconds, hopefully, to see those 6 teams. Remember, there are 8 of them, but only 6 can play. So the reason why you see those zeros is because they have not yet played a playoff match.
I know, and it's going to be a very interesting match. It might be one that I'm more excited about. So let's go down to the field to see what's going to be going on. We have our team ranked at number 1, our team ranked in number 2, the field ready to go. Everyone please get ready, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
In this 4th game of the first round of the playoffs, we have Bolivia, Kazakhstan, and Thailand. So right now, Montenegro looks like it's taken a little bit of a seat. Meanwhile, on that regional blue alliance, you've got Team Venezuela, Guyana, and Latvia. So Chad right now is on the bench, but we'll see them later on.
I have a feeling that they might have taken this as a strategy as they were playing the other top 2 ranked team. You know, specifically focusing on Kazakhstan and Venezuela.
Yeah, bingo. I was actually just looking at Kazakhstan. They went into that central reservoir, used their intake system to ingest as many of those blue particles in particular as possible, and then spat them out the back in order for the other robots to accrue. You see it right now on the right side of your screen.
And we're noticing that having a large storage or having the capability of hold more hydrogen and more oxygen might be a very big differentiator, because you don't have to go all the way around the field. We were just looking at Team Kazakhstan for the Red Alliance, again throwing more of those hydrogen into the hydrogen tank. But the Blue Alliance, looks like they're focusing on the oxygen a little bit more.
Now, just because you see the score right now as 38 to rock does not mean that that's how it's going to stay. Remember, they might auto-update, but they are by no means final. Right now, you're seeing Thailand trying to put the final stamp during these playoffs by depositing as many of those oxygen particles into that electrolyzer. Meanwhile, in the Red Alliance, you're seeing the same thing, except it's with hydrogen atoms in the hydrogen tank.
Yes, we're getting to take a look at some of those oxygen atoms being thrown. You know, Blair was talking about the fact that it's kind of complicated sticking them in, and it's going to be crucial for alliances to be able to do so. Those Red Alliance oxygen balls were staying inside. They were being pretty successful with it.
I was going to say, one of the countries that's also been immensely successful is in that Blue Regional Alliance of Latvia, and part of the reason why is because they claim to us, quote, we approach challenges with a multidisciplinary edge. They sure as heck are bringing the edge into this playoff match.
Yes, so we're looking now at the last 30 seconds of the matches. We actually have Team Kazakhstan clearing out that area under the oxygen accumulator to get that 1.3 perfect alignment. Because if you have at least one of those atoms that's going to be in the way, that's going to stop you from getting the 1.3 and keep you in only 1.2 multiplier.
We talked about Kazakhstan's intake system. So again, serving as a vacuum cleaner. We'll see if we can get that replay for you in the telestrator. Meanwhile, we've got Team Venezuela doing an exceptional job trying to get full alignment as well. Both teams already, before the buzzer even sounds, are above triple digits, Marlene.
Yes, and it looks like we were only going to have 4 or 5 teams getting some sort of proficiency points. One of those robots had to stay outside, didn't have enough time to make it all the way back to the hydrogen hub. It's going to have developing proficiency, which is no points. But I want to take a look, hopefully we can get some replays at some point, at how many robots might have been fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure in the end. That's going to be a very big differentiator for both alliances on the rankings.
Additionally, we have our telestrator ready to roll on that robot in particular, Team Kazakhstan. So as we get loaded on it right now, you're going to take a look at that robot in this corner of the screen. What they're going to end up doing is actually getting into the area that is underneath that oxygen accumulator. The reason why is because, as Marlene has mentioned a few times, those extra balls that are sitting in there make it really hard to get alignment. So Kazakhstan comes in here kind of like a vacuum cleaner behind that hydrogen tank and sweeps all of that up and out.
Yes, and the proficiency of the intake, it's proven to be not only important for scoring the points, but actually from also getting the oxygen accumulator at clearing the field. I think we're also going to see that happening once or twice at least within the reservoir. When you want to try to fit those 6 robots in that very tight space, it could be useful to get some of those extra balls that are rolling around inside the robot to make more room.
I'm telling you, these scores are a reflection of that fact. All of these playoff squads are walking in with some confidence and swagger. The scores absolutely show that. Again, we had triple digits before the final buzzer even sounded. So you're seeing these teams exit this competition at the absolute top of their game.
And we have a final score of 152 points for the Red Alliance, Team Bolivia, Team Kazakhstan, Thailand, and Montenegro against 110 for the Blue Alliance. 40 proficiency bonus points for both and 1.3 conversion multiplier.
Now, Marlene, I was going to say, we've been calling hundreds of matches throughout Singapore Expo over the past few days, and over 100 specifically in the booth, but we got a field interview ready to roll. Melissa, take it away.
How are you guys feeling? That was a really great match.
We're feeling so excited. It was just amazing how we managed to complete it just in time. We had a lot of problems that we had to quickly fix, but we managed to squeeze through.
Awesome. Did you have a specific role that your team was playing in the strategy, or how did that work?
For our one, our robot, it was mostly designed for the oxygen. Yeah. So we only took the oxygen. Yeah. So we helped the other team.
That makes sense. Yeah. It seems like everyone's specializing now. What are you hoping to accomplish in the next round when you guys play?
We're hoping to keep pulling through, managing to help our teammates, and basically fulfilling our jobs so that we can win.
Awesome. Well, good luck to Team Thailand, and good, enjoy the rest of the first global. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. That concludes at least this first round of playoff action. It's going to be multiple rounds of that round-robin style of play, and we're going to see some new squads that we didn't get to watch in that first round compete in the next round.
Yes, so for the entirety of the competition, we've been talking about how the teams were changing alliances every time. The teams were having to change strategies. We're starting to see static, or at least kind of static alliances every time. And these are the results of the first match of each one of those 8 alliances. So on the first spot, we're going to have the alliance of Team Kazakhstan, Bolivia, Montenegro, Thailand with 152 points, followed by the team of the People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, and Vietnam with 121.
Marlene, we've been going a mile a minute. I feel like I'm an auctioneer at Sotheby's as we're talking up here, but it's understandable as to why. You got 6 of those squads that are hitting triple-digit figures in just that first playoff match. It's incredible.
Yes.
And now we're going to go down to the stage for some of our awards. Let's take it away.
Thank you, Tim and Marlena. And welcome to the next segment of our award ceremony, the first segment in our playoffs. Our first award is the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence. Let's learn more about the award in the following video.
Many people around the world wish to see a better tomorrow. But what separates them are those who think of doing something good for others and those who actually take action. This award is named after Francisco Jose de Caldas, a Colombian mathematician, engineer, lawyer, and inventor active in the 18th and 19th centuries. Apart from his notable scientific achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and the natural sciences, the support he gave to engineering in his newly declared country led to the ultimate sacrifice of his life in the Spanish-American Wars of Independence. We at First Global know that this event would not be possible without our fantastic supporters. The Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence is given to individuals or groups who have added a positive dimension to First Global and the First Global Challenge. This award is given to those who have made incredible contributions to growing a sustainable and exciting program around the world. The recipients are awarded a plaque in no particular order.
And now, before we give out the award, I would like to invite someone to the stage to help present the award. Please welcome First Global founder Dean Cayman. Welcome onto the stage the first recipient of the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence, Isabel and Frankie Marchand. Joining Isabel and Frankie as winners of this award, please welcome onto the stage Tony Bolzan. And the third recipient of the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence is the man who hasn't stopped smiling since he's been in this arena. The other night you heard from him, he is still smiling. Please welcome Dr. Philip Yao. Join me in congratulating the winners of the Francisco Jose de Caldas Award for Sustainable Excellence. Our next award is the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering. Let's learn more in the following video.
Innovation is what separates the world of today from the world of tomorrow. The engineering achievements of the past we take for granted today were once ideas that shook the world by creative, game-changing people. Ustad Ahmed Lahori was a Persian Muslim architect born in what is modern-day Afghanistan, Tajikistan. He used innovative construction practices to combine traditional Muslim and Mughal designs into one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Taj Mahal. His engineering practices were so innovative and lasting that the Taj Mahal and Mughal royal family residence, the Red Fort, still enamor world travelers to this day. We at First Global are pleased to award the Ustad Ahmed Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering to teams that have shown innovative approaches to solving engineering-based challenges throughout the games. This award recognizes the 3 most innovative robots with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
And the bronze medal for the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to Team Romania. And please welcome our silver medalists, Team Mexico. And the gold medal for the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award for Innovation in Engineering goes to the Republic of Moldova. Let's hear it for our teams. Our next award is the First Global Innovator Award. It recognizes the top teams for their new technology experience projects, which promote a renewable and accessible global energy system. From 85 total submissions, 10 finalists were selected to present their projects to a panel of judges here in Singapore. And from them, the following 3 teams were chosen. Before announcing the winners, the judges would like to recognize 2 teams with an honorable mention, and that goes out to Team Philippines and Turkmenistan. Congratulations to you for an honorable mention. To help present the award, please welcome onto the stage Dr. Kelly Levin. All right, our first Global Innovator Award is presented to Team Tunisia. And the silver medal for the first Global Innovator Award goes to the Republic of Moldova. And the gold medal for the first Global Innovator Award goes to Team Lebanon. And let's hear it for the teams for the first Global Innovator Award. Nice. We're going to get back to some robot play now. We'll send it back to the booth for our next round of playoffs, to Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair. Much appreciated, and congrats to all of those winners. You can see them in the background right now as well, exiting the stage with everything on the line and certainly everything to be happy about. It's wonderful to see as this culmination of events as we convene the world comes to an end here.
Yes, we were able to see, the awards of the first Global Innovator Award, the Ustad Ahmad Lahori Award, and the Francisco José de Caldas Award. But I want us to go back down to the field and focus a little bit more on what we saw on that first round of our playoff matches. We talked about how we got that 152 as a top score by the alliance of Kazakhstan, Bolivia, Montenegro, and Thailand. But I'm very interested to see on how that's going to change with them having the need to introduce maybe the fourth team in this round, or even playing with another alliance who might be, at a different level.
In terms of cross-referencing some of that, just so that we can kind of fill you in the booth, remember this is going to be the second round of playoffs coming in. Every single team's got to get at least one match in this round robin of action. So when we get our next alliances up, we have Cambodia, Malta, and the Republic of Moldova that were actually in that first match. One of them is going to have to take a seat and ride the pine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel were in that first match for their respective alliances. So one of them is going to have to take a seat while we welcome Angola and Switzerland.
Or, they could be waiting for that fourth robot to come in on the third or fourth match. Because that team, every team, has to play on at least one match on one match overall under the playoff matches. But honestly, if I was them, I would bring that randomly assigned robot that was on our alliance against what I would consider to be maybe a lowing score match, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, lower scores, it's all relative. As we've been seeing these first rounds in the playoffs take shape, we've been talking about triple-digit figures. We've also seen, I would say, a much higher yield in terms of the full alignment. So we're talking about the most efficient way to make that hydrogen usable. And typically that happens in a few different ways.
But Tim, one thing that we haven't seen or that we're yet to see, because I'm sure it's going to happen at some point, down on field number 5, is that coopertition bonus. We talk about, that expert proficiency, about those robots being hung up by the hydrogen hub structure. Well, if we get 5 robots on the field demonstrating expert proficiency, both alliances get a coopertition bonus that would be of 15 points, in addition to those 50 points from the expert proficiency. And if we get 6 of the robots, that would be all robots from both two alliances, we would be getting expert proficiency, and 30 extra points of cooperation going over to both alliances.
The margin of error is quite slim, particularly when you're talking about these playoff matches, all of which only last 2.5 minutes. That's the commonality that we have from the original qualifying matches to the playoffs. One of the differences, though, that we mentioned earlier on is that the bottom score in each of these matches does not actually get dropped. It stays with them. Stay with us. We're going to get down to field 5 for this second round, first match. We get going in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it, everybody.
We were talking about the Red Alliance. It looks like they're actually going to bring Switzerland out to the field, playing with the team. Yes, it's Team Republic of Moldova and Team Cambodia, I believe, for the Red Alliance. Over for the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Hungary, Team Argentina, and Team Angola, letting Israel play out of the field.
And Malta is on the out for the Red Regional Alliance in this particular match. So again, things are going to get shaken up here. In addition, the volume is going to intensify, as will the action. Right now on the right side of the screen, you're seeing a terrific job for those ingestion of both types of particles there. That was Argentina we just saw.
Yes, that super large compartment where they can store the robots that actually expands from forward all the way to the back of the robot. It's going to give them an edge when we're at such a competitive level. Because as you can all see on the screen and down on the field, we barely have any hydrogen left on the floor.
Absolutely not. And in addition, we're going to talk about some of the accomplishments that come to follow these types of competitions. Moldova can speak to that fact. They're competing right now for the Red Regional Alliance, but after the 2022 First Global Challenge, Team Moldova had won the gold medal for innovation and engineering. They were actually invited to the President of Moldova's office. They actually got to showcase their robot there. Think about that, the actual supreme leader of that country. It's pretty incredible, the experiences they get to share after they leave here.
And the experience to be here, as we've said, getting to spend time with young men and women from another 190 countries is something very unique for teenagers. We're hearing the crowds here behind us. They're cheering for what seems to be Argentina and the Blue Alliance. That Blue Alliance has already have their hydrogen tank close to the oxygen accumulator, while the Red Alliance is focusing on getting more hydrogen atoms in it before pushing it all the way to the back of the field.
The margin of error is super thin. It was a 1-point margin previously. Now we look like we got a tie ball game, folks. It's unbelievable. Every single one of those particles is going to be worth 1 point a pop. Right now it looks like you're seeing Team Hungary try to take things into control for the alignment, but it's happening simultaneously with the Red Alliance too.
Yes, both alliances trying to push them all the way back in, trying to get that 1.3 conversion multiplier of full alignment, while also having time to head back into that hydrogen hub, maybe hang themselves up from the structure, maybe only being able to get in, but those 5 points could make a difference on getting to that top 3 ranked alliances in the end.
These teams have jockeyed back and forth over the last 2.5 minutes, and I believe at the very end there we had one of the alliances hit the button to deposit those oxygen particles back into that hydrogen tank. That again reflects the conversion process. It's the fourth of the 4 steps that we are talking about in this competition of Hydrogen Horizons.
It's very important to point out that they have to press the button on time, otherwise they could be getting a yellow card.
In terms of what we see as well in the emotions of the teams that are here in attendance, I imagine that it models, mirrors, and reflects what some of these families at home are also watching. I imagine kind of like an Eagles game for me. I'm screaming at the TV if I am a supporter of one of these squads.
And you know, that's a local team. Imagine here when you have a whole country rooting for the same 5 students and the same 3 drivers teams down on the field. The support is going to be incredible.
A lot of hope that we put on their shoulders. And in addition, we've got a lot more on our shoulders from the booth that we're going to bring to you over the next few hours. We've got more playoff matches in store. This is just the second of the round-robin matches, second round of those playoff round-robin matches. Goodness gracious, I'm tripping over myself these days. It's been a long event for us. Every single match is 2.5 minutes. The scores are accumulated cumulatively over time. We do not drop that lowest score, but we saw the leaderboard start to take shape after that first round. Again, most of these teams are hitting triple digits.
They really are. And you know, I want to take us to the telestrator here for a second. I want to show you guys something that you were pointing out earlier. Here on this area of the field that I'm going to try to circle out. I'm sorry for my scribbling drawing. What we're seeing seeing is the teams using that barrier as, you know, a guide for the hydrogen tank to be pulled up. It looks like we also have been able to pull up the final scores of round robin match number 5. The Blue Alliance is going to be taking 121 points for Team Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel against 101 for the Red Alliance. 40 proficiency bonus points, 1.3 alignment multiplier for both of them.
I was going to say the efficiency of these robots and these teams is absolutely exceptional. We also want to efficiently get you down to the field. Melissa is ready for our next interview. Let's take it away, Melissa.
Hi, I'm down here with Team Angola. Congratulations on that win. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling so good. It is our first time here in First Global, and we could achieve the playoff, and it's so good. I can't describe even my feeling. Yeah.
Fantastic. And how did your robot perform in that match?
I think so. Our robot was good because the strategy was for we could see the strategy. Yes, we could do the strategy.
Awesome, cool. And how has your time in Singapore overall been here at First Global?
Yeah, our time here in Singapore has been so good because we could see many tourist places that are so beautiful. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you, Team Angola. Enjoy the rest of your time at First Global. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you to Team Angola as well as that alliance. Now, Angola as a nation launched one of its first spacecraft in the year 2017. They are certainly taking flight in these playoff matches, Marlene.
Oh, and those scores are taking flight. You know, I think they're going to be on that top-ranked area of the playoffs, at least after the second match. But we still have 3 more matches to go of round 2 of our playoff tournament. I'm excited to see how the strategies are going to change, if we're going to see teams sticking to the same robots they were, if they're going to change them based on who they're going to be playing against on the next match. There's a lot of components that are going to, you know, play into the decisions that they take.
In terms of those components, we had the People's Republic of China alongside Hope and Vietnam when they competed in their first match alongside Australia, Indonesia, and Peru. So as these 2 alliances get into their second match of these playoffs, we're likely going to see a different amalgamation of squads actually take the field.
Yes, for now we have as number 1 rank the alliance of Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel. But we're ready for our next match of round number 2. Let's see how they change in the rankings. We're ready to start on the field in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
In that red regional alliance, we have the People's Republic of China alongside Team Vietnam and Team Hope. So they actually stuck with the same setup that they did in that previous round. Meanwhile, we've got Australia, Peru, and Indonesia. They're doing the same exact thing, crew.
Yes, I think they must have decided, you know, based on who they're going to be playing against. So we're going to have Team Estonia sitting it out for this match. We're sure going to be seeing them on either the next match or the last one for this alliance.
And we are glad that we have seen you streaming from across the globe here in Singapore Arena. Again, the action has been endless. In addition to those hydrogen particles that are getting deposited for the Red Alliance, terrific job so far. It's only been 40 seconds.
It's insane. We're already seeing the scores climb up. But I want to talk about something very particular in regards to strategy. We talked about how many teams decided to focus solely on hydrogen based on the idea that since it was the smaller atom, it would be harder for the other teams to manage it. But what we're seeing now on the field is that there's going to be a shortage of hydrogen and there's going to be a surplus of oxygen, which maybe some of these robots aren't equipped to work with.
Those oxygen particles look like they were absolutely getting accumulated in those accumulators for the Red Alliance in particular, not just from the human players that you just saw, but one of those robots from that alliance in particular using those projectile shooters. Hopefully we'll get it on the telestrator for you in a few brief moments. But we got a minute left in this match.
Yes, 1 minute to go only. We have a team for the Red Alliance. I can't really take a look at the flag. It might have been Team Hope. Yes, they have their scoring system ready, their storage system ready to just dump all of those hydrogen atoms inside without having to get any of the oxygen in it. If they happen to, if they had some sort of accident and an oxygen atom fell in, they'd have to take the tank all the way back to the Alliance station and all the way back to the oxygen accumulator.
And as these countries' teams head all the way back home, the work has really just begun. This is the gamification crew of change, but trust me, change comes about through action, and that's exactly what these 6 teams are about.
When talking about change, the strategies are going to start changing as well. We're down to the last 20 seconds. Both alliances trying to push their oxygen tanks in. It looks like the blue had it already. The red was trying to. They have only 10 more seconds to make their way back into the hydrogen hub and either get hung on the hydrogen hub structure or just try to get within the reservoir boundaries to get those extra points.
Tight quarters and a tight squeeze. Same goes for the margin of error and separation between these two regional alliances. We'll see as the scores eventually make their way in.
So, Tim, it looked to me like we were able to get 5 of the robots within that hydrogen hub area within the reservoir boundary, and maybe 2, I believe. Or it could be 3 as well. I can't see that well from up here, that are completely supported by the hydrogen hub structure.
Now, we got our telestrator up and ready despite the fact that we're giving you instant replays, and part of the reason why I want to get it up for you all is because there were multiple modalities in which that Red Alliance ended up accruing some of those points. So without further ado, you've got those human players in the corner from those electrolyzers, throwing the balls physically with their human players over and depositing them in the oxygen accumulator. See that one ball go in there. Meanwhile, you're going to have another robot actually work to the side of the field and actually shoot some projectiles from that robot into that top basin as well. So you got the combination of all that oxygen accumulating and then eventually hitting that button to convert it. It's exceptional by that alliance.
And I think it's going to be a very smart strategy getting to work with oxygen, because as we were talking about, even though we have only half the amount of oxygen atoms than we do of the hydrogen atoms in the field, it looks like most of the robots are equipped to work with hydrogen better instead of oxygen.
I was going to say, and all of these teams are equipped to compete at the highest level of all the teams that we've seen here, not just as a nature of being in these playoffs, but also competing alongside one another. You're talking about some highly technical teams that have really found a way to master this game.
And we're still haven't talked, here during the playoffs about the language barrier of what they're trying to get.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, by now they probably had the chance to, take out an app, try to translate the strategy they were trying to work with, which they wouldn't have had enough time during our ranking matches. But still, during the match, you want to give live feedback to whoever's playing next to you in order to amp the scores. And talking about scores, it looks like we have 89 points for the Red Alliance against 70 points for the Blue Alliance here on match 6.
Despite the fact that the alignment multiplier was only 1.2 compared and juxtaposed to the 1.3 for the Blue Alliance, it looks like the difference maker at the end of the day came in the form of those hydrogen points at the tippy top. So those 18 extra points you saw from them combined with that 1.2 times the multiplier, which gave us that delta there. In the meantime, we are ready for our next field interview. Let's take it away.
Hi, I'm down here with Team People's Republic of China. How are you feeling? That was your second win.
We got some little mistake, but it don't matter. And it was a great journey here. I love the match.
Awesome. I mean, you guys have a really impressive robot. It can pick up really fast. It can shoot. What went into the design of that robot?
It can both design. We both design for the shooter, for the big balls, and we can have a basket for the hydrogens. Yeah, I love our robot.
Awesome. And how has it been collaborating with students from other countries on the team and the alliance?
Also a good experience to collaborating with others, and we talk to each other very friendly. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you to the People's Republic of China. I loved the wording from that gentleman. He said, we're all going to make mistakes, but hey, it don't matter. We're here, right? We're competing. We're having a good time. We're smiling. We're also showing the world what we're about and what we're capable of. The youth here has done that in spades, in true to form.
They really have, and we all make mistakes here in a competition. Even I make mistakes, you make mistakes, we all do. That's why it's important to remember that, the rankings are going to be made of cumulative scores. So it's not going to be like, hey, you lost the match, now you're out. Nope, you have a chance to outperform yourself on the following 3 and try to climb up the rankings. We currently have Argentina, Angola, Hungary, and Israel with a total score of 232 points, but not far behind are the People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, and Vietnam with 210 points.
Lower on in those rankings right now. Again, part of the reason why that delta looks that great and grand is frankly because they have not gotten their match in this second round. We've gotten multiple of these round robins coming your way. And again, that one field of the 5 that we've got is what's being restocked and replenished. We're also trying to find these teams in the back. So remember, every match can look different for these 4 alliances. After every match, I suspect they still go back there, try to tweak the robots, and then they got to come right back out. It's incredible the amount of pace at which we're moving here.
It is, but now, team, we're ready to go down onto the field for our third match of the second round of playoff matches. We're ready to begin in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right now, it looks like we have Chad, Guyana, and Venezuela. So Latvia takes a seat. This is Chad's first time competing in these playoffs. Meanwhile, you've got Lebanon. We had them on stage winning an award earlier on alongside Greece and Sri Lanka. So Great Britain rides the pine for this round.
Yes, we're starting the match. And again, you know, the strategy that we have been seeing before of moving that hydrogen tank from early on, it looks like we've looked right past it. The robots must have figured out, or the teams, I'm sorry, must have figured out a smarter way to manage to score the points from early on the match.
I was going to say, we're all scoring points. And right now on the left side of that hub right now, I keep calling it the hydrogen hub in the central reservoir. I was going to say, whichever robot that happens to be has gone into multiple compartments and is sweeping legitimately every oxygen particle up. I actually believe that that's Team Lebanon. I just saw the flag just now.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking about leaving the hydrogen tank static, it looks like I was wrong. For the Red Alliance, we have Team Guyana pushing it all the way towards that back wall of the field. That might be a smart move, because if they have a support on the back, the robot can just go right towards it, dump in the hydrogen balls, and not having to worry about it and move it back.
There are going to be some different skills that manifest themselves from each one of these robots, and so these alliances, they come into each of these matches with some kind of different strategy at play. Some of them are going to use their intake systems. Some of them are going to use their retractable arms or baskets in order to dump some of those hydrogen particles. Some are going to lock into the bottom of those hydrogen tanks and push or pull it towards that oxygen accumulator as well.
I'm excited to see, and yes, it looks like that was perfect alignment for the Blue Alliance to get all of those hydrogen atoms in. It's going to be important that they gain power of those hydrogen atoms earlier in the game. Otherwise, they're just not going to have any more on the field for them to get. And we're down to the last 35 seconds of the match. We're about to hear the horn of the end game.
These alliances only separated by 16 points presently, but again, those scores are going to continue to be updated by our referees that have also had a very long day in addition to us, Marlene.
The Red Alliance trying to push the hydrogen tank, the Blue Alliance trying to do the same thing as well, and it looks like Team Venezuela is going to try to dump some last hydrogen into the tank before they're able to push it all the way in. We have them going back into the reservoir. Let's see if the Red Alliance is able to push it in to at least get partial alignment. This ends in... Oof. Now. Tim, I'm going to need a replay to see if they were able to get the hydrogen tank under the oxygen accumulator.
We definitely have our telestrator ready to roll, because again, I want to focus on Lebanon in particular. We also, frankly, at home need to focus on the emotion that you see on the game field after every one of these playoff matches. Everyone's hopping around and jumping for joy.
Yeah, we can hear the ole, ole, ole again from the field. Now it's coming from the alliance of Great Britain, Greece, Lebanon, and Sri Lanka. It looks like the Blue Alliance is pretty confident on how they did.
We're ready to roll with our telestrator here again, hopefully trying to showcase the team of Lebanon. They won an award earlier on today, so they made it to the podium. We'll see if they can do the same in these playoff matches. Again, those cumulative scores adding up.
I want to point out the fact that it looks like, how can I say this word?
Our telestrator is ready to rock here, and again, I'm mentioning Lebanon in particular. Right now, I've got them highlighted. They actually had gone at one point from this part of, sorry, I need to get my new cursor up here. They went from this portion of that hub, then went into the next side of it to accrue as many of those oxygen particles as possible. They've done a great job. Meanwhile, in the Blue Alliance, you've got other teams that aren't just ingesting those particles, but instead depositing them. In a couple of seconds, you see one with those hydrogen particles.
And Tim, you were talking about a very good job. I want us to focus just a little bit now. Wait, first we're going to focus on the results. 110 points for the Blue Alliance, Team Lebanon, Team Greece, Team Sri Lanka, and Team Great Britain against 77 points for the Red Alliance. Afterwards, I want to take you guys to go a little bit into, you know, the behind the fields of what's going on behind us on our fields. Let's go down with Blair to see what's going on.
We are fieldside, and I'm here with a member of Team Sri Lanka, and you were so excited. 110 points. Can you explain how you got that many?
110 points, right? That was because of all the strategizing that we did with all 4 alliances before the match. If you look at that notebook that we had as we were scribbling different ideas, you'd see it is just filled with all this strategy, all this excitement and we got exactly what we hoped for, and it's insane. It is incredible.
Did your alliance or team do any scouting before these matches? Do you know what the competitors can do?
That's for us to know and not say.
Very smart, very wise, very wise. And in the first round, you said you did really well as well.
Yeah, we got 106 points. So, I mean, that's just showing consistency. We're going to keep doing this and probably even better in the next few matches. That's what we're going to do. Strategy, strategy, strategy. That's it.
Yes, and it's the sum of the scores. It's not win or losses. It's trying to get as many points as possible. What's your prediction for the next match? How many points?
Enough. Enough.
Enough to move on. Well, good luck. Congratulations. Stay excited. All right, take it easy. And back to the booth.
Thank you, Blair, and congratulations to all three winning teams from our previous match. You know, we only have one more match left on this second round of our playoffs, and things are starting to get a little bit exciting.
And I know that Blair had asked the question earlier on, what do you predict? This is a quite unpredictable environment from game to game. Again, each of these robots is making tweaks in the pits, and then they come back out here and get ushered on. The Rev Robotics team gets everything recalibrated and ready to rock for us, and now we've got our new scores updated.
So on the first spot of the ranking, we still have Team Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel with 232 points against 216 from the Alliance of Great Britain, Greece, Lebanon, Sri Lanka, and 210 from the People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, or Vietnam. If our playoffs were to be finished right now, those three alliances will be going through, but we still have another match of our second round and the third round of our playoffs, so it looks like we're almost ready to go down on the field and play that next match.
I was going to say, we're going to get you back down to field 5 right behind us. The action is endless here. We started up in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll it, crew.
So for the fourth and last match of our second round of playoffs, over on the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Bolivia, Team Kazakhstan, and Team Montenegro sitting Thailand out for this alliance's match. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're going to be playing with Team Jordan, Team India, Team Poland, and sitting Ukraine out for the match.
So this is the second time that Ukraine has been seeded. We will for sure see them in this final round of action with that Blue Regional Alliance. But we'll see what happens over the next 2 minutes here in this particular match. Right now, it looks like that electrolyzer for the Blue Alliance is getting almost filled, but some of those oxygen particles came out early, I believe, Marlene.
You know, there's so many moving elements just through the field. As we're seeing now, we're moving the hydrogen tank, we're moving the balls inside the tank, we're also moving just our human players all around. Everything is happening at the same time. It's hard to keep things in place.
I was going to say right now, all of those oxygen particles in the blue electrolyzer, so they're really relying on the human power to try to get those projectiles into that oxygen accumulator. Highly efficient right now, as is the deposit of those hydrogen particles in the red hydrogen tank. So things happening for both of these squads.
Yes, Team Bolivia was doing great. And I mean, they're partnered with the #1 ranked team, not only this year, but last year as well, Team Kazakhstan. They've already have 55 points, and we still have a minute to go.
You're also hearing the whistles and cheers from the crowds. All of these teams have worked really hard in the past couple of days of competition, but really it all comes down to this now. Again, the matches are only 2.5 minutes, but we don't have too many matches left, folks. So again, the energy and noise are starting to work their way up. You're seeing something, Marlene. What's going on?
Team India working super hard. They were pushing that hydrogen tank all the way through the oxygen accumulator, while at the same time depositing hydrogen into the tank.
Now, India was just trying to push that hydrogen tank into that corner. I saw one little hydrogen particle potentially blocking it. So, Marlene, you've made this point a few times.
Yep.
We'll see if they can get full or partial alignment here.
And here we go again. Team Kazakhstan going inside that area, picking up those reminder oxygen atoms that are going to be blocking the way. And now they're going to push that hydrogen tank to get full alignment and 1.3 conversion multiplier.
And then to hopefully get those proficiency points, they got to make their way all the way around to that left side. And they get inside. Great job.
I believe we have 4 teams that are completely held up by the hydrogen hub structure. Only 5 more seconds. Let's see if we can get a 15 to get our first cooperation bonus point on the field. Do we have it?
We are going to find out in a few minutes, folks. Again, I got notified earlier on today that we've only seen 1 cooperation bonus on all of these 5 fields of play. So, Spencer, thank you for that insight. Hopefully, we start seeing cooperation bonuses come into effect in these playoff rounds. Because, again, both of those alliances will benefit.
Yes, you know, because those points, they would actually receive, if it was 5 or 6 robots, the 10 points from that expert proficiency, but also an extra 15 from the cooperation bonus. It was 5 robots and 30 points of extra cooperation bonus points if all 6 robots were to demonstrate expert proficiency. And right now, the alliances and teams have to concentrate on not working against the alliance that they're playing in this match, but just working for more and more points.
We're also trying to work for more and more change and solutions towards the climate crisis. Again, that's a point of emphasis behind this competition, at least for this very year. But every single year we focused on the power of STEM and the power of the humans behind them that allow us to go to work as a human race.
I'm sorry, Tim, I'm just very excited to wait for the scores. I really can't wait to see if we're gonna get that cooperation bonus. I just wanna turn around and see if the robots are all being hung up. But you know, we still have, what is it, another round of matches to go? 4 rounds, yes, of our round of our playoff matches before we go to the finals.
And a couple of those robots, again, were kind of vacant and sitting on the bench for those first couple of rounds. So we're going to start seeing these playoffs shake themselves up a little bit as we introduce more of these teams into the fray. Again, we have some of the top contenders from the past couple of days of competition, but then we also have wild card teams that are thrown into the equation. Again, we're trying to keep things interesting all the way down to the wire here in Singapore Expo.
For example, okay, we have our scores, 189 points on the Red Alliance. We have those 15 points of the cooperation bonus, 1.3 multiplier, 1.2 for the Blue Alliance, 50 points proficiency. This is insane. I don't even know what to tell you guys.
Well, I was going to say 189. I have not kept tabs on the hundreds of matches that we've now called, but I suspect that might be one of the highest scores, if not the highest score thus far we've seen in competition. We'll cross-check it later on, though.
It really could be. And the 126 for the Blue Alliance, it's actually a very good score. It could also propel them up to those 1, 2, 3 top rankings that we had on the back. Let's go down to the field to see what one of those winning teams has to say.
I am here with a member of Team Montenegro. Wow, 189 points. How do you feel?
I feel very excited and honored to be with such good teammates.
So did you have, do you want to share your strategy for that match with us?
Sure. The strategy was mostly to help each other, to enable others to get as many points as possible, and to get the cooperation bonus at the end.
Yeah, well done. You did that. 189 points. Do you think you can get 200?
That would be hard.
Oh, come on. You think positive. You got this?
Yeah. It's possible. We could do it with more practice.
Well, you've got a few matches left. That was an amazing score. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, and I would like to see you as well.
Give me something. All right. The Team Montenegro, part of that 189-point alliance. Well done.
Wow.
Congratulations. All right, back to the booth with Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair. I love that sentiment of keeping it positive. You know, we only have 32 teams playing with us in playoffs, but we had 191 teams all throughout the weekend just doing amazing. And even if you didn't make it all the way to the end, just focus on keeping it positive, focus on having fun, focus on all those other accomplishments that your team has been able to achieve throughout this entire season.
Right now, we have those updated playoff scores for you. So we've only got one alliance right now in the triple-digit 300 figures, and it's Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand right now.
Tim, we have over 100-point difference between our #1 and #2 ranked alliance. If you ask me, that position might be set.
I was going to say, I suspect at this point we just saw Blair give a knuckle knock to the competitors. I'm sure they're doing the same thing. In the meantime, we got to pass it down to the stage for some of our awards. We're going to take it away. Melissa, after you.
Thank you, Tim and Marlena. Before we start our awards, we're going to have a great and distinguished speaker. It is my honor to introduce our next speaker to the stage, Dr. Sunita Satyapal. She's the director of the United States Department of Energy's Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies Office and coordinates activities across offices for the U.S. Department of Energy's hydrogen program. In her role, she oversees the development and execution of a national strategy for clean hydrogen, which includes managing more than $11 billion in research, development, demonstration, deployment, and other hydrogen activities. We are so proud to have the U.S. Department of Energy as a sponsor for this year. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sunita Satyapal to the stage.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor, and it's so exciting to be here. I just
got here from Washington, D.C., and for many of you, you may not know that the U.S. Department of Energy, just thanks to Dean and the whole team here, became a sponsor. And many of you may know that hydrogen is element number 1 in the periodic table. In fact, I'm wearing a hydrogen t-shirt. And the atomic weight of hydrogen is 1.008. So 10/8 is National Hydrogen Day, and it's celebrated as World Hydrogen Day. And when we told Dean and the team, they basically organized this event for World or National Hydrogen Day. Hydrogen also has the highest energy content of all known chemical fuels. It's 3 times more than gasoline, and when I look at the energy in this room and the dedication, it is amazing. So really wish all of you the very best. Again, Hydrogen Horizons, National Hydrogen Day, the first time. So with first global, first elements, highest energy contents, and of course, 0 emissions. So I think the main thing I wanted to emphasize, since I'm here representing the U.S. Department of Energy, we have really strong goals, net 0 emissions by 2050. And so we're really counting on all of you. As you grow up, just hydrogen alone, we see 100,000 jobs, the opportunity by 2030. So we hope you'll continue to study well, study science, engineering in school, and join us. Feel free to look at our website. We have lots and lots of opportunities for engagement. So on behalf of the U.S. Department of Energy Hydrogen Program, a big congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satyapal and the Department of Energy. Our next award is the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity. Let's learn more in the following video.
We are part of a global community on this planet. Looking at our Earth from space, one can see no national boundary, nor difference in thought, or anything that would divide one human being from another. Dr. Mae Jemison is an African-American astronaut whose international achievements in STEM took her from outer space all the way to humanitarian work in Cambodia and West Africa. After her time as an astronaut with NASA, she devoted herself to improving healthcare and technology in developing countries. We at First Global also hope that the next generation of innovators, no matter their discipline or creed, will follow Dr. Jemison's example to replace international divisions with international hopes and dreams. We are pleased to present the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity to teams that emulate the best qualities of First Global by breaking down barriers, demonstrating gracious professionalism, and building bridges with fellow teams. This award recognizes 3 teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity goes to Team Trinidad. The silver medal for the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity goes to Team Kazakhstan. And the gold medal for the Dr. Mae Jemison Award for International Unity goes to Team Nigeria. Congratulations to all the winners of this award. Thank you. Thank you. That's right. Our next award is the Temasek Women in STEM Award, which recognizes 3 outstanding young women on the first global teams who have served as engineering role models by connecting other young women with STEM opportunities. The 3 winners will be granted special resources to continue their work of inspiring young women in their nations to pursue STEM education and careers. We are pleased to be joined by Jasmine Ann Teo, who's the Director of Sustainability and Climate Change and Director in the Community Stewardship Teams at Temasek, where she oversees the implementation of sustainability activities and the development of Temasek's community investment strategy. She will be handing out the medals for the award. The 3 winners of the Temasek Women in STEM Award are Nehal Wadwani of Team St. Lucia, our next winner, Matina Akampa of Team Uganda. And last, Dia Dervishi of Team Albania. Congratulations to these winners and to all the women in STEM. Now back to the booth for our next round of playoffs.
Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. You got to look at Team Uganda there celebrating Independence Day and now celebrating medals being hung around their neck. But we are ready, it looks like, for round 3, match 1 of our playoffs. We're going to get going on field 5. Right now we're looking at a vacant stage, but now we got our game field. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll, crew.
So this is going to be what I believe the 3rd match for all of these alliances. On the first side, for the alliance, we've got the People's Republic of China, we've got Eritrea, we've got Vietnam, and Team Hope is going to be sitting out for the match. And now we're with the Blue Alliance, we're going to be playing with Team Israel, Team Argentina, Team Hungary, and Team Angola. It's going to be sitting out for today.
Now, even though Hope is sitting out this match, we have Robo G, which is sitting in my front lapel pocket. You'll see it in a second. Again, crocheted by mothers from home of those refugees. So again, an exceptionally personal, touching piece that I get to have in the booth with me and to take home.
It really is. And you know, team, we were just getting a close-up into the robot of the People's Republic of China. And it's very interesting to see that they have that compartment where they store the hydrogen atoms, but they also have kind of like a revolving tube on top of it, so they're able to push the hydrogen atoms directly into the hydrogen tank without having to wait or just like wiggle them off.
Now, as we're taking a look at Vietnam, one of the nations competing for that Red Regional Alliance, they call themselves, quote, an electrifying force, and this expo arena is getting more electric over time. You can hear the Argentinian group behind me starting to liven things up. We absolutely love them behind us.
And talk about electricity, it looks like both of the alliances are going to be focusing on hydrogen mostly, as we're seeing right now. Currently, Team Argentina for the Blue Alliance depositing more hydrogen into their hydrogen tank. The Red Alliance is not far behind.
Interesting you're talking about the teams focusing on hydrogen more so, Marlene, because there's actually the smaller of the two particles that are out there on the field. So I would think to some degree harder for those robots to acquire and then work up into whatever collection and funnel system they have.
So that is one side that you could see it from, but you could also consider that you could fit more of the hydrogen atoms within your robot than the oxygen atoms, and at the end of the day, they're worth the same amount of points. So if you're able to fit, 15 atoms of hydrogen, I don't know, 7 atoms of oxygen, you'd only be getting half of the scores within the same space.
You can see that it's a team affair on the telestrator in a couple seconds. You might see from the red regional alliance those hydrogen tanks being pushed into alignment mode underneath the oxygen accumulator, not by 1 robot, but in fact by 2. And right now you got 5 robots descending into that hydrogen hub for those proficiency points.
Interesting. Team Israel was focusing on pushing that hydrogen tank right into spot, but it looks like they were able to make their way all the way around the field inside the hydrogen hub. I'm excited to see how many robots are going to be elevated and held from the hydrogen hub in this match.
The love and the affection that transcends this globe, it goes across any political boundaries that we as a human race can draw up. You also can't draw something up more poetic than an event like this, Marlene. I mean that.
Nothing more poetic than the crowds cheering just like crazy. You know, I feel like as if I was in a soccer event, or as if I was in an NFL match with the amount of cheering that I have behind me for Team Argentina and Team Israel specifically.
And it was fun seeing a couple of shots ago, Team Eritrea. I think this might have been one of the first times they were out there on the field of play. That actually was the first time, because for the first 2 rounds of the matches, they were sitting on the bench. So seeing them compete in this 3rd round of playoffs, again, introduces a new element of this type of performance at the very end of our action here in the first Global Challenge.
It really does. We kept on talking about static alliances. Well, that's not really true. You know, they were playing against a different team. They were playing with one of the different teams within the alliance. And maybe that's a strategy for the 3rd out of the 4 playoff matches that we're going to be playing. Who knows?
And we can't be static at all when it comes to trying to address climate change. It's a problem that is only going to become larger and progress over time. What we also need to do, though, is think about our solutions as well. And those are manifold in form, as are the ways in which these fans are celebrating. You see the flags of Switzerland, Argentina, Israel. They keep on rolling.
I love the celebration, but I can't wait for that final score. Because, you know, as we're getting... Wait, there it is. We had 136 points for the Blue Alliance, Team Israel, Team Argentina, Team Hungary, and Team Angola. 35 proficiency bonus points for both. No competition bonus, as we did in the last match, but both alliances were able to get that 1.3 conversion multiplier.
52 hydrogen points, 26 oxygen points. So you're talking about 78 total particles that were corralled and collected by the 3 robots that got to participate for that Blue Regional Alliance. Great job by them in that round.
And you know, we keep on talking about how so many elements of the field are in place. We're actually giving you guys now a shot on what goes behind the scenes in between every match. We have an amazing crew of volunteers. They're called Field Reset, and every time that we're going to play a new game, they have to go in, they have to remove the robots, they have to change and field everything in between the field, just the atoms and the hydrogen and the oxygen in within. It looks like we are now ready to go down to the field with one of the winning teams. Let's take it away.
I am here with a member of Team Argentina. What's your name?
My name is Sarah.
Sarah, you're the human player on your team, and it was so fun to watch you throw and shoot and get them in one after another. So I have to say, you look like you play some sports, like you've thrown before, right? How did you practice?
Yeah, I play handball in a club of my country. His name is Godoy Cruz.
Show, do that again. Can we get a close-up? Do that, get a close-up. That's the handball, that's the muscle right there. The muscle of Argentina. That was getting each one of those shots in. You said you were so excited, and your alliance was really communicating.
Yes, yes, we have a very great communication, and it was so amazing.
You told me that you were really nervous to be interviewed, and I said, are you more nervous here or more nervous during the game? And what did you say?
I'm so nervous here and down here because it's my zone of comfort.
That is the zone of comfort in the Human Player Station. Congratulations, great win. Keep up the good work, and good luck with the handball. All right, back to the booth.
Thank you, Blair. It's great getting to hear from one of those winning Alliance team members. And wait, what do you have holding there?
We just saw Sarah rolling up her sleeves, showing us her muscles, and I'm doing some lifting right now with my hydrogen barbell, again, made by Team Hope. Thank you to the mothers at home who crocheted this. Thank you as well to the many volunteers that make this possible. We just mentioned them clearing and sweeping the field, but in addition, you got Rev Robotics as well that's trying to monitor every single one of these matches to make sure that we're all in alignment with the rules and regulations as well. So highly technical, not an easy job.
Definitely no easy job, and definitely and also not an easy job for the teams who still have 2 games to go here during our playoffs. So we still have to go to round match number 10. It looks like we're ready down on field number 5. And I want to bring you all down to count down with me. It looks like we're gonna be starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We have Team Venezuela, Latvia, and Guyana, so Chad is sitting out this round. Meanwhile, we've got Cambodia, we've got Switzerland, and it looks like the Republic of Moldova. So Malta is riding the pine for this particular third round.
We're starting with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. I love seeing 4 out of the 6 robots within the reservoir trying to get a hold of as many atoms as possible before they're eaten away by the other alliance.
I was going to say, we have yet to mention it in the playoffs, and I can't believe that this is the case, but I have to right now. In Team Guyana, this is their first all-girls team that we have in attendance, so we want to make sure we tip the caps in particular to them as they compete here.
Love women in STEM. Nothing like it.
Nothing like this competition either. We're 45 seconds in with a $1:45 left to play. It looks like that Red Regional Alliance is trying to get that hydrogen tank as close to that oxygen accumulator as possible for some early alignment action.
That might have been Team Guyana who's pushing it closer to the oxygen accumulator of their alliance. But first, they're going to have their partners trying to locate some of those hydrogens that they have within that oxygen accumulator.
Now, I still need to mention Moldova. I know I did earlier on in the playoffs, but this is another very laudable accomplishment from that squad. They actually had their first robotics club open in 2014. Now the number of clubs in the country has grown to over 200. The biggest accomplishment in the past 5 years is the fact that it took home 3 gold medals at the first Global Challenge in 2019 in Dubai.
Wow, I'm pretty sure they're going to strive for the gold, you know? They're going to want to win those finale games, but right now we only have 50 seconds left on the field.
We are about a little over halfway through this first set of round-robin matches in the playoffs that all go towards the finals. Remember, the scores from these matches, we don't drop the lowest one, we add them up cumulatively. Who is that, Latvia right now?
I can't really see a flag. What I did get to see was one of the teams of what I believe was the Red Alliance trying to dump some hydrogen, and unlike the Blue Alliance right now, they weren't perfectly aligned, and so they had to drop some outside.
Some terrific teamwork coming from that Blue Alliance, and we'll get it on the telestrator shortly. You're seeing the back end of it right now with that alignment, but we saw Moldova actually empty all of those oxygen particles in first, or sorry, hydrogen particles in first, for then one of their team's members in that alliance to now push it in there. We'll talk about it later on.
Last 10 seconds, one of the robots that's actually holding up, wait, I think we're gonna have, yes, 2 different robots holding up from the hydrogen hub structure from the outside of that reservoir boundary. What this is gonna do is it's gonna give their alliance partners and the other alliance who is now a global alliance as well, it's gonna leave them more room within the reservoir to either climb up the hydrogen hub structure or just hump in for that intermediate proficiency.
We'll still continue to get these leaderboards up and running for you folks so that you can see at home what the playoff structure and shakeout is looking like. We're hopeful in a couple of seconds to get some telestrator for you as well so you can see what we were talking about. We had Latvia earlier on working to try to get onto that reservoir and hydrogen hub, but the teamwork that we are seeing in these playoffs is a perfect manifestation of what we've talked about in this challenge.
I also want to talk about the fact that we're seeing oxygen so much less during our playoffs. You know, the only way that we're seeing it being used is actually by the human players. Barely any robots are throwing any in to the oxygen accumulator.
But what these robots are in fact doing is working alongside one another. So if we can take it to our telestrator in a couple seconds, we'll show you what we're talking about. In the center of the screen, you're going to see Latvia, but what I want you to focus on instead is what's happening right now in the bottom left corner of your screen. You're going to see Moldova in a second dump all those hydrogen particles into the hydrogen tank, and even though the split screen right now is blocking it, you're then going to see an immediate push come from one of those teammates all the way over to that oxygen accumulation zone. So talk about a quick 1-2 punch. Exceptional job.
Tim, and if I'm right, they might have been holding the hydrogen tank for their alliance partner to not struggle with the alignment. As we saw on some earlier games before, and you pointed out, which was great. So what they do is they put one of the robots on each side of the tank to keep it from moving off from its wheels.
And we're spinning our wheels here up in the booth. We're getting towards the end of these original playoff rounds. We're going to have our 3 final alliances in a few minutes, but we're not quite there yet. We still got a couple matches in this 3rd round, and then we got a 4th round robin cycle to go through as well. Again, each of these alliances is going to shake some things up because a couple of teams have sat on the bench for their first couple of matches.
They have, and as we've discussed before, the rankings are going to be made up of the cumulative scores that they get through all 4 matches. So it doesn't really matter if you win or you lose a match. Even if you win all of them or you don't, you still have a chance of being one of those 3 teams that are going to be moving on to the finals.
And what we had talked about thematically in this event a couple of times was that, like any new thing you start, it might not actually work. These teams have worked really hard, not just to get here to Singapore Expo, but then to make these playoffs. So they've had plenty of qualifying matches. They've had plenty of practice. Now we're at the point at which, though, you either make or break it, and these teams are sure as heck making it here in Singapore Expo.
Oh, and for those team members who aren't able to be with us today, right now in Singapore, who maybe are supporting your team from back home, maybe from a different country, a different state, welcome, and we love having you guys here with us.
We also love seeing those high proficiency bonus points. Now we're up to 45, Marlene.
130 points for the Blue Alliance, 109 for the Red Alliance. It looks like they might have also have gotten a yellow card. We would have to interview our referees to see what that was about. But I love seeing, as you were saying, 45% proficiency bonus points and the 1.3 conversion multiplier on both alliances. I think that 1.2 versus 1.3 is really going to be making up a difference as the matches go.
We also hope that each of these young leaders and learners makes a difference when they go home. And at the end of the day, right now, we're taking it down the home stretch of these playoffs. Right now, you're seeing how these alliances are shaking out. Again, quite a large stretch in delta between those first top 2.
It's crazy. I believe it's insane. What we're seeing right now on the screen is our playoffs. We're still missing one more match of our 3rd round here on the playoffs. But if this was to be over right now, the teams that would be going through would be the #1 alliance with Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel, the second 2 alliance, which is Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand, and the #3 alliance, which is Cambodia, Malta, Republic of Moldova, and Switzerland. But remember, everyone, we still have one more match of our 3rd round, and we're still missing the entirety of round #4. So rankings can still go, moving all around.
This game is called Hydrogen Horizons, folks, and we are heading towards the horizon. Everyone's got their eyes fixated on that point, not just of the future of this competition, but the future world that these leaders will soon inherit. We're very grateful to them for their presence here, for their investment in one another and in the world of STEAM in order to catalyze and create change.
Yes, we've talked about it before. The young men and women who are here are the leaders of tomorrow. But we want again to see who's going to be the leader of the next match, the last match of our 3rd round down on the field. We're ready to start, and we're heading off in 3, 2, 1, go!
For the Red Regional Alliance right now, it looks like we've got Bolivia, Kazakhstan, and Montenegro. So Thailand rides the pine and takes the seat just for this 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Meanwhile, you've got Peru, Estonia. Estonia, this is their first round of action here in the playoffs alongside Indonesia. So Australia right now is out of the equation.
It's going to be very interesting to see, the team of Australia outside us. They've been a very key player for their alliance on previous matches. But as we start to go again, we're seeing less and less hydrogen atoms on the field. And we were just seeing Team Kazakhstan, our #1 ranked team from ranking matches, depositing so much oxygen for the human player, then going on to deposit so much hydrogen in that hydrogen tank, and then going on and pushing that hydrogen tank all the way to the oxygen accumulator. I ran out of air.
Definitely a multi-pronged approach, but I can guarantee you that Blue Alliance is going to respond, and that's coming in the form of Peru. We've mentioned them quite a few times over the course of this competition.
Yes, Team Estonia as well, doing some amazing work. I believe they're down on the electrolyzer, but no, I'm sorry. They're down by the the reservoir boundary, gaining access of as many atoms as they can.
Now, in terms of access, again, Estonia, one of those teams that is now accessing the pitch for the playoffs for the first time. I know I mentioned this yesterday in competition, but they said there's nothing better than building a cool robot with equally cool people. And again, a lot of fun to see 191 cool teams with some cool kids coming into this competition. Even if the temperature in Singapore ain't that cool, trust me, the action's heating up.
I love seeing those oxygen atoms falling in, those hydrogen atoms falling in now for the Red Alliance. There are going to be some very high scores. The teams are starting to push those hydrogen tanks into the oxygen accumulator, but once again, history repeats itself. We saw Team Kazakhstan having to go in under the oxygen accumulator, getting those sneaky little oxygen balls from outside, and now, there we go, getting the perfect alignment just as we hear the 30-second mark.
You're hearing that train whistle, but then even more loud and deafening are the whistles coming from the crowd. There's one right now as we speak. Marlene, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing 3 robots lift themselves up at the same time. That was a pretty cool shot. But we're also getting to see on the last 12 seconds for the Blue Alliance trying to locate, I think, yeah, it's still Estonia, trying to push it all the way to perfect alignment, and now they're going to try to make their way into that reservoir boundary. They're going to have some tight space. The time is up, and I don't know if they had enough time to get in there.
We'll see if the cooperation bonus comes into play, but hopefully on the telestrator in a couple of seconds, we will show one of the physical constraints on this field that's actually limited a lot of teams from getting some of those proficiency points. But we're seeing, unsurprisingly, a lot of expert proficiency points being achieved by these robots and these teams. So we'll talk about it in a second, but there's a plastic partition at the very top that's made it pretty challenging to get underneath and then inside of that hydrogen hub.
So when we look at the field in the beginning of the match, it looks like there's not that many obstacles for the teams to play and go and come along as they wish. However, as the atoms are spread around, as they have 6 teams coming and going, as we get to see that construction of the field, that kind of little metal thingy that's obstructing the way to the oxygen accumulator, or the base where the hydrogen hub is holding itself into, that comes with a platform. It's those type of small details that end up playing a pretty big obstacle as we go on the matches and as we go on.
And as we go on right now, we're going to get the telestrator ready to roll for you. I actually believe that right now is showing on the screen again, that central partition. So if I could draw it up for you, what we're talking about, and I apologize, it's red in color because we're not talking about an alliance, we're actually talking about a physical part of the field. That, if I clear the board, you can actually zoom in on. It is plastic, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got robots that need to get actually physically underneath that structure before they release those baskets. Then you see Kazakhstan as an example, getting it underneath the bridge and over.
Talk about I get to see the scores of our match. We got 155 points for the Red Alliance versus 139 points for the Blue Alliance. 55 proficiency points, and yes, we did get 5 of those robots hanging on from the hydrogen hub structure and getting a 15 points from demonstrating expert proficiency in the cooperation bonus points.
We're seeing all elements of this game elevate, and right now we actually, instead of elevating, we're going to get you down to the field. We're ready for our next interview. Take it away.
Hi, I'm down here with Team Montenegro. How are you feeling after that match?
The match was amazing. We played really good, and our team is amazing, so I'm glad that we played such a well game.
Awesome. What's the strategy? Like, what's the specific part of the game that your team is focusing on?
Okay, so our game helped other games collect the balls because our robot couldn't do it, so other teams, we helped them. And it is really important to get a good strategy and cooperate with your team.
Awesome. And what are you looking forward to in the next round? Are you going to change it up or like stick with what you've been doing?
So this is going very well, so we're going to just stick to that.
Sounds good. Well, good luck with the rest of the day, and I hope you've been enjoying First Global.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Melissa, and thank you to those who are at home joining us. This is the 3rd round of playoff action. We've got our final game upcoming in that 3rd round, but then we have a 4th round robin coming after that, and then the finals after that. So please stick around. The action's just beginning here.
Yes, we've talked about, the top 3 ranked alliances after the 4th rounds of playoff matches are actually going to go down onto the finales. They're going to each play one another, so we're going to have 3 finale matches, and that's where we're gonna get, again, with the cumulative scores, that's when we're gonna get, gold, silver, and bronze from this 2023 First Global Challenge in Singapore. Right now, I'm gonna take you down to the field. We're ready for the last match of our 3rd round here in playoffs. We're ready to start, and we're going in 3, 2, 1, go!
We've got Team Sri Lanka, Greece, and what looks like Lebanon, with Great Britain taking a seat for now at least, and they are competing alongside on the other alliance in blue, India, Jordan, and Poland. So Ukraine taking a seat. We will absolutely see them in the final round then.
Yes, as we know, it's one of the rules of our playoffs tournament that all 4 teams on the alliances must play on at least one match during the playoff tournament.
You think it's been a long day for us up here in the booth. It's probably been a long day for Christos. He's actually the mentor again of Team Greece. He was up here in the booth earlier today. He's now supporting his squad down below. The ancient Greek scholar Aristophanes is often credited for inventing geography, regardless of where you geographically happen to be. This is the center of the universe right now, folks.
And also a big shout out to those other team members. You know, they mentioned they have, was it 70 students that were part of the team? We might only have 5 here with us today, but to the rest of us, to the rest of you who are watching us from back home, take a look, be proud of your team members who are driving your robot. You are all a part of this.
Interesting setup that I just saw at that electrolyzer. I'm wondering if, after depositing those larger oxygen particles, that robot actually sits there and waits for the hydrogen to be deposited underneath and then recollect them. I'm wondering if that's a new strategy.
That would be a very smart move, because then all they'd have to do is, you know, go grab whatever they can get. No, you have to go back and pick up some more.
Yeah.
But you can go pick up whichever atoms you can get your power to, and then go back to the electrolyzer. You leave the oxygen, you have the hydrogen back with you, and then you can go straight to the hydrogen tank. I don't think we've seen any robots do that.
I don't think so either. That's quite clever and happening at just the right time. 45 seconds left of time in this particular match. One of the nations competing is India. The National Green Hydrogen Mission in that nation was approved in January of last year, and it aimed to make India a top green hydrogen producer. Right now, they're trying to end at the top of the leaderboard here in the playoffs.
You were talking about a top hydrogen producer, and for the Blue Alliance, we had 3 teams aligned at the same time to dump hydrogen into their hydrogen tank. One of their alliance partners is currently trying to eat away all the oxygen atoms that are left under the oxygen accumulator, while another member of the alliance is going to push it through, trying to get that 1.3 conversion multiplier for perfect alignment. We only have 6 seconds left. Let's see if that robot can push it in right ahead, or if they decide to make their way back. Oh, wait. If they decide...
I was going to say, it looks like that button was preemptively pushed, so India unable to get that hydrogen tank aligned underneath that oxygen accumulator. So even though they might not get any of those points, the hydrogen that they'd at least accumulated is also going to be worth a point a pop. So all of those points matter. Again, in the playoff rounds, we don't drop any of the lowest scores. In fact, everything adds up. Just like the problems, just like the solutions, and every bit matters.
Yes, you know, we've talked about interdependency and about how when one country or when someone does something, it affects everyone around us. It's going to be something similar down on the field, especially on those last 30 seconds when they become one global alliance. It's also very interesting to point out that even though they weren't able to get that alignment, they will be getting all of the proficiency points from the energy conversion, whether it was their team or any of the other 5 teams on the field.
We've got cameras placed all over the field and all over this expo center, but one of the shots that you saw in that last little montage had a bird's eye view of those blue oxygen particles getting dropped from a plastic bin. That is in the oxygen accumulation zones, and the last 30 seconds when a team presses that button, that bottom platform is going to empty and release, releasing anything that is oxygen based, hopefully underneath into the hydrogen tank. It didn't look like it happened in that last round.
No, and you know, we've been talking about the way of how they align and how they drop the oxygen into the hydrogen will actually determine if they get either no conversion or if they're able to get partial alignment and turn the hydrogen and the oxygen into heat through combustion. But if they're able to get perfect alignment, they would be converting hydrogen into electricity by using a fuel cell, which is the most efficient way of converting the energy in hydrogen into electricity.
Now, we're talking partial and full alignment realistically for the connection we're trying to make towards the efficiency with which we convert that hydrogen to a useful fuel. But it's interesting to use that word partial because there is nothing but wholehearted investment from these kids. There's nothing partial about what they provide. There's nothing partial about the emotion they feel. And there's nothing partial about all the work that they have put in into trying to make their dreams come true here at Singapore Expo.
It's been exciting seeing them just go all in from the moment they got here. But now it looks like we're going all into our scores for that previous match. We're going to have 96 points for the Red Alliance against 58 points for the Blue Alliance. 30 proficiency bonus points for both alliances. And, there we go. The alignment multiplier, 1.3. It's only going to be going for the Red Alliance.
42 of those hydrogen points, so an exceptional job working for some of those smaller particles, but now we've got some big words coming down from the field with Melissa and whoever she's got with her. So Melissa, my friend, take it away.
Hey, I'm down here at the field like Team Greece. How are you feeling after that round?
We're feeling pretty nice. I mean, we won the second match, and yeah, we're really proud of that.
Okay, and what's good? What was your strategy? What led to this win?
So basically, we have constructed the strategy with all the other teams. So we found our weaknesses and strengths and tried to combine them in order to get the most efficient result here.
Awesome. And how has Singapore been overall, this first global experience?
Yeah, it was really nice. The only problem here was the moisture, Yeah, and all the weather is really warm. But back in Greece, we have the same weather, but a little better. Okay. But we really like the buildings here. The people are very nice, kind. Yeah, we really liked Singapore.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next round, Team Greece, and I hope you've been enjoying First Global overall. Great. Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Hopefully we will get the leaderboard up for you cumulatively, because that now concludes the third round of the 4 rounds of action that we have in these playoffs, Marlene.
Yes, so now we're only missing 1 match per team, but this is how their cumulative scores are looking as we speak. So the 3 alliances that would be passing through would be in number 3, Cambodia, Malta, Republic of Moldova, and Switzerland with 338 points. We'd have Team Angola, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel with 368 points. And our number 1 ranked alliance right now has 496 points with Team Kazakhstan, Montenegro, Thailand, and Bolivia. I have a feeling they might be going through, no matter what they do in the next match.
No matter what they do in the next match, we're going to go right now down to the stage. We have our next set of awards. Let's take it down there right now. Blair, on you, my man.
Thank you, Tim. We played 3 rounds. We've got 1 round of matches left to play before we get into our finals. But before we do that, we've got some awards to give out. And before we give out some awards, we've got a speaker. You met her earlier. She presented one of the awards, but now you get to hear from her. I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Kelly Levin. She's Chief of Science, Data, and Systems Change for the Bezos Earth Fund, which was created by a commitment of $10 billion from Jeff Bezos in 2020 to be dispersed as grants to address climate and nature within the current decade. In this role, Dr. Levin brings data, analysis, and evidence to inform the fund's strategic direction and funding, the areas that will have the greatest impact in achieving the Earth Fund's goals. We're proud to have the Bezos Earth Fund as a gold sponsor this year, and please join me in welcoming Dr. Kelly Levin to the stage.
Thank you so much. It is so amazing to be here. I wanted to talk about 2 reasons that the Bezos Earth Fund is so excited to be supporting First Global. The first is that First Global is dedicated to one of the greatest challenges of our time. We are seeing climate change impact the world in ways that we couldn't have anticipated with just a little over a degree Celsius of warming. And if we don't further ambition, we're going to see over 2 degrees Celsius of warming, and it will be an unrecognizable world. And at the same time, we're seeing signals of hope in a way that we similarly didn't anticipate would have happened so quickly, with renewable energy more cost-effective than fossil fuel around the world, with EVs taking off, and with tons of solutions that are really rapidly scaling up in a way that is unstoppable. We need solutions more than ever, and you guys, the second reason we're supporting First Global is that you are our future leaders, and we need you more than ever. We need both your brains and your tremendous talent for new solutions, and we also need your spirit of cooperation. If the United Nations worked like First Global, we would be in an incredibly different place. We would have solved climate change by now. And if we can mimic what is happening on the field today and the last few days, we will be in a tremendously better place. So we are so proud to be supporting you. All the best for the last remaining games, and we will continue to be supporting this tremendous, tremendous effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Levin, for your hope, your positivity, your optimism, and thank you to the Bezos Earth Fund as well for being a gold sponsor. Time for an award. Our next award is the Zhongheng Award for Engineering Design, and you can learn more about it in the following video.
Engineering is more than just putting gears together. Successful engineering combines practicality, simplicity, and beauty into a design that can solve the task at hand. 2,000 years ago, in Han Dynasty China, the ancient engineer Zheng Heng combined revolutionary engineering achievements with beautiful design and practicality. His seismograph that detected earthquakes and his south-pointing chariot that was the precursor to the compass were elegant examples of beauty in engineering and effectiveness in function. In this spirit, we at First Global are pleased to award the Zhongheng Award for Engineering Design to teams whose robot exhibits excellent engineering and displays elegance and effectiveness during the challenge. This award recognizes the most effective overall robot design to 3 teams in gold, silver, and bronze medals.
And now let's meet our bronze medalists. Please welcome to the stage, Team Greece. Joining them on the stage are silver medalists for the Zhongheng Award. And it goes to Team Belize. And the gold medal for the Zhongheng Award for Engineering Design goes to the People's Republic of China. And let's hear it for the winners of the Zhongheng Award for Engineering Design. Team Greece, Team Belize, and Team People's Republic of China. All right, we'll move on to our next award. The next award is the Raja Shakuri Al-Masurli Award for Courageous Achievement. Let's learn more in the following video.
Lifelong achievement is not possible without true courage. Those intending to make a change for all people on this planet must prepare to face global challenges that are only surmountable with global courage. This award is named after Raja Sharqawi Al-Mursli, a Moroccan woman and research scientist who broke down boundaries to study heavy ion physics, which later led to the discovery of the Higgs boson particle. Her international STEM passion brought her back to Morocco, where she develops programs for disadvantaged people in her nation to study medical physics and conduct all types of scientific research. Those at First Global also hope that the bravery students have shown in the First Global Challenge can be brought back to every country on Earth. We are pleased to award the Raja Sharqawi Al-Mursi Award for Courageous Achievement to teams that exhibit a can-do attitude throughout the challenge, even under difficult circumstances or when things do not go as planned. This award recognizes 3 teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Now let's meet our winners. The bronze medal for the Raja Sharqawi Al-Mursi Award for Courageous Achievement goes to Team Armenia. Joining them on the stage are our silver medalists, Team Afghanistan. And the gold medal goes to Team Grenada. Let's hear it for all the winners of the Raja Sharqawi Al-Mursi Award for Courageous Achievement. And now we'll send it back to the booth for our next round of playoffs.
Thank you, Blair. Thank you as well to all of those award winners and all of those who are joining us. We just talked about courageous. I mean, that is one of many different adjectives that you could use to describe all of the teams and students and leaders that are in attendance here and who have been over the past few days at Singapore Expo.
Every single one of the teams that are here in the competition, we've only gotten to talk with some members and some alumni, but you know, getting to hear the obstacles that the teams have had to face, but still to be here performing and representing, it's just an outstanding deed.
Speaking of performing, right now you've got some alliances that are separating themselves from the pack. So you see Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand right now in the driver's seat. But where we are about to drive the action is actually in this final fourth round of the round-robin playoff matches. This is going to determine, folks, our final seeding. So after this last round, the top 3 alliances are those that are going to be moving on to the finals.
So each one of these 8 alliances is going to have one last opportunity to have the highest ranking, the highest scoring point that they can. I'm sorry. So to the teams that are on those rankings, go nuts. Do whatever you have to do to get as much points. This is your last opportunity to climb up the rankings and maybe make it to the finale. You worked so hard for this.
And to the fans who are in attendance, we want to make sure that you start going nuts as well. To those who are commenting on the YouTube stream at home, please make sure you're also going nuts on the right side of your screen. We're excited to get you down to field 5. There have been 5 fields of action. We've been focusing on 1, and eventually we will have 1 alliance coming out on top. But we have yet to see it right now. Right now, you're looking at the foreground of this expo arena with all of those moving pieces.
And you know, Tim, we've mentioned about how the alliances are made out of 4 teams, but only 3 are getting to play on each match. As we mentioned, all robots have to play on at least 1 match. And since this is going to be the last one, we're now going to see that last robot from some of the alliance, for example, the alliance of Team India, Team Jordan, Team Poland, they're going to have to bring Team Ukraine into the field. And they're now used to playing with the other 3 robots. That might change their strategy or, you know, just how they do.
I was going to say, we saw Estonia kind of enter the fray there in some of these later rounds. Eritrea, same deal. So even until the last matches, right, that these teams get to compete in, the games continue to change. Again, it's a hallmark and trademark, frankly, of this type of competition, in the fact that every single nuance to it's not going to be static from game to game. I don't see that anywhere else in the entire world, and I coach sports back home in the States. There's nothing like it. Nothing like this competition. And for all of you who have been able to join us ever since, you know, the 7th of October that we've been here, this hasn't been ecstatic at all. I'm sorry. Being ecstatic is all we've seen all around. And I'm ecstatic to take you down to field number 5 for us to introduce our 4th round. We're starting in 3, 2, 1, and go. The vehicles that will descend onto the pitch include Venezuela, Guyana, and Latvia. So Chad right now is taking a seat for that Red Regional Alliance. Meanwhile, you've got the People's Republic of China alongside Vietnam and Team Hope. Team Hope, I believe this is their first round in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've had them, I'm not sure. I'd be lying to you if I said we had them before or not, but we're gonna have Team Eritrea sitting it out for the Blue Alliance on this first match of our round number 4 of playoffs. What we're seeing now on the screen is, as we've mentioned before, all robots chiming in as quickly as they can into the reservoir to get all those atoms of hydrogen and oxygen into the robot as quickly as possible before they're taken by another robot and hopefully not the other alliance. I mentioned Team Guyana earlier on, and another reason why I've got to talk about them isn't just the fact that it is their first all-girls team, it's the fact that last year they actually were not able to participate in person due to visa rejection. That did not deter them, that did not hold them back. In fact, this year's team consists mainly of those very students that worked so hard and didn't get to participate last year. And it looks like waiting paid off, because not only did they make it, but they made it all the way to our playoffs. Bingo. We can now see their alliance partners. It could be Team Venezuela, depositing some of those hydrogen balls into the hydrogen tank. But the Red Alliance is definitely not behind. We have another robot for them, trying to put, and successfully, dumping those hydrogen atoms inside. I was going to say, you're starting to hear the bass pumping in the stands and in the arena with the music that is blaring. But in addition, our hearts are pumping with anticipation. Look at the shooters for those Blue Regional Alliances, doing a great job thus far. It looks like the Blue Alliance decided, both alliances, have decided to focus into aligning their hydrogen tanks under the oxygen accumulator even before we hit those 30-second mark. I have to assume that it is to have enough time to work on that cooperation bonus point. Now you're seeing Latvia at the tippy top of the screen basically get to the exact same spot on the hydrogen hub that they occupied the last part of the last game during endgame. So yes, you can be from the outside and working your way up as long as you have achieved what's called full support. We have 1 robot in full support, 2 robots in full support. I think it's 3 robots in full support. We have 5 more seconds and hopefully get the other 2 or 3 to get those cooperation bonus points in the end. We'll see if we can get a replay for you while the scores are being tabulated. That was the first match of this 4th round, round robin, like we had said earlier on. Team Venezuela at the very end there, again, did not extend the bridge and basket of their robot until they were underneath that plastic partition and inside of that hydrogen hub. So hopefully we'll show you in a few seconds exactly what we're talking about. You were telling us it's the first match of our 4th round, but it's also going to be the last match of this 8 teams' participation in the playoffs. Hopefully they make it all the way over to finals, but if they don't, this was the last time they had the chance to play Hydrogen Horizons with us. We're seeing a lot of those particles stay on the field of play. That has not necessarily been the case over the past couple of days. Thankfully, people don't need to keep their head on a swivel as much when they're walking outside, but inside, that is absolutely the case. Our telestrator is ready to roll, so hopefully, when I can show you Team Venezuela towards the very end, you're starting to see everybody try to raise the bridges. But if we get into the foreground here, in the last 10 seconds, we'll see if Venezuela comes into that last shot. You see them poking underneath that plastic partition, and then they raise that bridge upward to try to latch themselves onto, again, that top metal bar for full support. I want to give a very big shout out to every team's creativity, because every robot looks very different. The mechanisms are very different, and they've come up to this results of robots
all from the same one kit that every single team received. So what we're seeing as a different type of robot, a different type of mechanism, some of them are climbing all the way from the outside, some of them are climbing on the inside, some of them maybe decided to focus on only hydrogen and oxygen atoms and not even look into climbing over the hydrogen hub. But the fact that it's all coming from the same parts and getting different results is pretty surprising for me.
I was going to say, in order to set about change, what you need to be is establishing some level of consistency. So I know you just highlighted Latvia on the left side of that screen. Again, occupying the same part of the hydrogen hub, but accruing still as many of those cumulative points as possible. So that was the last match for those two alliances in this first round of the playoffs. We'll see if it was enough to get them and propel them into the finals.
I'm starting to get a little bit nostalgic, because for some of the teams here, that might have been their last match. We don't know. And I mean, they've worked for months, for weeks. They've had over 300 ranking matches, and we're getting to the end of it.
And even though it might have been their last opportunity to compete here, it sure as heck is not their last opportunity to go about creating change, whether it's going back to their homeland and trying to, again, increase our access and equity with STEM and technology. But then beyond that, partnering with other nations, with people from across the globe, and recognizing our communal challenges are shared. Great job.
We have our final scores: 167 for the Blue Alliance, 142 for the Red Alliance, 55 proficiency bonus points, and also a cooperation bonus of 15 for all 6 robots. I don't even know what to go into. 1.3 alignment multiplier for the Red Alliance, 1.2 for the Blue Alliance, and even though the multiplier wasn't full alignment, the fact that they got more hydrogen and oxygen points is what pushed them through.
It could very well be the fact that it was the first match of the final round of the playoffs here, but you saw numbers 2 and 3 next to those respective alliances. So again, if we were to end things right now, those 2 alliances would make it into the finals. But right now, we're going to get down to one of our final field interviews of the day. If we're ready to roll, let's take it away.
Oh my gosh, we're here with Team People's Republic of China. Wow, you guys just won the engineering award. You just won this match. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling very excited.
Okay, so what was the strategy going into that match?
We were doing the hydrogen balls first, and then we shoot the oxygen balls.
Okay, great. And now, if you guys make it to the next round, what are you thinking? Or I guess maybe you don't want to tell the strategy. What are you excited about overall with First Global? Favorite part of being in Singapore?
Many friends here.
Many friends. Is this your first Global?
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully not your last. Good luck and enjoy the rest of the competition. Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. It's very interesting to hear what do you enjoy most about being part of First, and her mentioning friends. We're going to go back to that same statement by so many teams. We started just as teammates, then we were friends, and now we're a family. I think that's a pretty common topic between all 191 teams that have participated with us in this amazing week here in the Singapore Expo.
And when we say family, right, we're talking about that camaraderie. We're talking about a support network. We're talking about people that are behind you. And at the end of the day, I would think that makes every single person leaving this expo arena more confident in themselves, and confident in the fact that we as a human race can set about some positive change, despite some of the problems that we see in the world today.
You're right, but I don't want to talk about us leaving the Singapore Expo yet, because we still have to wait for the results of that number 1 match of our round number 4 here in the playoffs. Oh, it looks like we have our rankings now. On number 1, we're going to have Team Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand. Second spot, People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, and Vietnam, followed by Chad, Guyana, Latvia, and Venezuela. However, we still have some more matches here on this round that could, modify what we're seeing on the screen.
So we're talking about a delta of 70 points between those 3rd and 4th alliances. So we'll see if they can make that up in their final matches of this first round robin set before our finals. We're getting down to field 5, folks. We're taking it away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's roll it, crew.
For this match, we're going to have on the Red Alliance, Team Bolivia playing with Team Kazakhstan and Team Montenegro. They're going to be having Team Thailand sit this game out. And on the other hand, for the Blue Alliance, we're going to have Team Hungary, Team Israel, and Team Argentina, with Team Angola getting to stay out.
I was going to say, on Israel's flag, you see the Star of David. On the Argentine flag, you see the sun. They are both radiating as nations. We are radiating, watching them, as well as the Kazakhstan team continue to do a great job at unloading some of those oxygen particles.
Are you seeing how many those were? Oh wait, but on the other side of the field with the Blue Alliance, Argentina is doing the exact same thing for those human players. And you know, we saw Sara earlier and she said she trained for throwing those oxygen balls right into the oxygen tank. It might actually play off.
We're seeing these human players from both corners of the field then throw diagonally across the field into those oxygen accumulators. I would think at some point we might actually have a mid-air collision between those projectiles. I haven't yet seen it, but I wouldn't doubt it if it's happened in the past couple of days here.
And I also have a feeling that we're going to have a match where we're going to run out of hydrogen. I don't know why. I think as the matches have gone by, we're seeing less and less hydrogen being left on the floor.
I was going to say, and they're leaving absolutely nothing on the floor in terms of everything that they've brought, in terms of their efforts and energies here. When we say that they are emptying the tank, folks, we very much mean it.
That was Team Hungary for the Blue Alliance. They're trying to push as many hydrogen balls as they can to their hydrogen tank while also pushing it closer to the oxygen accumulator, which is a smart move because we only have 50 seconds to go.
I was going to say, they were actually down earlier on in this match, and you saw quite a comeback. Now they've actually eclipsed that mark and are winning at present. But right now we've got alignment for the Blue Alliance, so it toggles back and forth. We're jockeying here, folks.
I'm not really sure if they have alignment. There was one oxygen ball that was right in the corner that might prevent them from getting full alignment. We're going to have to see how that goes when they press the button and the oxygen falls into the hydrogen tank.
Plenty of time to spare for all 6 of those robots to hopefully make it back to the hydrogen hub for those proficiency points. We've also seen cooperation bonuses start to manifest and take shape in these playoffs. Exceptional work by all these teams.
We have at least one of those robots that is already climbing up. I believe it was Team Kazakhstan. And we have, wait, 1, 2, 3. I can't really tell a difference from this top view of whether they're actually supported by the hydrogen hub or down on the structure. But the excitement from the drive tells me that we're seeing something very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We actually had triple digits for both of those alliances before the end, and some of the highest scores I think we've seen in competition before factoring in some of those alignment bonuses and some of those proficiency points as well.
Yes.
So we'll see how it shakes out.
I still think we might not have added on yet the conversion multiplier, which is going to be a 1.2 or 1.3. The scores are going to go through the roof.
And we're raising the roof here in terms of our excitement level and the decibel level. You can see fans in the stands as we speak. You can see that Argentinian robot unloading in the electrolyzer all of those oxygen particles as well.
Those must have been, what, 15 oxygen atoms?
I was going to say, we're going to find out once the team of referees have to go through all of those scores. Again, I'm not envious of their job.
No. And by the fact that they were able to be dumped in the electrolyzer and filter from the hydrogen, they are given to the human player, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be scored in the oxygen accumulator.
Jump around, jump up, and get down. We're having that in the playoffs right now. We saw it in that last match afterward. Again, think about the sense of relief, right? They have at least finished the playoffs for now, and we're going to see at least if that effort, if that energy, and if those scores are enough. We still have 2 more matches to go in this 4th round-robin round.
Oh, but with the amount of excitement we were getting here in the bleachers, I really do hope that we get to see those teams back again on our finals. If not, you've done a great job. We love the crowd. We love hearing everyone here being excited. I'm excited to see those last 2 matches of our playoff tournament.
And bingo, hopefully we can enlarge those scores so we can actually see it in the booth ourselves here.
We have 178 points for the Red Alliance versus 142 for the Blue Alliance.
Round robin match 14, but this is the 4th round. So again, the final time these teams will compete before we find out who our 3 finalists are going to be.
55 proficiency bonus points for both alliances, 15 points on the cooperation bonus, 1.3 alignment multiplier for both of them, 80 hydrogen points for the Red Alliance. Let me say that again, 80 hydrogen points. I'm telling you, we're going to run out of hydrogen for the next matches.
We're not running out of energy, though. I will say that that Red Regional Alliance had that number 1. So Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand, they were atop the leaderboard at the end of round 3. It looks like with that score of 178, they've done enough to ensure that they're going to make the finals. But again, we got 2 more matches to come here, folks.
Those rankings are going to be so tight. I was thinking we were going to have like a clear winner, but I don't know. We're going to have to go down to the field and talk to the winners of our previous match.
I am here with Team Thailand. I know that was a really high intensity match. What do you do between matches? What are you doing with your partners?
Like at first, we check our robot if it really it works, and then second we test it, and then if it really success, then we just take it to the game and then show what we got for the robot.
Okay, and do you guys watch the other matches to see what other people are doing, or what are you guys doing to scout or learn about the other teams?
I mean, we watch a lot of games and a lot of different robots because we want to know more stuff from the other robots and learn more new things so that in the future we can improve more in our own robot.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you, Team Thailand, and enjoy the rest of your first global. Thank you. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa. Congratulations to all 3 winning teams on that alliance. But we still have 2 more matches to go, 2 more matches left in our playoff tournament before we're able to see which 3 alliances are going to be moving along to our finales.
In addition, crew, remember, we've brought you over 300 of those qualifying matches. We've now brought you 14 playoff matches. The action is not yet done. After this, we're going to have a round-robin final action when those 3 alliances all square up against one another. So a couple more matches to come here, but a lot more shakeup potentially across that leaderboard. We'll see.
And in the overall scope of our tournament, we only have 5 more matches to go. It's going to be 2 matches from our playoffs and then 3 matches from the finals. But let's now go down to the field from the second to last playoff match. We're going to be starting very soon. Yep, it's going to be in 3, 2, 1, go!
We have Team Cambodia, Switzerland, and Moldova. So Malta takes a seat for this last of their playoff rounds, and they're squaring up with Ukraine. Again, we're seeing them potentially for the first time here alongside Jordan and Poland. So India is taking a breath for this final round as well.
And that's going to be interesting because India had been a very important player, at least from what we were seeing on camera on the other 3 matches that we saw before. So who knows what their strategy they're going to be taking for this match.
Switzerland was the host nation last year. This year we're in Singapore, but for Switzerland, imagine how sweet it would be if they went from host to emerging as a medalist and contender here in Singapore.
Talk about sweet. We were seeing one of the robots dumping both hydrogen and oxygen into the Blue Alliance's electrolyzer, while another robot took that opportunity, stood right next to it, and just grabbed all of those hydrogen atoms already cleared out. Why not? To go directly into the hydrogen tank. We were talking about that being done by one single robot, but it looks like they were doing it as a teamwork.
Listen, as tired as we might be right now in the foreground, you're seeing those intake systems hard at work. That spinning has not stopped. That pace has not stopped. These robots are flying around every game 2.5 minutes, and we're about a minute into this match.
We were just looking at Team Jordan dumping hydrogen for the Blue Alliance, but their alliance is definitely not behind. They have 1 robot dumping in as well, while their alliance partners come in and do the same thing. I have a feeling this is going to be a very high score match as well. And to the Drive team, if you're hearing to me, this might be your last opportunity. Give it all you've got.
In terms of giving it all we got as well right now, you can see that despite that fact, there's a 1-point delta, so a very, very slim margin right now. And understandably so, you've got some of the best teams in the competition out here right now, at least for this Hydrogen Horizons game.
Yes, so in our playoffs, we've been able to see the top 24 ranked teams, plus 8 other teams that were, chimed in just by random luck. But what we're seeing right now are the highest scoring matches that we saw in the entire competition.
I was going to say, I believe we just saw Poland a couple of seconds ago use themselves as a battering ram to pivot that hydrogen tank around. We're seeing the same for the Red Alliance as we speak.
Yes, we only have 15 seconds left on our score. 2 teams already within that hydrogen hub. We're going to have to see if they're going to be held up by the structure. The Red Alliance having a hard time getting perfect alignment. It's all going to come up to where those oxygen balls fall down. We only have 2 more seconds.
Boom.
Yes. Was that perfect alignment?
That button, yeah. I don't know if it was perfect alignment, but at least perfect timing. They hit that buzzer before those 4 seconds had elapsed, and so you saw the deposit of all that oxygen back into that hydrogen tank. We're talking about the conversion process there. We will see what the multiplier ends up being, though, after those referees take the field.
And that was a pretty close call, of them going all the way to the oxygen accumulator to get alignment instead of focusing of going back to the reservoir boundary. So even though they could have gotten an extra 5 or 10 points, for some reason they thought that a 1.2 or 1.3 multiplier would have been more valuable to their alliance.
Now, in terms of a value, you've also got to think about the mental fortitude of just honestly charging through adversity, and hopefully we can show you on our telestrator an example of that in a couple of seconds with Poland in particular. So as I hit the play button here, you're going to see in the top left part of your screen them actually use themselves to try to get that hydrogen tank into that corner underneath that oxygen accumulation zone. So as they're pressing, remember, we've talked about that particular little outcrop that exists right there at the edge of each of those accumulation zones. At the very beginning, you see them hit it, and it doesn't budge. That doesn't deter them whatsoever from then using the pivoted corners to then apply a little bit of pressure, get around the problem, and then find a creative solution.
And it looks like even though they had one of those sneaky oxygen atoms all the way in the corner, we're going to want to see if they were able to get that 1.3 conversion multiplier of full alignment, or if maybe that one teeny tiny ball that could have been an extra point or an extra, point not scored, it could cost them the conversion multiplier. It looks like it didn't. We have the final scores for match number 3 of round 4 here in our playoff tournament. It's going to be 113 points versus 102. And the Blue Alliance is taking the win with Team Ukraine, Team Jordan, and Team Poland, and Team India.
So right now you're seeing numbers 4 and 6. So while we will likely not see either of those alliances or those 8 countries in the finals, you heard a round of resounding applause come from the stage and the stands, and rightfully so. Again, as we start finishing up play, some of these teams are going to have their final matches, but they've done an exceptional job. In addition, we've done an exceptional job in the field with our interviews, and we got the next one loaded up. Blair, on you, my man.
Thank you, Tim, down here by the field. And there's a lot of heat down here. There's a lot of pressure as well. I'm here with a member of Team Jordan. What's your name?
My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, tell me about your strategy in that match.
Okay, so our strategy was to align the 3 robots at the guardrail, and we will go to the sector that is near the electrolyzer, because we use it to filter our balls and to collect as much as balls as we can.
And did it work out?
Yeah, I guess we got 113, so yes, it did.
Going to say, yes, it did, because you got 113 points. So that's your final match in our playoffs. Are you happy with the result of your team?
I guess, yeah. We at any result, we should be happy because we did our best.
You did your best, and you made it in the playoffs. Like, that's a huge achievement, 191 teams. How was your week here in Singapore?
Yeah, the weather is not very good, but overall it's good.
It depends. It depends on your perspective. We've had a lot of teams saying the weather's perfect. It's just like home.
No, it's not like home at all.
It's not like my home either. It's pretty hot and humid out there, but we're inside. It's air conditioned. Thanks for a great week. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy. Back to the booth with Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair. It is getting hot in here as well. We have the final of the round-robin matches, highly anticipated, coming up here in just a few seconds, and then we're going to be able to lock in for you those top 3 alliances that'll move on to the finals, Marlene.
Even though we only have 1 match left, this could change the entire chart of rankings as we have it right now. I'm very excited to see the last match and how they decide to play this strategy. I've been telling the drive teams, go all in. Take all the points that you can. This might be the last chance that you get to play an official match of Hydrogen Horizon here with us in Singapore. We're ready?
After you, I was going to say we're ready in about 5 seconds here for this final of the round-robin matches. Let's get rolling here in 3, 2, 1. Have at it, everybody.
Last match of our playoff tournament. Over for the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Australia, Team Peru, and Team Indonesia with Team Estonia sitting out this match. And for the Blue Alliance, it's going to be Team Sri Lanka, Team Greece, and Team Lebanon with Team Great Britain sitting aside.
The team from down under in the form of Australia is looking to get over that 3rd place finish in order to make it to the finals. We're already 30 seconds into this match, folks. We're going to see how the last 2 minutes shakes out.
The beginning of the match is reminding me of an old toy that you made reference to. Was it yesterday or the day before? The Hungry Hungry Hippos.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like that's what it looks like. We have 4 teams making their way to that same reservoir, trying to chime in as many of those balls of hydrogen and oxygen as they can before they're taken away by a team from the other alliance.
Meanwhile, in that blue regional alliance, you've got Team Lebanon, and on their nation's flag sits a cedar tree, and we're talking about branching out as a culture of humanity here from country to country, from team to team, from squad to squad. You're seeing it with these final 6 teams competing in the playoffs. Again, this is the last of the round robin matches, folks.
So for the squad of the Blue Alliance, Team Sri Lanka was able to deposit both hydrogen and oxygen balls or atoms into the electrolyzer, which is why we're being able to observe the human players throwing them all the way out. That's not stopping them from making the round all through the field once again and get all those atoms back up to go all the way back to the electrolyzer.
This is playoff match number 16, and at the end of this 16th match, we will find out the 3 alliances that will ultimately advance to the finals.
Team Peru depositing some hydrogen inside that tank, but the Blue Alliance is definitely not behind. They have one of the robots, I can't really see a flag, also ready to deposit hydrogen into their own hydrogen tank.
I was going to say you saw virtually no more particles in that central reservoir. There's almost nothing more that they can do, but 30 seconds left to prove it. There's endgame indicated by that horn.
I want to see, so it looks like the Red Alliance is pointing their way all the way to get Perfect Alliance. The Blue Alliance is having a harder time because they have some of those atoms being oh, I hadn't seen that before. It looks like they're going to get perfect alignment. They had the robot push the hydrogen tank all the way through the oxygen accumulator to put some pressure in it, and that's when they press the button to have all the oxygen fly in.
Only 6 points. Oh, now even less, right? Oh, now 6 points again, separating these 2 alliances. But again, the cumulative score at the end of all of their 4 playoff matches is what's going to determine the 3 alliances that move forward.
I was explaining that strategy from the Blue Alliance. I didn't even get to see how many robots we were able to get within that hydrogen hub.
I was going to say, I can barely see straight after the nonstop action that has occurred here in Singapore Expo. My eyes are crossed. Right now, I was going to say those referees are crossing their T's and dotting their I's, trying to make sure that every detail has been solidified.
Did you see that shot of the Hungry Hippos?
I did, and it brought me back to my childhood days. Again, we're talking about being a child here. Still got that sense of wonderment, Marlene.
We're also seeing all the other teams trying to focus on making the most of what could be their last match here at this season's of First Global Challenge 2023 Hydrogen Horizon in Singapore. They've had such an amazing journey. They're coming all the way from months of hard work back home, from a week of competition here, and even though we're down to only our finales left, we're so proud of the accomplishments that every single one of those 191 teams have been able to have throughout the entire season.
You just saw Peru in that last little vignette of instant replays basically empty all of those hydrogen particles out. Each of these teams has emptied the tank as well. They've emptied their souls in front of us. Congratulations to Australia, Peru, Indonesia, and Estonia for doing an exceptional job in that last round of play. Similarly to Sri Lanka, Greece, Lebanon, and Great Britain. We will not see, it looks like, either of those 2 alliances in the finals, but nevertheless proud to have all of them here competing in the playoffs.
No, and honestly, my full admiration to all 8 teams, all the members of these alliances. Even though we will not be having you guys, we're going to see the rankings in a bit. We're very excited to have had the opportunity to see you. And why don't we go down to the field to talk to one of these alliance teams?
We are on the field, and I'm here with someone from Team Australia. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Corinne.
Corinne, nice win there, 100 points. How's the team doing?
The team's feeling great. We've had some ups and downs, but it was really great to see everyone working.
So during the playoffs, did the strategy change, like match to match?
Yeah, the strategy changed actually every match. And even during the match, the strategy was also changing.
Is that based on what your team is capable of or what the other alliance can do?
It's kind of dependent on circumstances. For example, we were going to dump our hydrogens into Indonesia first, but then we ended up doing it into Peru.
Okay, a little game change plan there in the middle of it. So that was your final playoff match here, until we get into the round robin maybe. How was your week in Singapore?
It was incredible meeting everyone from all over the world. It was absolutely amazing.
All right, give them a big hi to all your friends.
Hey everyone.
Oh, your new friends.
Hey.
You have to wave. All right, that's from Corinne saying hi to all our new friends. Back to the booth with Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair, and congratulations once again to all the 4 teams on that winning alliance. But it looks like we have our official ranking scores of the playoffs. So the top 3 alliances are the ones who are moving over to our finals.
Goodness gracious. An exceptional job to all 8 of those alliances in the playoffs. Again, not an easy task to come on in here, have those scores be accumulated over time, show them their true mettle, and show the world what they are capable of. We're looking forward to watching those 3 alliances compete. In a few minutes, I believe we're going to get you down to the center stage again to take a look at some of our awards. But again, everyone emerges from here a winner, Marlene.
Yes, we're all winners here, so why don't we go down to the field to see who the winners of those particular awards are going to be. Melissa, back to you.
Thanks, Tim and Marlena. Before we go to awards, though, I'm pleased to announce our next speaker, Dr. Xian Li. Dr. Li is the CEO of the American Chamber of Commerce in Singapore, the largest and most active international business association in Singapore and Southeast Asia, representing over 650 companies. She's also Adjunct Associate Professor at the National University of Singapore Sa Swee Hock School of Public Health. We're grateful to have Dr. Li on our host committee for this year. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Xian Li to the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I represent American companies and American business interests, but most of all, I believe I represent the science community. I myself, I'm Asian American. My family, we were immigrants to the United States. And when I think about the students here, I see the future, but I also see a little bit of the past. And that would be me at 7 years old, learning English, going to school in Michigan, and learning how to survive and overcome challenges. And I see the kids here doing the same. In an international environment where you might not speak the same language, but the common language my family always had was science and engineering. And when I get to meet the students here, the perseverance, the energy, the enthusiasm, the flexibility, but most of all, the friendships. I met some kids the other day who told me that they'd been friends with some of the contestants over the years as they came back year and year again. And then they became mentors. And these mentors then befriended other mentors. The magnification of the power that has been here in Singapore is undeniable. For American companies here in Singapore and around the world, we are so proud to be able to support STEM education and competitions like First Global, because immigrant kids who are visiting other countries, making friends from around the world, this is our future. And thank you very much, First Global, and thanks to all of you for sponsoring and supporting every student here and every mentor here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Li, for all your help on being the part of the host committee and your support for First Global. Our next award is the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation. Let's learn more in the following video.
The successful outcome of any journey lies in effectively planning and preparing for it, while at the same time being flexible to adapt to hurdles along the way. Katherine Johnson is an African-American mathematician who calculated the flight paths of many spacecrafts. In 1953, she was hired to be part of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics West Area Computing Unit, where she and other African-American women manually performed complex calculations for the program's engineers. Known as a human computer, she successfully helped calculate the trajectory of Alan B. Shepard and John Glenn's historic trip to space. The Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation recognizes the teams that most effectively used an engineering notebook to document the journey of how they built their robot for the First Global Challenge, from their initial planning, brainstorming, and prototypes all the way through to the final design. This award is separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation goes to Team Indonesia. Okay, we might be looking for Team Indonesia, but the silver medal for the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation goes to Team Suriname. Okay, here they come. Woo! All right, that's Team Indonesia. Okay, and the gold medal for the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation goes to Team Jamaica. Congratulations to all of our teams, and we'll make sure Team Suriname gets theirs. Congratulations, teams. Oh, here we are, Team Suriname. Come on up, silver medal. Congratulations to all of our winners of the Katherine Johnson Award for Engineering Documentation. Our next award is the International Enthusiasm Award. Let's learn more in the following video.
In a world that can feel divided by politics, it's easy to focus on our own nation's success, even if it's at the expense of others. But if we zoom out to see the bigger picture, we all share the same home of planet Earth. Each of our individual successes are part of the collective success of our global society. So an essential quality of any changemaker is the confidence to celebrate others. The International Enthusiasm Award recognizes teams who exemplify the first global spirit and exhibit enthusiasm, a positive attitude, and a global awareness throughout the competition by demonstrating cooperation, cheering on other teams, and being kind and respectful to everyone. These are teams who have made an impression on others at the event. This award recognizes 3 teams with gold, silver, and bronze medals.
The bronze medal for the International Enthusiasm Award goes to Team Tunisia. Silver medal for the International Enthusiasm Award goes to Team Cotter. And the gold medal for the International Enthusiasm Award goes to Team Uganda. Congratulations to all of our teams. Congratulations, team. Now back to Tim and Marlena, who will lead us into the finals.
Thank you, Melissa. We are now down to the ultimate 3 for the finals matches. All 3 of these alliances will walk away as award winners, but these matches will finalize the lineup of who gets the bronze, silver, or gold medal. Who's got the crown at the end of the day?
talk about crown. You know, they've gotten over 315 qualifying matches. They've gotten all over the playoffs, and now we have them here. The top 3 alliances of our first Global 2023 Hydrogen Horizon Challenge in Singapore.
So you're talking about 12 nations, right, that are represented up there.
Yes.
Guys, we had 191 of them in attendance. So you're now talking about the final 12, but regardless, exceptional to have that number, that multitude, that number of kids here, not just competing, but creating change.
And I'm also very excited to see, you know, as the night rolls on and we're almost in the end, I want to see those final awards of recognition, not only for the ones who get to win the finals, which they're all going to be going down as winners, but also the teams that are going to be recognized on other aspects of the competition.
So we had, again, multiple alliances that did not ultimately make these finals. So after all those tabulations, we got to go basically back down to the pits to go find those teams to then get them back in here to compete in the finals. Now, the finals will once again be a round robin. So since there are 3 alliances that make it to the finals, each of those squads will face off twice.
So they're all going to be playing each other. And once again, we're going back to that cumulative ranking where the scores that you get on those 2 matches, are going to be added up. They're going to be ranked up, and whoever ends up top is going to be getting our gold medal.
I was going to say, we've been on top of the action and on top of Field 5 for the past few days. We are now, folks, heading into the final 3 matches of the 2023 First Global Challenge. To think about how far we've come since Washington, D.C. is something I reflect on with a smile, and it's something, frankly, that makes me quite emotional as we get into these last matches.
Talk about being emotional. We were all just talking about being nostalgic. We've had such an amazing week, but not just an amazing week, an amazing season overall that is coming to its culmination point today in just a few minutes. We're ready to start with our final matches. I'm ready to see how the strategies are going to play out as they try to get those final points, considering that now it's the gold on the line.
I'm also going to be interested to see how things play out when all of these teams disembark from Singapore again. So grateful for their hospitality, and then head back to their various homes to try to catalyze from the grassroots level up, change from the bottom with every individual, but then from the top down with those officials that are in government, companies, sponsors, etc. The list goes on.
I have a feeling that it's going to be similar to what we've seen previously. You know, this is maybe our 7th First Global that we've had a chance to run. And every single year, the legacy has been growing. Some of the students that are now participating might not be able to participate next year. Hopefully, we're able to get them back participating as either mentors or volunteers. But I hope that everyone can stick with us, even if the competition ends today. Our mission does not, and that doesn't stop you from helping and from joining us once again next year here in First Global.
In addition, what you saw a couple of seconds ago are those teams making last-second preparations, right? They're trying to help one another understand what the game plan is before they get into the finals. Each of these teams is only going to get 2 times to prove their medal in this final round of competition.
And by now, you know, the proficiency and the scores that we're seeing on the matches, it's not only a reflection of the fact that we've got, as you mentioned, the best 12 teams from the competition. I think it's also a reflection on the fact that they've had the opportunity to play various matches. You know, they've gotten accustomed to the field. They've gotten accustomed to the obstacles that might be there and how they can turn their way around them. They now know the teams that they're playing with. So when they were starting as an alliance, you're getting to know the driver next to you. You're getting to know the robot. By now, they have a better idea of what to expect and how to play it onto their favor.
And as we play these final 3 games, please understand that the First Global Challenge is an event which the world convenes in. We also talk about gracious professionalism being a moniker. We talk about the 2 documents that Dean had referenced earlier on. We've got the Bill of Responsibilities and then the Declaration of Interdependence. You're seeing teams that are depending on one another right now, right until the very end of this competition.
And the fact that all the work they've put into is coming down today to these last few matches is incredible. We've discussed how teams have different various departments within. So we've got the students that might have programmed the robot, the students that might have designed it, that might have worked on the strategy, on the electronics of it, on the mechanics. And then we also have our human players, we have our drivers. Everything is coming down to one small robot, to one match of 2.5 minutes, but it's months of work behind it.
and in the seconds of work that you're seeing right now on the field, that getting exchanged between fans in the stands. I think that was someone from Kazakhstan who was giving us the peace sign. Then we get down onto the field. We got students throwing us the peace sign. Every single piece of this action has been something that has had me personally foaming at the mouth. We're excited to watch these final 3 matches here today at Singapore Expo.
And I'm also excited to let you guys know we're a fan of you. As I've mentioned before, we're a student and an accountant, a professor and an accountant.
Oh, far from a professor. I'm trust me, a lifelong learner and a student, I can guarantee you that.
Sorry, going back to English as my second language.
All good.
A teacher. Almost a professor in my heart. But what I'm talking about is that we're only here, guiding you through the competition, but it's the students the ones who are making all the accomplishments and who deserve all the recognition.
I want you to look at this, right? We haven't even started the finals yet. We haven't even started these matches, guys, and yet people are smiling down on that field. People are waving their country's flags with an immense measure of pride, and we got a lot of hope heading into these final matches. Guys, we're going to get the finals started up here in the next few seconds, so let's get this crowd jacked on up. We start it in 3, 2, 1. Let's roll, crew!
So for our final number 1, we're going to have the teams on the Red Alliance being played by Kazakhstan, Bolivia, and Thailand, with Team Montenegro sitting it out. And going over to the Blue Alliance is going to be represented by the People's Republic of China, Team Hope, and Team Vietnam, with their partner, Team Eritrea, sitting out for this match. Final number 1, we're seeing the hungry robots making their way, almost no hydrogen or oxygen balls on the floor, and we're only 30 seconds in.
Kazakhstan, like the well-oiled machine that it has been throughout competition, immediately goes to their electrolyzer, depositing as many of those oxygen particles as you can see and sense. Right now, the Blue Alliance is using those robot propulsion systems to try to throw them directly into that corner as well.
Yes, but I have a special, love for Team Hope and the fact that they're still inside that reservoir. I don't even know how many atoms can fit inside the robot, but I can bet it's more than any other I've seen. That's going to save them time.
Save us time, too. I mean, I truly said, I haven't seen anything like this ever. This game is different than last year. This event is different than anything you're ever going to see around the globe.
Oh, okay. So I was getting a little bit curious because from the top shot, we were able to see only oxygen on that deposit. So I was like, why are you guys throwing it into the hydrogen tank? But no, it's actually one of those systems where they're able to separate hydrogen and oxygen so they can go directly into the hydrogen tank, dump those in, and then make their way to the electrolyzer.
Marlene, that bird's eye view of the pitch that we just saw a couple of seconds ago, the field is nearly picked clean. Look in the foreground right now, those oxygen particles getting deposited as well as the hydrogen, but those human players, if any of those blue balls go in, need to be taken out by the humans.
We talked about the fact that we were going to run out of hydrogen. I thought it was going to be like just a legend, a myth, just a superstition, but it's true. There are no more, almost no more game pieces on the floor as we reach the last 30 seconds of our first final.
Almost no more game pieces, and these teams have almost no more to give. Right now, there is quite a cluster in that bottom corner by the red team's electrolyzer.
I also want to point out that the Red Alliance had to go all the way back to remove one of those oxygen atoms from the hydrogen tank. Let's hope they have enough time to get back, get the alignment, and get that 1.3 multiplier. And if they don't, I mean, they're still going to be getting those cooperation points from being in the hydrogen hub and the proficiency from all 6 teams.
Now, I believe with that alignment, that Blue Regional Alliance did an exceptional job. We'll see if the multipliers come into shape, and hopefully on our telestrator we can show you in a couple of seconds. It looks like one of those robots actually found those openings at the bottom of the hydrogen tank to latch themselves into, to secure themselves a little bit more safely in order to get it to the corner. Otherwise, you're just pushing that thing.
I know, but I still want to go back to the fact that one of those oxygen atoms sneaked its way into the hydrogen tank, maybe costing the Red Alliance that 1.3 or 1.2 multiplier. It's very interesting because even if your robot is an expert at separating both of those atoms, you still have the human element into it, where if you throw one of those oxygen atoms and it falls into it, or if it bounces back from the oxygen accumulator, you would still have to go back to the regional zone to remove it.
So if we get down to the telestrator here, you got me fast forwarding right now. In this part of the screen, again, for the Blue Regional Alliance, I want you to take a look at that robot in particular. It looks quite secure around that hydrogen tank as it tries to go towards the corner. Look at how confident this robot is moving. Look at how confident that team is in this first this first match of the final round of action here, Marlene.
Yes, and I also, from what I was talking about, going all the way back to the beginning of a repetition, we only had 14 seconds to go, and the Alliance had to bring the hydrogen tank all the way across the field to remove that extra oxygen. So having to take the hydrogen tank all the way around the field into the oxygen accumulator, there just wasn't enough time.
Not enough time for us as well to talk any more about this game because the scores are now up. Congratulations to the Team People's Republic of China, Team Hope, Vietnam, and Eritrea.
Those are some crazy-looking scores, and even though Team Kazakhstan, Team Bolivia, Team Thailand, and Team Montenegro only got 75, we saw them outperform every other alliance in our playoffs, landing on ranking number 1. They still have another opportunity on the next finals matches to earn as many points as possible on the field and end up on top.
And we are ready to roll to the field for an interview. Let's take it away and get down there. Blair, on you, my man.
Thank you, Tim. I'm with Team Hope, who is so excited she can't even stand in the same place. What's your name?
My name is Yamama.
Yamama, you can't even stand still. You're smiling ear to ear. What's going on?
At the end, we won the first level in the finals, and we are very excited for this thing. We are very happy that we reached to this place.
Oh yes, you're in the finals now. That's incredible. That's incredible. Did your strategy change in this match from other matches?
No, it's the same as the playoff.
Which is?
It's a secret.
It's a secret. All right, we're going to look for it the next time. You've got another match to play. One more match will determine the champion. Will it be Team Hope?
Sure, it's going to be Team Hope.
You're awesome. You're full of energy. You're full of excitement. Take that into the final match.
See you.
Okay, we'll see you there. Back to the booth with Tim and Marlena.
Thank you, Blair. I was going to say we're waving from up here for Team Hope as well. It's a quick turnaround, not just for the referees who are sweeping the field, but also for Team Hope, because even though they just competed in that most recent game, they got to turn right back around because they're going to be in the second game of the 3 that we have in the finals right now.
And we've been talking about surprises. The results on the last match, for me at least, were unexpected. We've had Team Kazakhstan, Team Bolivia, Team Thailand, and Team Montenegro, who were pretty much the favorites up until this point. They might have had a misstep on the next match, but we've seen them score over 160 points, that if they do that again in the next match, we're going to see them on the 3rd match for the finals, they could end up all the way in the gold.
And regardless of where you could end up, again, the process of trial and error is synonymous with failure. So even in a relative sense, regardless of how well each of these alliances did, there is still stuff to tweak, there is still stuff to change, there is still stuff for us to update in order to have our best performance at the very end. And we're likely seeing that in the next 2 matches.
Yes, now that you're talking about changing and tweeting, I'm very curious if the alliance of Team Argentina, Hungary, Israel, and Angola that didn't play on their first alliance, they were able to take a better look into what those other teams that are on the finals are able to do. So it's going to be interesting to see if that's going to help them adjust or decide on a better strategy for the match that we have right now. It could give them an advantage.
And meanwhile, it probably mounts the pressure for the alliance that is encapsulated with Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Montenegro, and Thailand, because they had that first match, right? Now they got to take a seat for the second match of the finals. Then they come in to really find out how many points they need to score heading into their last game and the last game of the ultimate competition here.
Team, but we haven't talked about the element of nerves and pressure. So it's not the same thing, playing, a ranking match, playing, of course, a playoffs match, but the fact that they're now in the finale, representing your country, being one of those final 12 countries from 191, that can get up to your nerves, it can get up to your head.
We're in the bright lights up here in the booth, and right now on the field you see darkness, but trust me, these students are bringing light. They're bringing light to one another's nations. They are bringing light to the world with the change that they are inspiring here, not just as a nature of STEM, but frankly, their personal character and who all of these kids are. It is a touching thing to watch as an educator myself, but just as a human of the world. Human power is evident, and you see it right now in that huddle.
I love that. I love to see the unity within each team of just trying to hope for the best. You know, you guys have done an incredible job. The effort has really been seen from all around you. And regardless of the results, regardless of whether you get, gold or bronze or silver, the fact that you made it this far makes all of you winners. Or not just the 12 teams that are in the finales, but 191 teams that are here with us are all winners just for the fact that you guys went through the whole process of First Global and you participated with us.
We are about to enter the second of our 3 finals matches, folks. So again, we've only got 5 more minutes of live action of field play coming, even though we've had hours that we've brought you to this point. Trust me, it all boils down to these couple of moments.
Yes, so on the Red Alliance, we're gonna have the People's Republic of China playing with Team Hope, Team Vietnam, Team Eritrea. It's gonna be interesting to see which robot they decide is gonna sit out this time. And they're gonna be playing against one of our loudest alliances, if I may say, here in the arena. They're going to be playing against Argentina, Hungary, Israel, Angola. I also want to see who they're going to want to be sitting out, because as I've mentioned, they've had an inside look into what their competition has to offer. So if I was them, I'd be taking some ideas on what strategy to take now that I have some extra information.
I was going to say, I got sweaty palms up here, truly. You can see them glistening in this light. I can only imagine for those who are on the controllers what they're feeling like right now. But you just saw in the crowd and with those contestants, a lot of waves, a lot of claps, rounds of applause go all around. And now the crowd is getting into it. Again, we talk about that fan section from Argentina in particular.
Oof, and if we're loud here, I can't imagine how loud people back in their countries are going. We've mentioned before, here in the arena, we only have a small representation of all the support that teams are getting back home. So for the team members of all 12, I'm sorry, not for the team members, but for the supporters of all 12 teams that made it all the way to the finales, if you're watching us, good luck. We're rooting for all 12 of you. Even though you're not here, trust me, we can feel your energy. We can feel those good vibes that you guys are sending over from back home, and I'm sure your teams are feeling you as well.
We are ready for this second of our 3 finals matches, everybody. We're going to get you down there to field 5 in a few seconds. Let's get it going, folks. We start this up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Second to last finale. This is our finale number 2 on the Red Alliance. We have the People's Republic of China, Hope. No. We have the People's Republic of China, we have Eritrea, and we have Vietnam with Team Hope sitting it out. And over for the Red Alliance, we're going to have Team Argentina, Team Hungary, Team Israel, and Team Angola is going to be sitting out from the match.
That Blue Regional Alliance has gotten quite a kick and a head start in the first 30 seconds of trying to get that hydrogen tank as close to that oxygen accumulation zone as possible, trying to consolidate their time and effort and energy.
Yes, for the Red Alliance, I believe it's the People's Republic of China dumping all that hydrogen into the field, which you've now seen, it's a pretty sought out atom on the field. We almost ran out of it on the previous match.
We're waiting on those oxygen particles in the bottom right corner of your screen, even though it's blocked by the split screen right now. It looks like quite a bit of those particles are in the electrolyzer. Now those human players need to huck them across the field, but each point is going to be worth everything as we get to these final matches. One of these alliances right now, again, People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Hope, and Vietnam, this is their very last match of competition.
And this is almost the very last match of the entire competition. We have over 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. We're currently seeing Team Argentina for the Blue Alliance dumping a bunch of hydrogen in, the crowd's going crazy. But the Red Alliance is definitely not behind, with the People's Republic of China dumping in as well, and then pushing that hydrogen tank all the way to the back onto the oxygen accumulator to try to get that 1.2 or 1.3 conversion multiplier, which could mark the difference.
It could certainly mark the difference, especially because right now it looks like the separation between these apex teams here is by 1 point at present, Marlene.
It's barely any difference at all, especially now that we're getting closer to that global alliance moment where all of the points from the hydrogen hub, from the conversion and the cooperation are going to be spread out equally onto all 6 teams. We're also seeing one of the teams from the Red Alliance throwing with a shooter all the oxygen atoms into the oxygen accumulator before making their way back to the hydrogen hub.
I was going to say, I think the plan of that Blue Regional Alliance has been holding on to those oxygen particles for as long as possible before depositing them by physically throwing them across the field with the human players.
Yes,
we'll hopefully get it on the telestrator in a
we
sec.
have only 5 seconds to go. Teams making their way back for that 5th robot to fit on the hydrogen hub. We're gonna have to see, time is up. And we're gonna have to see what our scorekeepers have to say.
Ow! These teams have been on fire, Marlene.
It looks like the excitement for the Blue Alliance is, I don't know, do they think that they've won? We don't know. We haven't had our final scores yet.
You might not have real scores yet, but there is real energy buzzing about this building. It's not just in the stands, it is on the field as well.
This is insane. I want to talk about a strategy that I think I saw play out. So from what I see, or from what we noticed down on the screen, the teams tried to push and actually located the hydrogen tank under the oxygen accumulator before throwing those oxygen atoms into the oxygen accumulator in order to avoid the oxygen atoms to fall into the tank incorrectly. So they waited to have the cover of the structure over the tank.
Look at that energy. Look at that relief. Look at that excitement.
Wow.
We do have a clip ready to roll on the telestrator. That Blue Alliance in particular, we just saw Team Israel. But one thing that we've got to pick up on, crew, are the human players in that zone by the electrolyzer. You're going to see them in a couple of seconds do an absolutely superlative job with high levels of efficiency, effectively getting each one of those particles, looking at them, getting each one of those into that oxygen accumulator. Talk about playing their best by the very end.
You are absolutely right. And each one of those oxygen atoms, wait, we have our final scores. The Blue Alliance is taking the win with 128 points. Congratulations to Team Argentina, Hungary, Israel, and Angola. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance getting 93 points. Both alliances gaining a 1.3 alignment multiplier and 40 proficiency bonus points.
Now, if you are feeling confident at home, if you are in the People's Republic of China, Eritrea, Team Hope, or Vietnam, part of the reason why you are seeing #1 on the screen right now is because these are cumulative scores. We've only gone 2/3 of the way through the finals, and we have one more match to play. So I wouldn't wait just yet. We've got one more to go.
I know, and you know, now they have the strategy, now they have everything ready, the eagerness to win. Why don't we go down to the field to talk with one of the winning team members?
Hi, I'm done here with Team Hungary. How are you feeling after that match?
Well, we were super excited, but now we are, well, amazed by the results, and we probably will be the champions, so we are really excited.
Oh man, that's so exciting. So what's going through your mind right now? What are you looking forward to potentially in the next match, or if you have one more?
Well, we would like to score as many points as possible. I know that it's going to be really hard against Kazakhstan, but I think that we, with a new strategy, might be champions.
Awesome, and what's been your favorite part of the first Global Challenge here in Singapore?
The matches and the energy and the atmosphere around us, actually.
Awesome, well good luck with the rest of the day, and I hope you've enjoyed your time here in Singapore. Good luck. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Melissa, and congratulations once again to our winning alliance. But remember, this isn't over till it's over. We're gonna head over to our last final match of the entire season. You heard that right. It's gonna be the last official match of First Global Horizons 2023 here in Singapore. I'm nervous. I'm excited.
Despite the process, and I'm sure it was painstaking for a lot of these teams, right, to make these robots, to travel all the way to Singapore, to represent their countries and colors and flags with such grace and grit. We are now getting into this final match of play, folks. In the blink of an eye, we are finally here.
We are finally here. And you know, I believe we have one last final video to show you guys before we go over to that next match of our finales and figure out who's gonna be the winner of our season. Let's go take a look.
Introducing the official game of the 2023 First Global Challenge, Hydrogen Horizons. In this game, 2 3-team regional alliances work independently to produce, store, transport, and convert hydrogen into other useful forms of energy, before coming together as a global alliance to demonstrate each nation's proficiency in hydrogen technologies. Robots start the match lined up against the guardrail next to their corresponding alliance station. 144 green hydrogen atoms and 72 blue oxygen atoms are randomly pre-positioned in the central reservoir in the form of water, or H2O. The match begins when the announcer says, "Go!" For the first 2 minutes of the match, each regional alliance works to extract water from the reservoir, and then use energy to break the bonds that hold the hydrogen and oxygen atoms together. Robots can perform the separation, or teams can use the electrolyzers to sort the atoms by size. Robots proceed to store hydrogen, an energy carrier, in the mobile hydrogen tanks, and oxygen in the corner oxygen accumulators. Human players can assist with storing oxygen only. If an oxygen atom accidentally enters the hydrogen tank, human players may remove the stray atom. When each regional alliance decides their hydrogen tank is filled, they transport the hydrogen tank to align it under the oxygen accumulator. Once the hydrogen has been transported, the energy it carries can be converted into a different usable form. At any time during the last 30 seconds of the match, a regional alliance can press a button to initiate the conversion process, releasing the oxygen so that it may fall into the hydrogen tank to earn a conversion multiplier. This is applied to the total sum of hydrogen and oxygen atoms in the hydrogen tank at the end of the match. Partial alignment represents the combustion of hydrogen to produce heat, which has reduced efficiency due to combustion heat losses. Full alignment represents the combination of hydrogen and oxygen in a fuel cell to produce electricity, which is the most efficient method of conversion. During the final 30 seconds of the match, the regional alliances combine into a single global alliance to position their robots on the hydrogen hub, demonstrating each nation's technical ability to use hydrogen as an energy carrier. A robot fully supported by the reservoir boundary, or the playing field surface within the reservoir boundary, demonstrates intermediate proficiency, while a robot fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure demonstrates expert proficiency. All teams on the Global Alliance earn the total sum of all robots positioned on the hydrogen hub. The Global Alliance earns a coopertition bonus if 5 or more robots are fully supported by the hydrogen hub structure at the end of the match, celebrating the mutual benefit when the majority of nations are proficient in hydrogen technologies. The final score is the sum of hydrogen and oxygen points, multiplied by the conversion multiplier, plus proficiency points and coopertition bonus points. The regional alliance with the highest score wins the match.
This game was very thoughtfully designed and created, folks. These robots were thoughtfully designed and created. These mentors thoughtfully put their time, care, and consideration in. We have thoughtfully tried to present every fold and element of this competition to you over the past few years and past few days. Now, all 3 of these alliances are going to be wearing some medals at the end of the day. The question is, which kind of medal, Marlene?
I'm very nervous, and I have to tell to everyone back home, we've tried to send to you or to make you understand just the amount of emotions that are felt here in the arena, and we've failed. Like, even though we tell you that you feel the excitement, you feel the hope, you feel just, the energy here, you would have to be with us here in Singapore Expo to feel what is going on.
Those front rows of the stands are starting to fill up, everybody, and that's because everybody wants a bird's eye view of this final match of the 2023 First Global Challenge. We're going to have 6 teams here competing, per usual, 2.5 minutes. But at the end of that time, when the buzzer strikes 0, we will be officially done playing. We'll have our final tabulations, and then we'll have our final 3 places.
I'm very excited to see how this final match is going to go. And, that is for various reasons. So, first of all, we have an alliance that has done everything that they can and are just going to have to sit and wait to see what the other two alliances are going to be able to do. And that's going to be the People's Republic of China, Team Hope, Team Vietnam, and Team Eritrea. They're done everything. They've played those two final matches and are now just going to have to sit on the side and, hope that what they did was enough. But on the other side, we're going to have those 8 teams who have gained an extra length of knowledge into how the strategy would play better on the field.
We are going to get down, I believe, to Spencer, my guy in the blue.
What's up?
He's pointing up to the booth. He's going to get some people in this audience.
I got you, Tim.
Active and ready. Let's go, dude.
Hi, guys. How are you guys doing? I'm Spencer. I've been one of the game announcers here in the arena the entire time. I need the entire arena to give me the energy. I hear Argentina and Israel. Give me the energy. I need to hear everyone whistling over here. All of you on your feet. Let's go. Come on, everyone, stand up. I need the energy in this arena. Ready to go. Come on. Stand up. Everybody, let's go. I need this entire arena to be loud. So, I have been holding my voice all weekend long. I'm going to throw my voice right now. Let's get on your feet and go! Let's go! All the energy, give it to me. You guys have been doing a great job all weekend long. Come on your feet. Let's go! Make some noise.
Thank you, Spencer, for bringing us all the energy that we have down on the bleachers here on Singapore Arena. But everybody, we're ready for that last final match. I'm gonna need you all to help me count down everyone in the arena. We're about to start. So this final match of First Global Hydrogen Horizons 2023 is Singapore. Is about to go live. Countdown with me because we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's go! 2.5 minutes. Right now, we've got Argentina, we've got Hungary, we've got Angola. They're working alongside Kazakhstan, Bolivia, and Montenegro.
Even though Thailand and Israel are going to be sitting out, they're all going to get the awards. We're seeing those hungry robots making their way to the center of the field to get access to those hydrogen and oxygen atoms, which are going to be, pretty scarce by the end of the match.
Team Kazakhstan in fighting form for this final match of the 2023 First Global Challenge. They just deposited a lot of those oxygen particles into that electrolyzer.
They were our #1 ranked team. They might have had a slip on the next match, but they're coming with all they have to take the win and hopefully get to the goal.
This crowd is bringing all they have as well. We're only 45 seconds in with about $1:30 remaining, folks. Let's finish this thing on the right note. Come on!
Talk about bringing it all. You've got Team Hungary for the Red Alliance, who has just brought a ton of oxygen through the electrolyzers, while they have their alliance partner Argentina, that I want to hear the crowd scream for, are depositing a ton of hydrogen in the hydrogen tank. Only 1 minute and 17 seconds left of our final match.
Vamos, equipo Argentina, let's go! Let's go!
Their alliance contrarier, it's going to be Team Kazakhstan, depositing also a bunch of hydrogen atoms into the tank. Only 1 minute left, and we're already starting to see the hydrogen tanks being pushed through the accumulator. Remember, every match, every point could make a difference to who's going to win.
Every second makes a difference. Every person makes a difference. We are now in the final match, folks. Last minute to play here.
Some hydrogen dropped by the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance is also going to try to make the most of those oxygen atoms that they have saved once they have the hydrogen tank positioned under the oxygen accumulator. We're close to those last 30 seconds.
End game, baby. Let's roll it. We're going to hear that horn. Booyah! Let's go.
The Blue Alliance waiting until that horn to push those hydrogen tank into the oxygen accumulator. We only have 20 seconds to go. I want to see how many robots making all the way to the hydrogen hub. Hopefully some are actually elevated from that structure. Only 10 more seconds of First Global Hydrogen Horizons. I'm going to ask all of you here to count down with me.
Let's finish
over
this up.
In 3,
2, 1. There we go. Rounds of applause all around, all around.
Singapore. That was the last match of our 2023 season of First Global Hydrogen Horizons here in the Singapore Arena.
Now,
How's the energy coming?
I was going to say the energy was there during that 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's gotten a lot quieter since because we are waiting for those final scores and seeing which teams are going to be hoisting which kinds of hardware here.
I'm nervous. I'm excited. I want to see the final scores because, you know, every point could make a difference. If either they got no alignment, a 1.2 alignment, a 1.3 full perfect alignment, that's going to make a difference. And I also want to see if Team Argentina, Hungary, and Israel were able to make a difference, if Kazakhstan was able to jump back up, or if the People's Republic of China, Hope, Vietnam, and Eritrea made enough on the last 2 matches to stay for the gold.
Now, regardless of which of these 3 alliances gets the gold, I suspect you are going to hear this crowd erupt with extreme levels of excitement because we are about to conclude again the finals of this 2023 First Global Challenge. Absolutely incredible.
So what you guys are not seeing back behind us is on the field, we're getting all of our, what's the name of it? Scorekeepers, there we go. They're counting every single hydrogen point, oxygen point, multiplying it times the conversion multiplier, adding the some robot proficiency points and the cooperation bonus for each one of those alliances. And that's gonna be recounted up by the head referee of the field before we get the final score.
I was gonna say hands are off of those controllers, and in a couple of seconds we're gonna get those hands in the air after we find out who again is walking away with that gold, silver, and bronze. We're all winners here at the 2023 First Global Challenge, Marlene.
I'm holding my breath and I'm not even a team member. It's just the energy is so contagious. The fact that they've worked for years and months for everything, and this is gonna be the final moment when we get to see who's gonna be our tournament champion for First Global 2023 Hydrogen Horizon in Singapore.
I was going to say, you can still hear the applause in this arena, rightfully so. Here we go, here we go.
135 points for the Blue Alliance, 87 for the Red Alliance, and it looks like our #1 alliance for the First Global Challenge is going to be the alliance of the People's Republic of China, Hope, Vietnam, and Eritrea.
You see those lights in the stands, folks? We had these teams lighten up the stage as well, 191 of them ultimately in Singapore Expo, but these 3 are finishing the day and finishing the event on the podium.
Oh my God, that was exciting. Congratulations to all 3 alliances that made it all the way to the finals. You are leaving us champions, you are leaving us with a medal, but you're definitely leaving us all excited and short of breath after those amazing final matches.
I said to Dean earlier on today that I walk away from this event with my face hurting, and this event is no exception. You can't help but smile at the end of this event, looking at all the work that's been put into it, and certainly the emotion that all these kids feel.
And you know, talking about emotion, we were saying those robots were hungry. Well, I'm gonna be hungry for some more robotics and some more STEM. This is definitely not enough for me. I'm coming back next year, and I hope all of you guys are as well. Woo! There we have the final scores of our playoffs in the #1 position, getting the gold. Let's hear it for the People's Republic of China, for Eritrea, for Team Hope, for Team Vietnam, 219 points.
Winning by the slimmest of margins, 4 points, showing you all at home and here that at the end of the day, every little bit matters, and the same holds true for combating climate change.
Yes.
We're doing that here as a global community. We're so proud of these kids.
And also to point out, now that you're bringing it out, team, none of these teams did it alone. They all worked in alliances. They all worked together. They were able to get this amazing result by working and collaborating with each other. So for everyone back home, learn from the students, learn from the teams, learn from the example we've had here in First Global, and be open to working together to achieving greater results.
Life is a blessing. Being here is a blessing. Seeing these teams compete and be their best is a blessing. We are also wonderfully blessed to have you join us from all corners of the globe as these finals have concluded here in Singapore.
And now that we've completed our finals and we know who's going to be our champions, I want to take you all to the stage for our final awards. Let's take it away.
So exciting. Wow, I can't even, my heart's racing, and I'm just an observer. Congratulations to all of our teams. You're about to see them all on stage receiving their award. But first, our next award is the first Global Grand Challenge Award. Let's learn more in the following video.
Facing our world today are a series of challenges that must be solved if our global society is to successfully continue on in the future. Just as great engineering achievements have led to global use of electricity and computers, new innovations must be created in order to build a better life for humanity. Each year, First Global highlights a pressing challenge facing our planet as a way to engage and inspire youth to help solve these global problems and innovate a better future for all. Within these games, the teams that score the most points added cumulatively during each round of the competition are awarded the First Global Grand Challenge Award, recognized with gold, silver, and bronze medals. These teams represent the highest scoring robots of the competition.
With a total of 525 points, the bronze medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team People's Republic of China. With a total of 619 points, the silver medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team Venezuela. And with a total of 719 points over the course of the past few days, the gold medal for the First Global Grand Challenge Award goes to Team Kazakhstan.
All right, congratulations, winners of our First Global Grand Challenge Award. We'll move on now to announce the winning alliances that have climbed to the top of the ranks over the past 3 days of intense competition. Before we recognize our 3 top winners, let's hear it for all the teams, all 191 teams competing here in Singapore. The competition improved. You made it look great. Please welcome the First Global Second Runner-Up Finalist Alliance, awarded to the Bronze Medal winning alliance, Team Bolivia. Team Bolivia, we know you're here. You just played. Team Kazakhstan. Joining them is Team Montenegro. And rounding out the alliance, Team Thailand.
Okay, and our first global runner-up finalist alliance is awarded to the silver medal winning alliance. First team is Team Angola. Next up is Team Israel. And Team Argentina. And Team Hungary.
And the first Global Winning Alliance Award, awarded to the gold medal winning champions for the 2023 First Global Challenge in Singapore, goes to the People's Republic of China. Their partners, Team Eritrea. And joining them, Team Hope. And rounding out the alliance, Team Vietnam. And now we need our teams to cheer around the world. Make a cheer for the cameras and the videos. Cheers!
Congratulations, everyone. There is so much excitement up here. Congratulations to all of our award-winning teams. And thank you so much for all the dedication that you have brought to this first Global Challenge. It is now my pleasure to introduce Rick Gaccio, Executive Vice President and Strategic Advisor to the CEO of Lamb Research, our title sponsor. He will be announcing the winners of our final award. Mr. Gaccio.
Wow! Congratulations to everybody. And thank you on behalf of Lamb Research for inspiring me and everybody else with your ingenuity and your sense of cooperation. It's my pleasure to introduce the final award winners for the Albert Einstein Award for the first Global International Excellence. Let's learn more in the following video.
No matter what language you speak, place you live, or customs you follow, excellence is a globally cherished achievement. Students from all parts of the world are encouraged to give their absolute best and set an example that humanity can follow far into the future. Perhaps one of the greatest scientific minds in history, Albert Einstein is known as the founder of modern physics. Having an exceptionally brilliant academic career spanning 2 different continents, his vision for world peace and scientific knowledge have made him a representative for our global society. It is no coincidence that the name Einstein is synonymous with genius. The Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence is the top award of the competition, representing the best overall teams who compete impressively while exemplifying the tenets of First Global. The winners of this award must have excellent robot game performance, have made a profound impact on the international community, expound gracious professionalism, and represent all aspects of First Global as ideal role models. This award is separated into gold, silver, and bronze medals.
So the bronze medal for the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence goes to Team Cambodia. The silver medal for the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence goes to Team Australia. And the gold medal for the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence goes to Team Venezuela. All right. Join us in congratulating the winners of the Albert Einstein Award for First Global International Excellence. Woo!
Congratulations to these teams that made it all up on the stage today, and to all the First Global teams that brought their passion for STEM to the 2023 First Global Challenge in Singapore. We've got a little bit more. Before we get back to the stage, I'm going to send it back to the booth with Tim and Marlene.
Thank you, Blair. You saw everybody ascending to the podium at the very end on that top spot. That's one of many happy moments we've had here. In fact, Team Hope pulling out the gold. You see the happiness and smile on this refugee bot as well, and that's just, again, happy moments that are all around. So let's take a look at some of those throughout the event. We're going to get going on those happy moments now.
Oh my God, looking back at what we've lived here in the First Global Challenge 2023 in Singapore, I got goosebumps.
Goosebumps, you know, I frankly am speechless. We've been here for 4 days, right? We've been here since 2017 with the First Global Challenge, and yet every year seems to eclipse the last. Every single time we do this, it gets better and better.
And it's only going to keep on getting better and better as the years go by. You know, we might be getting done with our season of 2023, but First Global isn't going anywhere. These students aren't going anywhere. The teams aren't going anywhere. So please join us if you have a time. Support the local team of your country. And for the students that are here, we are so proud of everything that you've accomplished throughout this entire season.
We're also very proud and extremely grateful at the same time to the host nation of Singapore for all of the hospitality they have given us here. What a welcoming and all-encompassing environment, truly living the mission of First Global in true form here. So we're looking forward to seeing where the next destination is, but this sure as heck did not disappoint.
No, definitely. They've made us feel at home. And, you know, we're going to feel at home anywhere we go because First Global is a home for everyone that wants to join. That's just the overall feeling here in the environment. You are all welcome. You are all excited to have you here, just sharing the mission, growing as we go. And you know, after seeing all of that, I can't help but feel inspired at the future that this youth will be a part of. And the documents that serve as the foundation cradle of First Global embody that inspiration. This year, teams combined their voices to share this important message in one impactful video. Let's go see it.
We are First Global! نحن متنوعون في الأصل. But united in purpose. Because we understand the world's problems cannot be solved alone.
We believe that all people have special gifts that make them innovators, colaboradores, and change makers.
Every person has a role to play.
It all starts with you and me.
The time has come
to declare our interdependence.
We are committed to a greater purpose.
And when we work together,
there is nothing we cannot accomplish.
The greatest challenges we face
do not stop at arbitrary borders.
Global challenges require global solutions.
In order to build a more peaceful world,
we must embrace our interdependence.
Declare following principles to be true.
Throughout history,
innovators have risen from adversity.
When we see past perceived limitations,
we realize the strength of unfamiliar ideas.
Our role is built
on the shoulders of these visionaries.
Where we must continue. Through science and technology,
we can find unity. Our unity is a powerful tool
to combat poverty,
disease, hunger,
and inequality without conflict or division.
And now, more than ever before,
we must promote opportunity for all.
Y elevar cada mente.
From a citizen into a leader.
Our shared goal
is a sustainable, peaceful world.
Build our mutual understanding.
To live in this country.
And as good as possible.
To ourselves, our planet.
And to one another. So we commit
to the following responsibilities. 1. We foster peace
by working in collaboration. 2.
We display unqualified kindness to one another
and always work hard. 3.
نحمد مساهمات الآخرين
and learn from each other.
4.
We celebrate each person's success
because the world does not need losers.
To have winners.
5.
We promote learning and creativity
in our communities,
our nations,
in our world.
6. We ensure our progress
does not inhibit the progress of others. 7.
We love what we do,
and we share that love
with the whole world.
We are First Global. Our principles guide us.
Our responsibilities bind us.
And together,
we can build a better world.
Together, we certainly can build a better world, and together we're starting to close this show out. Blair is waiting for me on the main stage. Blair, after you, my friend.
I have one last responsibility, and it is to introduce the man who inspires us all, who continues to make the world a better place, the man who came up with the idea for First and First Global. Please welcome the founder, Dean Cayman.
Wow. I never have anything to say that is as exciting, memorable as what we just saw. I'll start out by doing what I always try to do, which is thank all the people that have made it possible, and hopefully all the students will join in and make sure they all know that you appreciate what they're doing. We'll start with the sponsors. Lam Research, you just heard from them. The Bezos Earth Fund, and separately the Bezos family. The Tolman Family Office, the Pershing Square Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Department of Energy, and there's lots and lots more. I also want to thank some people that still astound me, namely the tiny, tiny, tiny staff of First Global, which I'm happy to say has grown enormously this year. It had 5 people for the first 5 years, but we now have 7 people on staff. So for them, thank you. If you wonder how a total of 7 people can run an operation that brings every country in the world to do something and then have it run as smoothly and professionally as this, well, they had a little help. We have unbelievable commitment from country partners. Every country that sends a team has people, most of whom are volunteering, that are making this happen. And then it didn't hurt a bit that we had the support of our host country, Singapore, this year, who did a fantastic job. And then there are the volunteers, the tireless volunteers that work in the pits, in the back room. They work all year. They are amazing. And thank you, volunteers. And then the mentors, the team mentors, all of whom, without exception, are so committed to their teams, it's unbelievable. And then when you think almost every one of them has got a full-time job doing something besides mentoring these teams. But to all the mentors for all the teams, thank you. And then a couple of special thanks. I don't want to name people because we'd be here till tomorrow. But Tim and Marlena, you heard them, they're up in their box. They have been a nonstop source of energy, entertainment, wisdom, knowledge. They're fantastic. And there's one guy that's sort of a volunteer, sort of a mentor, sort of a creator, sort of the adult in the room whenever an issue comes up. And he's got another full-time job of his own, helping to run one of the most prestigious engineering schools in the world, Yale University. But Vince Weslinski is here, and he kind of runs this thing for us. So, by no coincidence, they put up what you see right there. And hopefully you all remember that during the last few days, every one of 191 different teams representing virtually every country in the world signed 2 documents. One of them simply says what you'd hope humanity had been doing forever. It says, essentially, you have responsibilities to respect each other, to support each other, to be fair to each other. You have a bill of responsibilities there that I hope you've read and will continue to reread and live up to. It's a commitment you've signed. But you should be happy to live up to it, because if everybody else lives up to it, it'll assure, as it promotes the fact that everybody on this planet will be able to have the opportunity to make a more successful, more peaceful, happier life. You also signed a document called the Declaration of Interdependence. So I can tell you, I grew up in America, and Americans are very proud of their Declaration of Independence, and every country on this planet should be very proud of their own independence. They ought to protect it, appreciate it. But in this new generation, in this ever-shrinking global neighborhood we live in, it's not enough to be isolated and independent, because almost all the issues, all the grand challenges that humanity faces are global. The environment, warming, access to resources like clean water and food and cybersecurity. There's almost no human activity left in which the problems can be solved locally. So we thought, as we move through the 21st century, while every country ought to continue to protect and cherish their independence, their uniqueness. Diversity is a great thing. The next generation of leaders of this world of ours ought to recognize that it's also critical that they agree to have a declaration of interdependence, so that all those issues, most of them technical, that you're going to be facing as you go through your life and career, you're going to remember you signed this agreement. I think this may be the first generation, due to technology, by the way, that is so interconnected that it will be possible for the first time, as you take leadership roles in governments, in businesses, create whole new industries, you're going to be able to think back to your days at First Global and what you took away from here, I hope, will have a huge impact on your life. I've been saying every year, most of the robots are going to lose this competition. All but 3 don't have, or 4 don't have gold. So 187 robots didn't, quote, win. But I hope every kid on every team recognizes you've won an enormous amount. And hopefully over the next years and decades, as your career progresses, which robot actually won might be a fading memory. But what I hope all the students take away from this are friendships and relationships and understandings, not just of the technology, but of all the different people that you've met from virtually every country in the world. I think some people maybe watching this remotely on TV thought that was pretty amazing robot work. I think it was okay. I think the most amazing thing I saw over the last few days was sportsmanship. The fact that after the teams clashed with their robots on this field, they went into the pits and helped each other fix their robots. And they showed such empathy and concern and support for each other. All I could think of was, imagine if the whole world, not just one team from each country, but imagine if every country in the world treated every other country in the world the way the students here treat each other. So that was the mission and that was the vision of starting First Global in the first place. Get to kids while they're still young enough that they can learn how to communicate and cooperate, share their knowledge, and as they move forward, let their ideas compete so the world sees the best of them, but let the people be a cooperation that learns how to share those ideas and let the whole world benefit from them. In that regard, and anticipating that all the students here would once again impress us all and encourage us all and give us hope for the future, we said, as good as any one team is, no one team is going to go back to a country all by yourselves and change the whole culture. But what we hoped First Global would do when we started it was just plant a seed, one team in every country in the world that hadn't yet joined the first community, which has been around now for 30 years with tens of thousands of teams. But when we started First Global a few years ago, more than half the countries in the world never heard of First. So the mission of First Global was very simple. If we could get one team of kids and their mentor and their supporters that had the courage and the vision to come participate, and if they could go back to their home country and spread the word about how accessible technology is, how important it is, how effective they will all be if they create lasting partnerships with people around the world so that they can solve all their global issues together. That was our mission. I think seeing that every single country that's here signed those says to me, you understand what the real mission is, you buy into it. So in that regard, I'm going to finish by saying, since we said it was to plant a seed, and since we have confidence that every team represented here, every country represented here, needs to go home and as quickly as you can, share this experience so that your country will start developing dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of teams to join the Global First community. Your country should have its own events, as First does, that help make this experience available to every kid. And then each of those countries, year after year, will send one representative team, one hopefully among thousands from your company, to a global competition, to the first global competition. To make that happen, to help you spread that word, you all should have received by now our XRP, our experimental robotics platform, as a gift. If you're going to have responsibilities, you need privileges and rights. You have the privilege and the right to go home with one of these, but you have the responsibility now as a representative of First Global to bring these home and help your country spread the word about the power of a cooperation and the power of what you need to do to bring the world together. And I'm hoping you take seriously that responsibility. And I hope between now and next year, when we all get together for the 2024 event, each of you is coming from a country, and I'll ask all of you, from a country that has got first robotics competitions going and growing more and more, so that hopefully soon every kid on this planet has the opportunity to do what you people have just had the opportunity to do. Participate in a fun but very important organization in which the robots are not the important thing, you are. And I hope by the time we get back here next year, the whole world has started adopting more of what we've all agreed is important for the future of all of you. So thanks once again for impressing us all, convincing every one of our sponsors and mentors that you're worth it. And I hope to see all of you very, very soon. Congratulations on what you did.
Congratulations to all of those teams, again, signing those documents, and to all of whom that participated in this 2023 First Global Challenge. Folks, it's been an action-packed few days filled with lots of activity here in Singapore. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from today. Hello and welcome back to Singapore Expo for this final day of competition at the 2023 First Global Challenge in Singapore. First match of the day on Field 5 starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, crew!
And as we wrap up the final day of the 2023 First Global Challenge, it truly has been a thrilling ride seeing the competition unfold here at the Singapore Expo. But there have been some emotional experiences on the field behind us. Everyone is leaving here as a winner. And beyond the game and matches, this hasn't been about building the robots. It's actually been about building a brighter and better future.
Agreed. And around the theme of renewable energy, these young minds have demonstrated that they can be architects of the change we need to facilitate a more sustainable world. From the student participants and mentors to the spectators and supporters to myself and all of the volunteers and staff who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes, we've seen electrifying action, incredible innovations, and unforgettable moments that have shaped these change makers right before our very eyes.
Congratulations once again to all of our teams for what they've accomplished this entire season. Not only have they achieved so much to be proud of throughout their participation, but they will continue to serve as leaders of hope for their countries and our world as they return home and pass on their experience on to their communities.
I mean this when I say this, folks. It is not often that people can say they've brought the whole world together. But over the course of these few days, that's exactly what we've done. And all for a great purpose. So on behalf of First Global, thank you to all of those who have supported us along this amazing journey. And you know what? We'll see you next year.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Everywhere you look, there's proof that semiconductors are changing the world. They're enabling new technologies that help save lives, enhance access to education, and shape the future of business and computing. But as semiconductors become increasingly critical to our world, demands continue to grow for them to become smaller, more efficient, and more sophisticated. At Lam Research, we're innovating to meet this demand every day. We create machines that enable modern chip production and push the boundaries of what's possible. We partner with customers to boldly take on the world's biggest challenges while supporting communities and driving greater sustainability. From enabling atomic-level precision to breaking down barriers to collaboration, we're transforming our industry and creating the breakthroughs that make so many other innovations possible. Because at Lam Research, we know semiconductor innovation will change the world in ways we can only imagine. Now, let's prove it.